Seven minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show. It is a Thursday edition if you're listening live or watching live. Thank you so much for being a part of it. I tell you what, we have got a busy one on tap today. The full staff is here. Everyone back in the building together. And we're excited to have everybody together. That means the wheel of meat is on the table. That could spin today. You never know. It's a possibility. And Rick and Bubba join us in an hour from now. We're kicking things off. That's why it's called the kickoff hour. That's kind of what we do. But Greg here, he was here yesterday. Helmsy returns, and now everybody back together again. Adler, he's got TV in there, and he's going to be a topic for today. But he's got TV rolling. He's here, fired up and ready to go for another day. To my left, I hadn't been able to say this in quite some time now, but to my left, it is Greg Burgess, and then to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Gentlemen.
Yeah.
What is happening, y'all?
I've missed y'all just a little bit.
Just a little bit?
Yeah, just a smidgen.
Just a little bit.
Been a while.
But I have missed y'all.
Yeah.
It has been a while.
It's been a minute.
Good night. For Greg especially. It's been a full week, I think, since I've seen you.
Yeah.
Well, bless him.
Miss my little buddy.
How was your vacation?
It was actually really nice. You know, you when you head off to, so let me kind of set it up.
Yeah.
So on Friday, when all that, by the way, I'll never do that again. Okay.
Yeah.
Funny bit. Ha, thought I was sharp. I'll never do that again. I'll never test on the air again.
Yeah, probably not great.
That was funny, good for the show.
Oh, yeah.
But learned a hard lesson there.
Well, that goes into the category anything for the show.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
So completely flipped my weekend upside down, as you can imagine. And so Friday night, there was a little talk of, why don't we just get out of town? Because at that point, I had a sore throat. I didn't feel bad. I just had a sore throat. So I felt like, okay, it's coming. And so Amanda said, if we're going to feel bad for the next few days, why don't we go somewhere else and get a change of scenery? The kids are out of school Monday because of MLK Day, and why not? And I'm like, I don't know that I want to go somewhere and be sick.
Yeah.
Well, Saturday morning I woke up, and she kind of brought it up again, and I had some errands to run, and I had to go through the bank and ATM and get some gas in the car and all that stuff. Those kind of things, because I'm trying to get that done, because I do fully feel like, okay, well, if I had a sore throat and I still got a sore throat, something else is coming. And she said, hey, let's just pack up and go. And I'm like, where do you want to go? She goes, I want to go to a cabin in the mountains. And I said, okay. I said, what are you? I said, I don't really want to go to Gatlinburg. I said, that's too far away. And she goes, well, I've looked at Mentone and it's sold out. Like, I can't find anything a cabin that we can afford for just a short notice there. But I got another idea. There's a part of Tennessee we've never been to. And I said, how far is it? She goes, no, it's a long way. She goes, it's like going to Gatlinburg. It's like 4.5, 5 hours, depending on how much, if we have to stop, it's maybe 6. I'm like, good night. I don't want to do that, because if I start feeling worse, now I'm worse in a car with a bunch of screaming kids. That's going to be fun. Well, she talked me into it, and we headed out, and we went to, I want to call the city Harrogate. I may be saying it wrong. Harrogate, Tennessee. That may be wrong the way I'm pronouncing it. But it's the Cumberland Gap area of Tennessee, where you have, which I didn't give this enough, Appalachian Mountains, the foothills of Appalachian, the Cumberland Gap. You have 3 states within 10 miles, Kentucky, Virginia, and Tennessee. So you could be riding in Tennessee, all of a sudden in Virginia, and 5 minutes later you can be in Kentucky. Yeah. And we made that little loop and did some sightseeing, stuff like that. By the way, I thought this was interesting. This would be a trivia question. Y'all, this is the easiest trivia question ever. When you come through the tunnel through the mountains of the Cumberland Gap, heading towards Kentucky, do you know what the first restaurant is on the left?
No.
Kentucky Fried Chicken. I thought that was interesting. Okay. That had to be planned, and that's probably, but it was sitting right. I was like, is this not funny to you? We just entered Kentucky, and the first restaurant is Kentucky
Fried
Chicken.
That makes sense.
The reason Amanda chose this, and I give her credit, she looked at the weather. She wanted to guarantee the kids snow. She was like, I can guarantee snow in this area. Can't guarantee it in other areas, but I can guarantee it in this area. and boy, did she ever. So we got quite a bit of snow when we were there. And by Saturday night, no one was having any kind of symptoms whatsoever. Sore throats were gone. I had a headache on the way and wasn't feeling myself about 3 hours into the trip. And I didn't know if that was part of this whole Omicron or I was just sick of being in the car with three kids. I don't know. But no one else really had anything past that. And so it turns out we had a very nice trip of just relaxing in a car. I stoked a fire for days. That's all I did. Just sit there and replenish the fire and catch up on some things, watch a little TV. I'm a little frustrated myself on a couple of things. I've gotten into this show, and I can't believe that I have never given it anything. And everybody out there, when I say this, is going to be, oh, yeah, that's an awesome show. Can't believe you weren't watching that. But I got into this SEAL team.
Mm-hmm.
And I watched, it's a CBS, and the only reason I came across it is Sunday night in the cabin, which I thought was great. You're talking about setting the scene. Amanda and I watched the latest episode of 1883 while in the cabin watching a fire.
So you got Paramount Plus because that SEAL team's on that.
So that's CBS's deal. Right. So I was thinking, man, I got to have something to binge if I get if I start getting sick and all that. I got to have something to watch. And I got into it, and I'm like, wow, okay. Where has this been?
Yeah.
Why has no one sent me an email and said, Helms, you'd love this?
Yeah.
And so I've been watching way too much of that.
Okay. Do you feel like you're on the SEAL team?
I do. Okay. I feel like I could contribute to the probably not now physically, but there was a time where I'm like, wow, so I wanted to be a SEAL.
All right. So
and it makes you appreciate goodness so much more what they go through.
So if you're out of the loop, last hour of last Friday's show, Greg's not here. He's tested positive. We all feel like we're okay. He's gone home, all this kind of stuff. And we had the funny idea that, hey, you know what? Let's test. Rick had a negative test come back. Adler's been isolated in the TV room. We had 3 tests in Bubba's office, and Bubba said, hey, they're about to go bad. We got to test. So, let's just do a funny. Let's test. So Bubba and I quickly showed negative on ours. Yours kind of started looking weird.
Yeah.
And it gave the appearance of a positive, and you sent the picture to where Greg and Rick got tested, and they confirmed that's positive. You felt fine, but you know how the mind plays with you. When you tested positive, did you start feeling like you felt worse? But
not immediately.
Because you know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, man,
I know
I'm
exactly.
positive. I must. And then all of a sudden, you start thinking about things, and it's like, do I feel bad?
I think it was about 2 or 3 o'clock that day. Because here's the thing. Because of I was supposed to speak at a youth conference Saturday around noon, 1-ish, something like that. So obviously that's done. I've got to contact the pastor. That was a fun call that I had to make. So I think I was just running so hard from the time of the positive test and talking to the lab and the nurse and trying to see what I needed to do. I didn't really have time to think about it. But around 2 o'clock, it started settling in that I had tested positive. So then it started. I was like, man, is my throat scratchy?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
You got up at 3 this morning. Are you tired because of that? Or are you tired because now you have Omicron?
The tired thing with us, it's hard, depends on what day of the week it is.
Right.
It's hard to go, I feel really tired. Yeah, you got up at 2:30.
Yeah, right. So the reason why I said, did you enjoy your vacation, is because we're having fun with Helmsy, because the two of you, even though yours was manageable and still mild, your symptoms were totally different.
No,
you were sick.
I couldn't have gotten in the car and went to the Cumberland Road.
No.
So
did you get a false positive is what I was joking
at. I think that's what happened.
Yeah.
I don't think that test was real.
There's no way
the test was real. But I think, and seriously, my sore throat and the headache that I had was nothing compared to.
Terrible.
I should have. Well,
but you had no fatigue.
No,
See?
not that.
Yeah.
I didn't have anything.
Yeah. Well, you're back today. The full staff is here, and we're glad to have you.
Thank you. Glad to be back. And y'all did a great job, by the way. You and Adler, that was fun. Y'all entertained me on Monday.
Rick and Bubba.
Davis.
Shannon Davis.
Congratulations. Was Bubba's letter a real tearjerker? Is that why you fixed it?
Yeah, absolutely. It was. Bubba had a real tearjerker. He goes,
I actually sent in that letter. I've had to look at these teeth for 12 years now.
He has ski rope. He's been flossing with ski rope.
Yeah, you ought to see that.
What are like the 3 golden rules of teeth care?
Brush, floss, and don't bite into foreign objects. Yeah.
Like opening a bottle with your teeth.
Like opening beer bottles.
Yeah.
Cutting
Great
fish,
trick, but not good for you.
Biting fishing line.
Yeah,
you don't
I
want
do
to bite
that
that. Little packages. People remember this.
Milk duds.
Here's a quote I always like. Your teeth are jewels, not tools.
Oh.
Hi. New intern Hannah. What's the best and worst thing that happened this weekend, Speedy?
The best thing is my kids on their own got Terry Mother's Day cards and handled all that, flowers and everything, because they're old enough to do that, and I didn't have to stay on them, and they actually cared. That's the good thing.
That's huge.
The worst thing is I couldn't make it to Huntsville to see my mom, so I just I sent her some text and called her and told her I loved her, but I didn't get to actually see her.
Where'd you get your mom, Greg?
Yeah, where'd you get your mom?
Where did I get her? A bunch of stuff,
It's very vague.
and we ate one of those.
That's good, Greg. That's good,
My
buddy.
wife bought some really good stuff.
Yeah, evidently you didn't handle it, buddy.
No, but I was there for it.
We got to celebrate a lot of mothers this weekend and family and all that was good.
How late do you sleep in on like a Saturday?
Oh, I sleep in on the weekend. I think I slept in about 5:30. 2 extra hours, baby. Woo!
Rick, best and worst things that happened to you this weekend?
All right. Well, I had some good stuff too. Got to see me Sunday. That's probably the best. That was not the best. Worst was my son lost the lacrosse state championship. Best, we all went over to met over at my sister's house. Mom was there, wife and kids that are at home, and we laughed and laughed and laughed and laughed. And I realized our family, we're not like everybody else. It was constant challenges and making fun of what everybody had on. And
Feats of strength.
feats of strength, making fun of people's hair, making fun of people aging, making fun of people's weight. So you could eat the most. If you made any mistake, like when Greg's wife told me that the banana pudding was a lot like pudding, and I said, as opposed to, and I said, I bet you that pulled pork we have in there is going to taste a lot like pork. I mean, and then of course we get to laughing at that. Really, if you get your feelings hurt easily, you cannot be in our family.
Sure.
So, but it was a great day.
Best thing was I got to see my mother and my grandmother.
Nice.
My grandmother is 88. You talking about a good run. The worst thing that happened to me was I did hit my leg on a tennis hopper, carrying balls around and cut my leg really good.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, it was pretty gashed it pretty
You
good.
got it, man. You got it good,
Yeah,
buddy.
it's some good looking legs, isn't it?
There you go.
That calf muscle. Look at
Hunter, what'd you get for your mom for Mother's Day?
I got her an iTunes gift card.
That seems like a present you want.
No, she likes iTunes gift cards.
Greg, did you lose your wallet this weekend, buddy?
Yes, I did. A good Samaritan took it back to
That's
Walmart's.
pretty awesome. Walmart's?
Walmart's. I thought I'd left it in there at the register, but I went back in, couldn't find it. Probably out in the parking lot somewhere, and I didn't see it. Because then I just convinced myself it was in the truck under the bags, and I would find it when I got home.
Yes.
But I was so happy when I called, and they go, "Yeah, we got it." I was like, so I got back in the truck and went right back.
And nothing was gone out.
Nothing. I even had like $8 in it. They even left that. They could have got that.
You got
I'd have been
lucky,
over it.
buddy.
Yeah, I got lucky. I was already ready. And guess what else was in the wallet? The Rick and Bubba credit card.
Oh.
I actually had a friend in my neighborhood that used to think that I looked like Powers Boothe. And he would actually make jokes about, well, is Powers Boothe going? You know, that kind of thing. So the great Powers Boothe. He's one of those people that's been in 1,000 things. I remember the first time I saw him as Jim Jones with those trooper sunglasses on, out there, sadly making everyone poison himself.
Throw them in the box.
Not probably the memory he'd like for me to pull up right now, but great character actor. And he will be missed, and incredibly handsome person.
It is the Rick and Bubba Show. The kickoff hour is live, and we thank all of you for being with us today. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we have got everybody back together again. If you missed last segment, Helmsy back. Glad to have him back. Greg returned yesterday. And so the Good Time Gang is all here. We have not had a chance to welcome in Adler. Adler, how you doing today, my friend? As he's look at him, little multitasker. How you doing?
What's up?
What? Oh no!
You hear me?
Oh no! What are you doing?
Are you?
Wait a minute.
Are you sheetrocking?
You've got a respirator on. Are you okay?
Are you painting a car?
What are you doing?
You can never be too careful, guys.
No.
Okay.
Well, that makes the N95 look like nothing.
Never be too careful.
You know, I got one of those to cut the yard in.
You really cut your yard in that?
I did, and then
I bet
y'all
that
made
was
me. I
terrible.
felt like I lost my man card doing it. That's when, I don't know, it's been 5 years ago when I told y'all as I got older I developed allergies that I've never had.
Is there an anthrax plant out by your place?
When
Yeah,
I
you
used to
coulda got a less
when I used
mask and been okay.
No, when I used to cut, I tried just the regular one. You can't breathe. At least with that respirator, you can
Really?
breathe. Yeah, and so anyway, when I used to have to cut that big yard,
Yeah.
every time I would turn on a new row, all the grass would just come up my face, and I'd be like snotty for days. And
Now,
so-
Adler, why are you wearing it?
You
Yeah.
can never. You can.
You can never be too careful, guys. You know?
Right.
I think I just wear it
yeah.
all the time.
Yeah, I think that's your new look. I
Looks
like
good.
that.
It
So
does
you
look
guys-
good.
So you guys think I look pretty cool?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think you look really cool,
Darth
man.
Vader, you look
Yeah.
good.
Hey, I look like Banksy or something, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you look
Yeah.
really cool, man.
But in all seriousness, we're waiting on a test result for Ruby,
Oh,
and Aaron actually, my wife, did pop positive.
okay.
Yesterday.
All
so
right.
yeah, I actually I took another test, and I'm still not positive.
Okay.
So.
All right.
Not
well,
sure
good.
what's up with that. I guess I'm just, freaking awesome, I think is the scientific term.
I think
for
it is. Yeah.
So
I've
That's
heard
science.
people
I don't
use
know
that.
what to do. I don't know what to do.
Well, I think you do what you just kind of play it smart. You
Keep
have
that-
no symptoms. You
keep
just
that
tested
ventilator
negative. You're kind of in the same boat we've all been in. I mean, these two tested positive, and we kept coming, just trying to do better and isolate as best we can. And first sign of symptoms, we head home and get tested again. I think that's kind of what you do, right?
I say we move forward with a new method called "Don't Ask, Don't Tell." That's what I think we should do.
We were
so
already
good.
doing that for Greg, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, pretty good.
Well, according to the doctor that we all go to, it's inevitable. We're all going to get it. So you just got to do the best you can. This thing's so contagious.
Well, and the fact that I hardly had any, I didn't have, guys, I had a minor sore throat, and Greg, you wouldn't even consider what I had a sore throat. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so now I'm thinking, well, okay, is my time still coming?
Yeah, that's
Was-
true.
Was I out for no reason at all? And now, am I going to have to deal with this 2 weeks from now?
Mm-hmm.
And
There's
so-
an antibody test you can take that'll tell you if you had it, because it'll give the strength and
Yeah.
kind of gives some more readings.
Are y'all
of,
done with like I'm tired of being tested.
I know.
Now we're getting them all delivered
I
to the
really
house.
do think my don't ask, don't tell.
Mhm.
You know, Clinton did this back on something else
Something
back in the
different.
day.
Right. I asked Greg this
Yeah, that's what
yesterday.
I was saying. That's what we do with Greg. That's what I was talking
yeah,
about.
right. I asked Greg yesterday, okay, before COVID. All right, COVID doesn't exist. You felt the way you felt this past weekend. What do you have? Probably a head cold.
Yeah.
You know, that's
Yeah.
what you would
yeah.
chalk it up as.
Yeah.
And if you have a fever or anything like that, we have that policy, don't come to work. So he might have still stayed out for a day or two. But with you, would you have kept coming the way you felt?
Absolutely.
Okay,
There was
before
nothing wrong
COVID,
with
if there was before
Yeah.
COVID,
Yeah,
you had the
absolutely.
symptoms. Yeah, it's kind of weird how
Speedy,
things have changed.
Matter of fact, if I had it to do over with, I wouldn't have took the test, and I would have went to the speaking engagement on Saturday, and we'd have never made it to the mountains.
But hey, you got to the mountains.
I got to see the Cumberland Gap with the Appalachian Mountains. Don't give
okay.
that enough, by
Right,
the way.
yeah.
That's out there.
Right.
You got to. It's a long way, and that tunnel's cool, by the way, that you
Is
go
it?
in and out of
Yeah.
Kentucky.
Yeah.
So Adler,
Guys, don't
Kentucky tunnel.
keep this in mind. I found myself in Alabama, Georgia, Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee.
wow, that's
I
wild.
went the Virginia way just to say. Caroline was like, "Can we go to Virginia? It's only a couple miles up here, and I want to be able to say I've been to Virginia." I said, "Done.
Mark it off.
Why not?"
So Adler, we're going to treat you kind of like a prisoner because you know you've got your own room. The door is closed. We'll put food at the door, and then you can just open the door, get it, and step back in.
Okay, cool. And I got a bucket. I brought a bucket.
For
out here at
restroom.
work.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
Yeah, I brought that with
Right.
me, and I've used it a couple times already, so it works. Works good.
And
Yeah,
not
no
worried
sense
about
taking
that.
it out every time. Just wait at the end of the day.
That's right. Just wait till the end of the day. That's what you do when you're using a bucket. Everybody knows that.
All right, so back to like when we had Omicron, not Omicron, but the Alpha, the first COVID, whatever. And we were all freaking out because this was new to us, right? Well, the first time it hit our house, I'll never forget it. It was, I think it was Tyler. And he had to stay isolated in his room. And we literally would would literally knock on the door and then walk away, and he would open the door and get a food on a tray like he was in prison. And then step back in, and the poor kid, I think, stayed in his room for 10 days. But we didn't know then.
I know.
I mean, it was all new. I mean, good night.
So, Speedy, before we were talking before the show, and you were like, "Man, I'm so sorry. This is turning your world upside down." And I actually said to Speedy, "Actually, we're just going to continue because Ruby's been to school one full day this month because of, quote, exposure at school."
Right.
So she went to school one full day. Then we got an email said she had to stay home for 10 more days. So that's Aaron staying home or getting mom to watch the kid, And so our world is not changing at all. We're just continuing to stay home. I mean, so we've already been hit by it. So it's kind of just like, all right. So we're kind of in this weird spot where we're waiting on this PCR test for Ruby, and we're almost hoping that she's positive so that we can actually just do a final 10 days and then just move on with life.
Right,
So,
It's kind of weird how the schools are having to play it now because there was something sent out of where Reese goes to school, and there's like, hey, you know what? We're going to stop notifying parents every time someone tests positive in the room. That's over. The only time we're going to notify you if it's a small group of kids in the same room, like more than one, maybe 2 or 3, then we'll notify you. I mean, because what do? They're going to spend all day notifying people.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, good night. What do you do?
The don't ask, don't tell.
Yeah, right. Back to Helmsy's policy he'd like for us to take. All right, we'll be right back. It's 29 minutes past the hour. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You forgot my hot sauce,
I
and you
didn't.
don't
They
even
didn't
care.
give it to me. I said, will y'all give me some hot sauce, please? I need a lot of Texas Pete. They said, my
Oh,
pleasure.
yeah, right.
My
Like-
pleasure, of course. you know how Chick-fil-A does it.
They did, yeah.
My
they did.
pleasure. It's weird.
Sure,
I think
it
it's
is kind of weird. It makes me feel weird. Yeah. We had an intern come work here after working at Chick-fil-A.
My pleasure.
And everything he would say to him, he would be like, "My pleasure." I'd be like, "Dude, don't stop saying that."
Stop. That sounds really.
Have y'all heard of those fidget spinners or whatever?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Sweet, I finally got me one, Greg. Check it out, man.
You like it?
Yeah, that one may be a little dangerous.
Quick shout out to Regions Financial. This tournament's 26 years old and has raised $15 million for charity.
Celebrity program stories going on. Did I eat Brett Favre's ice cream sandwich after he had taken a bite out of it? I did. Did it make him uncomfortable? It did. Can I call him on the cell phone if I want to right now? I can. Will he answer? Probably not.
I was so uncomfortable. I didn't know what to expect. It's Bo Jackson, for crying out loud, the greatest athlete of all time. And Rick said, "No, if you can't get here on time, and if you can't, hey, sorry, not on my show."
It was terrible.
Look, I didn't know what to do the rest of the day.
I felt weird the rest of the day.
Didn't know where to look.
Bo Jackson's being froze out, and he didn't know what to do either. So he was playing on his phone, like pretending to text or something. We had to witness Bo Jackson feeling so awkward, he pretended to text.
We may have seen Bo Jackson at his most awkward moment in his life.
That could have been Bo Jackson's lowest moment.
We're going to start over here with Rick because you guys are broadcasting out here this morning. You're doing your whole show.
Speedy, where are you at?
Oh, I'm on my clothes in my hand. I'm butt naked, man.
Hey, Speed, did you go streaking, buddy?
I did go streaking. But I don't know, is it technically, would it be called streaking if I left my socks and shoes on?
Tuesday. We're fired up. We're ready to go. I have no idea what's happening in the world. I was at a football scrimmage after coming off a lacrosse season last night, and I missed everything. I have no idea what's going on. But when I get on the air today, if you're just listening, you'll think I'm really prepped.
Good morning, sir. How are you? We got a new, old intern, but new again, back in action.
All right, let's pray. Lord, we love you. All right, here we go. Started. Like when I had my kids with me when they were little. Daddy, open it. You want me to buckle your helmet too in Little League? That was the worst thing about coaching Little League football, is taking their helmets on and off and buckling them. That was the majority of the day. And they would scream when you pull them out. Ah!
A lot of mouth wiping with kids. I mean, you gotta, there's always something on them.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I can't stand people who let their kid walk around with snot hanging out of their nose.
I know.
I can't stand it. I know those people that do, and I'm going, do y'all not see that snot coming out of his nose?
Yeah.
Wipe it off. I'm serious. I mean, look, and a lot of times it's a commitment because they have a lot of snot.
Don't breed them if you can't feed them, and don't...
Something if you can't wipe their nose.
Yeah.
So there.
Don't take off your clothes if you're not going to wipe your kid's nose.
There you go.
Time for some breakfast.
Yeah,
Hey, what are we waiting on?
Yes. I'm going to get it now.
Hurry up!
Okay.
Golden ticket seat. Trump, he has a dim view of exercise. It says it's a drain on the human body's limited energy. Other than golf, he considers exercise misguided and argued that a person is like a battery born with a finite amount of energy.
It's 25 minutes till top of the hour. Kickoff hour is live. All right, I've got a question for you two. First of all, do you know who this is? And second of all, do you know the female that's about to come in?
No.
No clue. All right, just keep it giving it. Sorry, tubers.
I like it. I like the tune.
Just listening. I would never put them two together for collaboration here.
I don't know.
Toby. Okay. Toby Mac. All right.
Wow.
With Sheryl Crow.
Okay.
Really? Oh, I hear it now.
Yeah, I like. Would you put those two together?
No, I would not.
I wouldn't either. It's a very good. Promised Land. It's new music from Toby Mac with Sheryl Crow. He's also put out a version of this, just him, but this is the one getting some play. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is brought to you by GoodRx.com/Bubba. Is saving money one of your New Year's resolutions? Helmsy, I know it's not with you because you just spared no expense and went off on a vacation. But for a lot of us, I'm kidding. Saving money is very important. And when it comes to prescription costs, it can get very expensive. But GoodRx.com/Bubba can help you because what they do is they will compare prices at pharmacies near near you and find discounts that could save you up to 80%. That's 80%. And we love this app because it's free, and it could save you as much as $100 on your prescription. Even if you do have insurance, there's a good chance goodrx.com/Bubba can beat your copay price. You could check it out online or their app, GoodRx. GoodRx.com/Bubba is the website. You can find prescription savings at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide, like CVS, Kroger, Walgreens, Rite Aid, Walmart, and more. Join and be, smart when it comes to your savings on your prescriptions. You can go to goodrx.com/Bubba. You can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so everybody's back. We're excited to have the full staff here. Adler isolating himself. He's got his respirator. He's ready to go. You took it to the top, my friend. You went ahead and went N95, I'm going respirator.
Yeah.
Okay.
Plus, it sounds cool.
It does sound cool. It sounds like Darth Vader just a little bit.
Awesome, yeah.
There's
Greg, I am your daddy.
So there's a story out of Las Vegas that's grabbed Greg's attention. We were talking during the break. We have a lady that broke into a home, bathed in the home.
Yeah,
and
actually was in the bathtub when they caught her.
Right, and when they caught her, she claimed she inherited it from Johnny Johns. Now, who's that?
Just made a name up.
Okay.
So
this owns you, doesn't it?
Yeah, stuff like that. So they come in, she's in the tub, and they're like, "Hey, what are you doing there?" And she said she inherited the house from Johnny Jones or Johns. Johnny Johns. That was she said.
Yeah, Jones. Johnny Jones. Now the homeowner.
Johnny Jones said she could be there. So.
Yeah, the real homeowner came in and
Who's not
discovered
Johnny
the
Jones,
unknown woman taking a bath. Imagine that.
Yeah.
Huh? You hear something in the bathroom, you're like, "What's that?"
Why are you in my
and all of a sudden, there's a lady in your bathtub.
And she claims Johnny Jones pretty much, and she inherited the house from Johnny Jones.
It says here,
step out here and think she may be a little off.
The real homeowner, identified as Terry Hargraves, he said he initially went to the home after his security detection system was activated. After finding the woman, he called the Las Vegas police, and then they arrested the suspect. But she claimed that Johnny Johns said she could take a bath.
Teresa James. That's what
Jones. I said Johns again. Anyway, this is funny because Terry disputed the suspect's inheritance claim, providing police with documentation to prove, no, I'm the homeowner.
And I'm not Johnny Jones. So
yeah, I have a feeling that she's probably maybe a little under the substance there. What do you think?
They're evaluating her.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Also, this one here is kind of interesting. Oscar Mayer has introduced a new bologna-inspired face mask.
You ever wish you was an Oscar Mayer wiener?
Kind of, just a little bit.
I was wondering.
I like to sing it. I know that. They have.
Right there.
Okay. Uh-huh. Starting today, Oscar Mayer is launching the first ever bologna-inspired face mask that rejuvenates your skin while recapturing that childhood joy. All right, now
rejuvenates your skin.
Yeah. So what it is?
Fits on your whole face.
All right, so you know how you used to get some bologna and put some holes in it, and then for your eyes and your mouth.
Okay,
you've seen people who've done that. Yeah.
Yes,
well, that's what it is. But it's a face mask, and they say do not eat this. But it looks
tell
just
people
like,
not to eat it.
Yeah, it comes just like it's in the bologna wrap and everything.
But how about the fact that it's not in the luncheon meat section? There's a hint. How about the fact that it's not made out of real bologna? Right. That's another hint not to eat it.
Right. I actually made a little intro for this today if you want to hear it.
Oh,
no,
wow.
I'm kidding. No.
That was good. It was quick.
Did you like that?
I did.
But
which means
this.
someone must have ate one of them.
All right, be honest.
Right.
Be honest. Has Lisa, okay, I just want to hear this. Has Lisa ever made you put like any kind of face mask on?
No.
No, Greg.
No, I really hadn't.
Greg.
I promise. Just because you do it don't mean everybody else did.
Amanda?
No, but I will admit
Helmsy?
that probably, I want to say 15 or 20 years ago, she was doing it at the house and put one of those face mask things on, and I was like, hey, let me have some of that. Like, I just want to see what it feels like. You do this a lot, I want to see what it feels like.
No, I've never done
it. And it just felt like I had crap all over my face.
Get dry and start cracking.
See, I don't like all that. I don't like that
Take
feeling.
It off.
Mm-hmm.
Anything
Speedy
that
must do it
hems
a lot.
me in, I don't. So.
No, this is a funny story, though. The picture of
a
lady with an Oscar Mayer face mask on is
But
funny.
why would a woman want that? Like you would
Well,
think,
you know,
if
look,
men did this, that you're probably playing. Where have they got
is it
market
made out
data that makes them think women will want to put a piece of bologna on their face?
It says here it's a Korean beauty skincare company that joined forces with Oscar Mayer.
Yes, yeah.
And the face masks are hydrating and restoring whatever to promote skin healthiness and hydration, moisture retention, all this kind of stuff.
What if this became?
If I was going to do this,
they
I
offer
would do
anti-inflammatory products too. Benefits, I should say, in this this face mask. So it's your face mask where you
looks like
you apply the mask, relax for 10 to 20 minutes, then remove the mask. But the whole time it looks like you've got bologna on your face.
What if this was
I'd do that.
part of Speedy's new pre-show routine?
And I made y'all do
that
it.
while you were printing off show prep, you had a bologna face mask on.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Adler, has Erin ever put a face mask on you and you sat there with her?
No, I've never done that. I believe that goes under don't ask, don't tell. But no, I've never.
Okay,
I've never done that. no.
Okay, you haven't played face mask.
No.
Oh, okay.
Have you?
That's what I was going to say. You haven't. Okay, so you
He definitely
you're just
has.
now
I
answering that.
definitely.
And he's
has.
grinning a little bit too.
No wonder his skin looks so good on his head. Yeah.
You exfoliate, huh?
Oh, wow.
What if I put a face mask like on my head though, like straight up, like on top of my head? I know Greg was going to say no because his minions, he would lose a lot of respect.
I mean,
from
you
him.
look at
so
my face,
Greg will
and tell
lie.
I've never put any.
I just
could
wanted
probably
to,
use a few.
I wanted to know what it felt like. You know what I mean? Like, and I didn't like it.
Well, you want to order? Let's order you some of this.
You want to know what it feels like to wear a bra? Try that. I mean, why you at it? If you just want to know what it feels like.
Who says I hadn't done that before?
Well, they're okay. There you go.
Goodness gracious.
I saw that look on your face like, how do you know?
What's wrong with that, Greg?
Yeah, that'd be silly.
Yeah. Well, you remember 2004? I do
Sure,
remember that.
sure.
Yeah.
That was prior to Jesus.
Well, I got a question I'm not going to ask. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. Time for the break could not have come any sooner.
There you go.
We'll take a break. We'll come back. One more segment, and then Rick and Bubba join us for the main show. Don't go anywhere. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. We could take unscreened phone calls kind of like yesterday. You never know.
Yeah, we could.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's hilarious. I don't exercise. I feel like junk.
Yeah. You know what my goal is? Less fat. That's it. You know what it is? No man boobs. If we can stay away from man boobs, we got it. I want to be able to play with my kids, play some pickup basketball every now and then, walk with only a slight limp and not have man boobs.
Why are we having nobody in here? Okay, phone's ringing. Nobody's answering the phones.
Here's what I do in that situation. I just turn this volume down so I don't hear it.
That's good, Greg.
Fixed. Done.
Fixed. Here, I'll answer it. Rick and Bubba Show. This is Speedy.
So good.
Rick and Bubba Show. This is Greg.
No, I don't understand a 6-year-old drinking the energy drink. I mean, you're 6. We're all trying to get the energy you already have.
Yeah. Save that for the 50-year-olds.
Right. Hey, I don't know why my kid won't sit still. Well, it could be the 3 Red Bulls. I mean, what's next? Energy drink in a sippy cup? Is that where we're headed?
Come on.
Come on. Come on. Come on. Da, da, da.
When I had Pyromania, the album, when I was a teenager. You thought it couldn't get better? Oh, I couldn't believe it. It was awesome. I thought when Pyromania was done that music would just stop and be put on pause. First time I heard Photograph, I thought, well, I guess music just stops. We're not gonna take it. No, we're not gonna take it. They're extremely athletic. Oh my goodness.
You talking about wrestling?
Yeah, but it's predetermined. This thing where like someone's acting like there's still a debate. It's still real to me. You gotta be an athlete, you can get hurt, but it's a stunt show. That's not up for debate anymore. You guys are in a lot of trouble.
It's not.
It's like everything else. You look at the old wrestling and then look at what they do now.
You gotta get in your grandstanding and your hot dogging, don't you? Yeah!
I'm not jealous of Rick, but I do wish his hair would fall out. That I do. That's the only thing. I have nothing else about him that I even look up to. But secretly, I wish his hair would fall out.
Well, being an only child has advantages and disadvantages. Every position in the family does. I was used to putting down my stuff, and when I go back, it's right where I left it. And I still appreciate that. And I deplore people to touch my stuff. But other than that, I didn't have any hang-ups.
Come on! You got siblings? Yes, I have an older sister by 2 years.
Yeah. What was it? Y'all, were there any problems ever between y'all two?
I would say no. She would say yes. she would say that everything was fine till I came along, just for 2 years.
Sure.
Growing up with Greg as a sibling, why I have not been given some award for that? Because everybody says, oh, I had a sibling too. You didn't have Greg Burgess. Couldn't play games outside. He would get called in by our mom. He would end up getting disciplined. No matter where we went, he didn't like to eat anything. He would get mad about what the food is. Just picture Greg now, that attitude, and just picture it tiny. And that's what we lived through.
What's the biggest sibling fight y'all got in?
The one I remember is Mom and them had like company over. A lot of people were in the house. And it seems like they were on the kitchen playing cards or something. We got in a fight like between the kitchen table and the wall with people, like our parents' friend. I'm not talking about, we wouldn't just put, this is punching each other in the face. And Mother screaming trying to stop us in front of everybody. I remember that one.
I remember my brother and I, we took out a lamp one time. That was bad. It was a brand new lamp too. Took out a screen door one time. That was bad. Screen doors are expensive.
You're a little destructive. And then Dad got the most upset the time I threw you in the china cabinet. Yeah. I didn't mean to hit
And
the
then
china
he
cabinet.
got you one time for kicking me. Remember, he said you can beat him up, but don't kick him.
Yeah, he said you're bigger than him, so you can't kick. I didn't know that.
Now I could kick. He couldn't kick.
And he had hit me with a Hot Wheels track.
Yeah.
And I said, but he hit me with a piece of the Hot Wheels track. He says, doesn't matter. At your size, you can't kick. Now, keep in mind, my dad didn't stop the fight. He just laid out some rules.
If your hands could be anything, what would you make them?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean,
Like
anything.
shoot fire?
Anything.
I think sucky hands would be good.
Okay, you're going with
'Cause
sucky hands.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't take the elevator, you all the way up.
If your hands could be any kind of tool, what would they be, Bubba?
A printing press so you could print money.
What about you, Greg?
Be like a big sword. You know, it would come in and out.
Hey, if your hands could be any kind of cool thing, what would you make them? Speedy's gonna have sucky hands. What would you?
Sucky? You like sucky hands?
What about you, Houndsy?
Phone hands.
Phone hands?
Phone hands, so I don't have to, or TV remote. One of them's a phone and one of them's a TV remote. 'Cause
10 minutes till top of the hour is the kickoff hour, and we're live. Thank you so much for tuning in. I have got a story for Bubba today. Helmsy, you brought it up prior to the kickoff hour. I thought we'd discuss it a little bit because I know Bubba is listening in his office, getting ready for the day, just to fire him up. Girl Scout cookies.
How about this?
Hey.
Great news for old number 2.
They're now available through DoorDash?
They are.
Oh, my goodness.
How about that?
Oh, my
Don't
goodness.
tell him.
I think the last time he's had some, and I could be wrong, is when he was quarantining down at the lake, and
he went and made that connection out on the water.
Yeah, and got a
that.
box of Girl Scout cookies. Hearing Betty tell that story is so funny.
Heard 2 things yesterday that I knew. One of them would impact Bubba, and one of them would impact me. One was the Girl Scouts and the fact that they've got to adjust to what's going on out there in society, and so they've said, hey, we'll partner with DoorDash, and so if you want some Girl Scout cookies, we'll just have them delivered to your house, which I think is phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing that impacted me yesterday when I heard it is Netflix is raising their prices yet again.
$2.
See, I don't know
so
about
up
that.
to $15. So
that might do me in there.
You know what, Speedy? That's a very good point, and I look, they don't, in my opinion, they don't provide enough content, enough new content to justify $15, especially when everybody else is doing $5, $4.95, $6.
Well, I mean, I don't watch enough Netflix to have
I don't
a
either.
$15 bill coming my way every month. I really have it because the entire family kind of shares it, so I know they use it a lot too. So I'll ask them about it. If it's like, no, we use it a lot, then we'll keep it. But man,
I heard a guy making I never heard this before, and he called it to have a Netflix account and to deal with these price hikes was like a social tax, because everybody in society, you almost feel like you're left out if you're not in conversation about the shows that they have.
Well, that's when
I'd
they've
never
got
heard
you.
it. I'd never heard it called a social tax before.
Yeah.
But I'm with you, Speedy. This may do me in.
Well, I know you come and go. So,
I do,
mean, that's nothing new
now I will
to you.
say for the last 6 months I have had our account because of the kids. Really, I've watched a couple of documentaries, and there's a few things on there that I'll watch.
You've
from time to
have
time.
you watched Lost in Space?
You know, I did watch a few episodes of that, and I don't know why.
get into it.
I don't know why I stopped watching it.
You watched, Greg, I know, Lost in Space with a face mask on.
Yeah,
a baloney face
baloney
mask.
face mask.
I know that. I know it happened. So back to the Girl Scout cookies. As part of the new partnership, they're available for delivery on DoorDash. The pair announced this week. Girl Scouts of USA says you'll be able to order cookies for delivery or pickup at nearby booths. They will then track and fulfill orders and all this kind of stuff, manage inventory. It says it's in select markets, so we do have to find out if Bubba has that available where he lives. But you can get the DoorDash app or online and see if you can order the Girl Scout cookies.
I'm going to go out on a limb here. I doubt we have it where I live.
No, probably not.
You would think that Girl Scouts in general, if they were wanting to get rid of their cookies, they would come up with this stuff already. Between Venmo and all these different services that we have available to us, it's a wonder that some, super kid hadn't rocked that out there anyway. That's probably where they got that.
Is this the time of year where they attack you every time you go in the front door?
Yeah. Well, it's here. It's
and
here.
I feel bad, and I end up buying them. And to be honest with you, I think the cookies are way overrated. I'm not that into them, but I can't tell them little girls no when they ask me if I want to buy cookies. I feel bad.
So they got 2 new flavors, too, it looks like. 2 new cookies coming out. But they say in addition to DoorDash, you can also text the Girl Scouts cookies at 59618 and then they'll, according to your zip code, the Girl Scouts will look into how you get them. So there's different
adjusting to the market.
So Bubba's not going to have to float up on the lake and like
he was smuggling.
and find them that way. I mean, there's other ways just to be delivered right to you.
Which that's an amazing story within itself.
Mm-hmm.
He went that far with it.
Yeah. So I have some friends who, of course, have tested positive, don't we all?
Yeah.
And I was talking to them the other day, and they said, if it wasn't for these delivery services, I don't know how we both have COVID. We're the only 2 that live in this house. And so we can't just go bebopping through a grocery store. And you try not to do that. You want to do the right thing. I guess you could not tell anybody.
Yeah,
but that's
you know
not,
what that's. Don't ask, don't tell.
Yeah. Back to Helmsley's policy. But they said, man, we just, do the shipped stuff and then have food deliver if we're hungry. And before this, I don't know what we'd do. So they had groceries delivered, put at their doorstep. The guy walks away and they got groceries.
Yeah.
But think about before we had all this and now we got Girl Scout cookies being delivered.
We don't really panic anymore like we used to.
No.
That other than toilet paper for some reason during this. But yeah, that's changed. That's changed the game, and it's made it way more convenient for us.
Yeah.
As customers.
Now, I was talking to Greg
I'll
yesterday.
have something delivered in a minute.
Yeah.
I
will. I will too. First, I mean,
I'll even go if I need. Let's say I need some kind of random tool or something that's like $8. Well, I've got a hardware store that's 3 miles down the road that I could go immediately and get it, and I won't. I'll order it online and just deal with it tomorrow.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'll go that far with
I still will get out and go in, but it depends on how bad I need it, I guess.
Yeah.
So I was talking to Greg yesterday back to binging stuff, and I said, because he was like, man, I'm glad to be back, because after a while, if you're sitting there quarantining or whatever, it gets boring.
Yes.
And I know, Greg, you had to isolate yourself from Lisa in the house, making sure she didn't get it and all this kind of stuff. And I asked him, I said, what'd you binge watch? And you want to give him your response, what you dialed into, what you were watching?
It was
SEAL
Team for me. What were you watching?
An older movie, older show?
Yeah. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I happened to be flipping, and I come across North Dallas 40. And it was awesome. How about this? I will say this. Nick Nolte was more athletic than I gave him credit for.
Okay.
He plays a receiver in it.
Yeah.
And he don't look stupid
I
when
don't
he's
think
out
I've
there
ever
running
seen
around.
that movie.
Oh, it's classic. It's from
So you got
1979.
You got dialed in?
And you got Mac Davis as the quarterback. He used to be a singer and actor. I don't know, it's probably ahead of your time.
Yeah, it was.
But now it's not for the faint of heart. Okay, it's pretty rough, but it's a classic. It's about fictional, obviously, NFL team, the North Dallas Bulls, and of course, behind the scenes, and we're all shooting up pain in our knees, and Anyway, it's not. I hate to recommend it, but it's a classic. And,
so you got locked in on
I
that?
looked. I said, "Here it is. I hadn't seen it in years."
Sit down. I'll watch it.
Yeah, but
Kill
like I
a
said,
couple
I
hours.
forgot though. But Nick Nolte was actually he pulled it off. I mean, he didn't look. A lot of times these actors, these movies, you're like, yeah okay, but he actually looked like he could play. He could play a little ball.
Huh. I just thought that was funny. I'm like, so what'd you watch or whatever? And that's the first thing that came to his mind.
See, I remember when I was a kid, because if you watched that, because the language was bad, you probably weren't supposed to watch it.
Mm-hmm.
But if you snuck and watched North Dallas 40, you had something to talk about. Big offensive lineman Joe Bob and all them. Of course, Joe Bob and his buddy are getting in the last game. This guy's they can't block him, and they chop him and break his leg on purpose.
Well, yeah. Problem taken care of.
Yeah,
Shouldn't have done it.
But people that grew up in my era remember North Dallas 40.
North
I don't know
Dallas
why
40.
it was on.
So
I was like, hey, I'm watching, and it just came on.
So you called it perfect.
Oh, yeah. It's awesome.
I just thought that was kind of funny because we're all talking about new things, and hey, North Dallas 40.
Yeah.
Kind of killed me a couple hours there.
Is that how you spend a lot of your time? Was watching TV?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I did the same thing.
You know what I
And
get
I
locked
didn't even feel
into?
bad.
I just
when I was
kicked
doing it.
back,
I did some yard work,
rested.
and I went and I cleaned my truck up yesterday, and
The most physical thing I did was take trash out. That's probably about it.
Right. Well, I mean, if you're isolating and you feel good, then you do more and you're productive around the house. But if you're isolating and you just feel like crap, you just like want to lay there and
Well, I was
just
going to
watch
burn
stuff.
boxes or watch North Dallas.
Right, and you said, hey,
And I
here it
went with
is.
North Dallas
Well,
40.
because you caught it when it was starting.
Yeah, I mean, if it had been like hour into it, I wouldn't have stayed. But I caught it right as it came on.
I don't know why, but about mid-afternoon every day, I'll catch myself if I sit down and have a late lunch or something, I'll turn the TV on. I'll go straight to Gunsmoke. I don't know why,
Really?
but it's always on, and I'll catch myself watching it.
Yeah.
A full episode. And then another one will
That's a good
start.
one. It's
Who doesn't
classic.
love Gunsmoke? It's
Matt
a
Dillon.
little older than that one, but you know what I mean.
Oh, it's real old.
Yeah. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Rick and Bubba join us. North Dallas 40.
North Dallas 40. Don't watch it. I don't want to hear the email.
Okay. We'll take a break. We'll come back. Rick and Bubba join us for the main show. Don't you go anywhere. Everybody back together again.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Evidently, we lose the TV remote all the time at the house. Then I don't have to carry my phone around. It's always here. It turned in my...
I'm going with magnetic hands. Dunk. Hey, I need a fork. Dunk.
I know I already have big, long fingers, but I kind of want extendo hands.
I think I would like to have shoehorn hands, you know? Just like anytime I'm putting on my shoes, I'd be ready. Very practical.
Here's your clubhouse parking.
Ooh, look at
Here
me.
is your media credential. The question
Ooh.
I have is, do I give this to Greg or give to you to
You
give
give
to
to-
him in the morning and go, hey, buddy, here's your stuff?
You give to me.
Okay.
This is where it goes in my hands. You know when you go to an event at the arena or something, and you hold all the tickets, and as your kids go in, you say, right as you get to the lady taking up the tickets, you hand your kids the tickets. That's what I'm going to do with Greg with it.
Slightly off face.
Just a slide.
Let me say.
Look at
It
that.
kind of is.
First round, I was like, 1, 2, we go.
It's kind of hard to believe that we got down to this country, that we just had a decision to make between Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. We got a lot of people in this country. And like if it was a playoff, we got down to them. That was the Super Bowl.
We are on location at the 2017 Regions Tradition.
Gary.
I'm here, boy.
Couldn't find a parking spot today. Of course, we've done this, 1,000 times, but all the parking spots had names on them. So I just parked in John Daly's parking spot. I figured, what's the difference? flies off like that and you're good with that? I mean, what if it don't come back?
Buddy, it's going to come back.
That is so cool.
Gary, did they say you could have that?
I hope they do.
It's the Rick and Bubba Show coming to you today from beautiful Greystone Country Club, the Regents Tradition, the Champions Tour. Today, the Celebrity Pro-Am. It's shocking that we have ever been allowed to return, even after the first time we were here.
Look, hey, there's Governor Tuberville.
There's no telling what's going to be happening today.
Right over here, we have these people with memorabilia. I can't wait for Bo Jackson to come in and just destroy them.
Texted me and asked me if I had been in Odenville and thinks this is me, that the criminal they're looking for. I have not been around Odenville, Alabama at all.
You ran for governor.
Oh, buddy.
I dig everything up on you.
Yep.
What do you think I pulled that for?
We try to just kind of grab people as they go by, and Bubba, we saw Tommy Tuberville.
Or some people just call him Governor.
Yeah, our Governor Tuberville.
How are you, Coach?
I'm going to tell you, 24 years, you boys have made it. You know, I've been to this thing many times. Y'all know that, and I played with you.
Oh, yeah.
Del Greco's on the side of a hill up here.
Is he?
CBS is by the porta potty, and you guys have got a level lie down here with a tent.
We've been blessed. It's it's kind of like coaching. I mean, if you can stay in either one of those businesses for any amount of time, it's difficult. You look so much calmer now. I bet your blood pressure's better right now.
Well, yes. My wife said, you've changed.
Yeah.
So you think? Yeah. You run me off at Auburn and you ship me to Lubbock, Texas. Now I'm gonna tell you what, that's like going to Siberia. Somebody asked me, so what's Texas? What's Lubbock look like? I said, look like Iraq.
You know you're broadcasting, right, Coach?
Huh?
You know you're broadcasting.
Well, I love those people out there.
Coach, thanks for being with us, and glad of all the places you've been, and you've decided to make your home in Alabama.
Glad to be here. Good to see you guys.
Good to see you, too.
Right.
Thank you,
Coach Tommy Tuberville. From the SEC channel, ESPN, there's Booger McFarland.
I'd say you got a lot to get to. I mean, I've been sitting here 2 minutes. I was waiting to come on.
Man, you wouldn't believe all the stuff they have to do, man.
I mean, tell them just hey, listen, we're sponsored by X, and let's get rid of it.
Let's keep going.
First time for the Pro-Am. Looking forward to it. Now, I've been in Birmingham before, and usually when I come in town, I always try to find somewhere new to eat. And
well, we got the places to eat.
You think you look at us? You think we don't know?
Well, I wasn't going to go there, but since you did. The SEC West is a toss-up this year, and I know people in Alabama probably don't want to hear that. Alabama's going to have a very young team, and I know they're talented. I know they got a lot. They got 5 stars.
They always got players.
Yeah, they got 5 stars sitting in the bench.
I truly get that, but anytime you start hearing words like quarterback competition.
Pass the gravy, please.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. It is a brand new hour. We've got the whole team back together again for the time being. So we're excited to start another hour. This one starts with our national anthem.
2.5 minutes past the hour. You got Team Rick and Bubba going forward. We're back at full staff. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all giving you a kickoff hour, which has been along all the various Rick and Bubba platforms. And hopefully that you have participated in that. And now Bubba and I will join them as we all go forward, unpacking the stories of the day, chatting with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG, live from the No Name Studio. Will of Mead hasn't spun. Could spin today or tomorrow. We know it'll be one of those days. Across the way, there he is, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as Silver Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and a master at a King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates everywhere, welcome into our little gathering known as Rick and Bubba.
Somebody say it. Sing it, girl.
Well, I see blue skies.
Let's go. Music. Sweet music. Everybody sing. There is beauty in the world. There is beauty in the world. There is beauty in the world. Shake your butt to girls. Let's go. There is beauty in the world. Let me tell you now. All together now.
Let me hear you sing.
Yeah, there is beauty in the world. I will tell you that I'm being greatly affected by this new studio setup and the changes. Hey, Rick, you don't have to hold a card out in front of every door in your life. I mean, I'm getting to the point where I just carry around a card and I'll just hold it up to doors. I mean, not even on the right side of it.
Yeah.
You should have seen me a minute ago. I was trying to leave the office to go get some coffee, and I was just taking my card out, putting it on the back of doors. Yeah. I'm like, Rick, you can go through that door. Just turn the knob and go.
Yeah.
I mean, you already see me with my card. She's like, what is that with this card? I said, I got to get in the house. I got a card.
Yeah, I held mine up to the shades trying to get them to move yesterday.
Yeah.
No, that's the stick. Twist the stick.
Yeah, I know. And, you sound like our president.
Yeah.
But anyway,
boy,
no.
let me tell you, did y'all see any of that yesterday?
Hey, now.
And let me tell you what is funny about that, okay? They thought we need to get Joe out there because one of his best qualities is he's empathetic to people's concerns, and they love the empathy that he shows.
Yep.
And let me tell you, if you went away yesterday thinking that was good for your cause, you need to seek professional help. How were people not running out to that press conference screaming 25th Amendment?
Well, I missed it, but I saw all your comments, and when like yesterday, yesterday was the first day I started going, wow, like everybody's getting on him. I mean, no matter what media source it is. And then I'm looking down on our videos today, and you told me, and we were starting Van Jones is saying some
CNN's
very
Van
negative
Jones,
things.
who's an avowed communist, by the way.
Yeah.
And when he says that this is getting sad and out of hand, compared it to Ronald Reagan's last year in office, and President Reagan struggled with dementia and other issues too, because he was an older gentleman.
Sure.
You know what? He's right. But I think it's worse.
Well, here's what gets me. I'm looking at it here, and I guess, Rick, you're just going to tell everybody the video. But I mean,
we'll look at
he's
it
comparing, but even the comparison he makes is a shot at Biden. He's basically saying, hey, you can get away with it if you're doing a good job. If everybody thinks you're winning.
New poll numbers
it's awful.
have hit a new low for him.
Well, I mean, guys, let's
and
just
it's
stop
not
playing.
shocking.
Yeah,
It's not shocking.
This is one of those things. I know you can't do this. It looks like there's an attempt to do it now because they think that he's hurting them, not helping them. You know, it looks like with Biden right now that the party hadn't come around yet, but the media is coming around. The party hopefully will follow. It's the boys of Company C, Greg. Get away from that man.
Oh yeah.
I mean that man.
Everybody's
the party. That man's problematic right there.
Rick, the party will never come around. You cover your own till there is no hope.
You're right.
But even the left-wing media is now realizing we cannot put lipstick on this pig any longer. I mean, we look like morons. We can't keep this up. I mean, even they're going, we can't look at ourselves in the mirror.
Well, you're right. This is now, I think, Joe Biden's loss of mental faculties, that his fade has become bipartisan. I mean, it's like, guys, we're just a country, and we can't have this. Right. We can't have somebody. It's not anything, like mean, or we can agree to disagree on how government should be run. That's what makes this country great. No, we're talking about somebody leading the free world that does not have the grasp of his mental faculties to the point that he can do it.
I realize.
I understand that you go, well, man, we got other people. His administration can run the country. I mean, but do we not all agree that our president, God love him? I mean, I'm at that point. God love him.
Yeah.
I mean, he can't do this.
Well,
it sounds like last night was bad.
If he was removed from office, you have Kamala Harris now as president, which
doesn't get any better.
I'm not excited about at all politically.
Maybe Joe's doing okay.
But
prop him up.
But you just, I don't know. He stumbled. He even hinted that if the Russians go into the Ukraine, but they don't go in real bad and don't kill a lot of people, it may be okay. And of course, the Ukraine president has lost his mind.
Yeah, and the White House was quick to send something out after that, going, "Hold on now, wait a minute.
Yeah.
This is what he meant. Let us clarify."
Clarify.
Terry just kept repeating out loud, "This is our president. This is our president.
So
this is our president." Over and over.
We'll take a look at that. We got an update on Adler and his wife, the battle against COVID here on the show. An update on Dwayne Johnson and the T-Rex controversy.
Saw that.
Supreme Court has ruled about Trump keeping his papers private. And while some people think, "Ooh, yeah, we got Trump," just remember that means now we have a precedent for all future presidents, Democrat and Republican. And the Senate has voted to keep the filibuster in play. Look, there's been times I didn't like it because the vote was not going the way I wanted it, but the upper house is supposed to be a cooling plate, and if you don't have that, then you've just got two houses of representatives, and that ain't a good thing.
We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG's our number, and we'll chat with you today as well.
Rick, you won't believe how he's graded himself this first year. He thinks he's done a fantastic job.
Oh, yeah.
Have you ever been around people that are going through what he's going through?
Yeah, I call it delusional.
Well, Bubba, they don't live in.
Whether they're going through something or not.
They don't live in the real world.
No, they don't.
Sadly, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We don't know who's going to play at that spot. That tells you got a young team. And I think it's going to be up to Nick, and he does it every year to get those guys to gel together. But if you look on the other side at Auburn, Auburn may have the best quarterback in the league.
Greg, please look at the guy over there shaking his permanent marker.
He's shaking it. First of all, have you noticed the people that are getting the memorabilia signed? There's kind of a trend, and I don't want to point it out.
You know what's funny is I'm like the Pied Piper around here. Every time I come to these things, it's like the
Everybody
Pied Piper.
expects it. You gotta have it.
Listen to this. I just forgot about this. I still got your Gap wedge in my bag.
Do you really?
I swear to God, I got your Gap wedge.
Thanks, Taylor. I appreciate
from
it.
last year.
Thank you.
I still have your wedge.
I've looked all over for that thing.
So you gonna use it today?
I might, yeah, but you're left-handed, aren't you?
No.
All right, well, somebody else is.
Jackson
Look,
just came
Bo
up.
Jackson is giving me a neck massage. Right?
That don't happen every day.
Bo knows. Bo knows massage.
He does. But,
These hands, these fingers work wonders.
I bet they do. Taylor, how old are you now?
40.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
He's 40.
Yeah.
That's young now.
That's young.
I mean, that ain't
Well,
nothing.
at 40, you need eyeglasses. If
But
you stick
see-
them all over the house.
But-
You don't want to know what happens at 50.
Yeah, you don't want to know.
No.
But with him being 40, with all that gray hair, he'd be hit down at the senior center, down at Shady Acres.
Yeah, oh,
Women.
Yeah.
Hey,
Casanova.
Casanova, Shady Acres. You get that blue hair moving around.
I'm telling you.
From gray to blue, baby. Hey, if they're paying, I'm playing.
I know we're a long way from football season, so I don't want anybody to think it's necessary that I'm sitting between Coach Gus Malzahn and Coach Dan Mullen, and we're not to that place yet.
Overall, we had a really good spring, and we were injury-free, which is always very important, and, left spring feeling pretty good.
If you can leave spring with no injuries,
Well, it's you. You know, you look. I mean, in today's game, you might be able to overcome an injury at certain positions, but sometimes it'll hit, and you just don't have the next guy. You're looking at developing players, and especially if it's a guy you're counting on that's been developed. You know, the backup that's coming in might not be ready for showtime or right. as developed. And then the trickle-down effect. That's what people don't get. It's not the one guy, but it's the trickle-down. That's more reps on the next guy, and then you're going to, not just the one goes down, but now that two becomes the one, the three becomes the two, and
That's
the trickle-down effect.
Kirby Smart has joined us. Kirby, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. I'm so excited to see Bubba play today. I tell you what, it's worth the trip over.
Do you know what you're getting into?
Yeah, he told me he was scratched.
He might scratch his rear end.
They told me how good he was at tennis. They said that hand-eye coordination will carry over. He said it's easy to hit a stationary ball.
When you see Bubba, you think tennis, don't you?
No doubt. I'm thinking maybe I should start playing if he's good.
What in your mind though? What's the biggest difference about being head versus being a coordinator?
I'd say time management. I've told people that repeatedly. That's the biggest difference. You know, sometimes you get more time with your family because you're not allowed to go out and recruit as much. But the other responsibilities kind of weigh on you. You know, the speaking engagements, raising money, and doing things like that, and being around your team.
You're in trouble with her anyway, aren't you? You know, y'all were married, and there's nothing wrong with that. She was wanting you to kind of whisper some sweet nothings to her, didn't she?
Well, she asked me. Here we go. She wanted me to whisper dirty things in her ear. I told her the kitchen and living room.
You ready? You focused? 2 years in a row to hit it down the middle, highly unlikely.
From the nationally syndicated Rick and Bubba Show, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Greg, you're drinking green tea?
That's right.
Get out of here, you hippie.
Slightly.
"22 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show." So what was this press conference last night for the president? What was it?
Well, this was the
Stated-
president. No, he was going to address the nation. And they wanted to show Uncle Joe and how he cared. That was one of his big plus points during the election. He cared. He was more sensitive than Trump.
He loves us. He loves us.
He could put himself in your position because I know many of you.
I feel your pain.
Have lived off the government trough for 40 years.
Yeah, the Democrats love that, like that. They know they feel everything we feel.
Yeah.
And,
well, Rick, he started. It was all topics on the table. Okay, and he started, and you could tell he had prepared statements. And we're talking Biden standards here. Wasn't doing too bad. And then he started taking questions and then started getting mad at some of the questions, and he started getting relaxed. And then before you knew it, there was one time I counted his eyes were closed for 5 Mississippi.
Yeah, I thought
couldn't
I
believe
thought
it.
he passed out
I did
landing on
too.
that notebook.
I did too.
Yeah.
That's so good.
Do you want to
I start
start?
screaming, Betty, look, he's going down.
Do you want to just start with 60
Yeah,
seconds
let's
of
start
just
and
bad
roll
moments?
it. Let's roll it.
Here we go.
Oh, my
All right, here it
goodness.
is.
There's a lot of frustration. I often see empty shelves being shown on television. People are paying more for a pound of hamburger meat than they ever paid. Very few schools are closing. It's one thing if it's a minor incursion and they pull up to a pump and all of a sudden instead of paying $2.40 a gallon, they're paying $5 a gallon. Should we have done more testing earlier? Yes. Did we have it at the moment exactly when we should have moved, and could we have moved a month earlier? Yeah, we could have. I think report cards can look pretty good. I didn't overpromise. I don't view that as somehow a mark of incompetence. I have not been out in the community nearly enough. Go back and read what I said. We always have long press conferences. I don't believe the polls. Folks, I don't think I've overpromised at all. I think we've done remarkably well. The COVID-19 is not going to give up and accept things. It's not going to go away. That is an interesting reading of English.
I don't even know what to.
Let's hear a few of them broken down a little bit better.
It lasted
Adler,
almost 2 hours. Rick.
Give us one B.
This is the one where he's asked himself why everybody thinks he's unfit.
Yeah, from Newsmax.
Okay. Oh my God.
And the guy was very respectful when he asked him.
Thank you very much for this honor, James Rosen with Newsmax. I'd like to raise a delicate subject, but with utmost respect for your life accomplishments and the high office you hold. A poll released this morning by Politico Morning Consult found 49% of registered voters disagreeing with the statement, Joe Biden is mentally fit.
Oh my. That's so uncomfortable.
Not even a majority of Democrats who responded strongly affirmed that statement.
I'm uncomfortable.
Well, I'll let you all make the judgment whether they're correct.
Well, so the question I have for you, sir, if you'd let me finish, is why do you suppose such large segments of the American electorate have come to harbor such profound concerns about your cognitive fitness?
How about the who's on the ladder back there? Why is somebody calling
moving stuff around for cameras and stuff.
If you have a live national press conference, I don't know why you're dragging a ladder in the scene.
Right.
I mean, we as goofy as we are, and we'll walk through a camera here. You've seen that. We probably wouldn't drag a ladder through here. Well, it depends if we was trying to reach breakfast.
Right.
But
somebody put a
all I
burrito
could
up.
figure is that was one of his handlers, and she's about to jump. That's all I can figure.
You can't take no more.
Do you want him saying he does not believe the 2022 elections can be fair without his voting bill?
Yeah, let's get them off.
All right, we'll just go through them in order, Adler.
night.
So here he is last night saying he's got to have his voting bill that he wanted.
He didn't get.
That he didn't get.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking of voting rights legislation, if this isn't passed, do you still believe the upcoming election will be fairly conducted and its results will be legitimate?
Well, it all depends on whether or not we're able to make the case to the American people that some of this is being set up to try to alter the outcome of the election. And it's one thing, look.
That's what they complain Trump.
Maybe I'm just being too much of an optimist. Remember how we thought not that many people were going to show up to vote in the middle of a pandemic? We had the highest voter turnout in the history of the United States of America. Well, I think if, in fact, no matter how hard they make it for minorities to vote, I think you're going to see them willing to stand in line and defy the attempt to keep them from being able to vote.
What?
I think you're going to see the people we're trying to keep from being able to show up, showing up and making the sacrifice that needs to be made in order to change the law back to what it should be. But it's going to be difficult. I make no bones about that. It's going to be difficult. But we're not there yet. We've not run out of options yet, and we'll see how this moves.
So you see what he's
Oh,
saying.
my goodness.
Classic Democratic move. They're setting you up. Now, can anybody tell you how minorities are going to have a hard time voting? Can anybody explain that to you?
What?
He said, I think they're willing to make the sacrifices, like getting what everybody else has to have to vote, an ID.
Yeah.
and prove they are who they say they are, like everybody has to do? Is that what he means? Persevering through that?
If you drove over to vote, you've already got the ID you need.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Right.
This is one of the more, I feel like, deeply flawed logic arguments I have ever heard in my life.
Well, as you said, they're just going to do their version of what they tried to vilify Trump for doing.
Yeah, now
if they don't win, they're going to say, well, voter suppression.
Mm-hmm.
So that's exactly, they said Trump complained a year in advance that the elections could be stolen.
Yep.
And that was evil of him to do that. That was wrong. He set it up. We saw this coming. It was an easy play to read. Now you're doing the same thing.
Right.
Same
well,
thing.
Well, remember, they also did the same thing in 2016 when they thought Trump's victory was tainted.
Right.
Now, but they just hope we all move on, forget those things, and don't notice this when they start saying something that they just hope we don't notice.
Oh, we got a little more of Joe.
I hate to bring up from the original Avengers. Guy over there is playing Galaga. He didn't think we'd notice, but we did.
I want you to catch this thing he said about the Ukraine. See how you would read that if you're Putin.
Okay. All right. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Slightly. I've never had it. Let me try it. I don't like the term green tea. Who? It don't have no taste. It doesn't have any taste. What do you think, Gary?
I don't drink stuff like that. Don't have enough alcohol in it.
Not enough. Doesn't have enough.
Well, smooth broadcast went well. You know, we've been doing this a lot of years. We stayed out of trouble.
Glad to be here. Good to see you guys.
Good to see you, sir. Thank you. Coach Tommy Tuberville, enjoy the day today, Coach. Thanks for taking time.
Hit 'em
with
straight.
us, as always. What time we'll come back 15 minutes at the top of the hour. Booger McFarland
See you guys.
On deck
What
to
time
be
you
with
get
us.
off? What time you get off?
I had my headphones on. I didn't know nothing was going on.
He was getting louder every time she thought it was him.
Headphones on.
Rick,
I had the headphones on.
Rick, and then you got frustrated with those stiff necks. What time you turn off?
You see, you're in my blind spot.
Final time over here. Bubba.
You know how many times
Bubba. His fourth time he asked, he was standing by the table.
Did that the first time?
Bubba, listen to me.
What are you doing off? What time?
Have a good day. Love you. Thanks, buddy.
Man, what a time we had at Shoal Creek yesterday. I was so tired when I watched the documentary. Finally, at the end of the day, I didn't even notice that was on there. But hey, this is a good time to let you know it's a contest. So here's the deal. We weren't at either one of those. Can you guess the golf course we were at? If you can, we got a Rick and Bubba t-shirt for you.
He's got his hand in the bag of chips.
These are like corn chips. They're good for you.
Y'all see that 30-foot putt?
Yeah,
Fella,
nuts.
your putt was insane.
Pray, Lord, that you be glorified by the way we work and by the way we entertain.
Oh, hey, what's up, late? Hey, thank you for being a dependable intern. Thank you for being a dependable intern. I really appreciate it. You're here, you know? All of our other interns, we can't depend on, but here you are,
Okay.
and
if you
you
give me just 1
rock
second, I'll find
the
out.
house. You know it? I want you to know that you rock.
Please hold.
I would have eaten ribs. It's hard to eat ribs and do the show.
Sure. What do we got here, buddy?
Look right here, piling it up. Rips.
Who killed Seth Rich, Bubba?
He was informing somebody with a track record of doing that. Shut him down. Who could it be?
Thank you, Dreamland. Thank you, Dreamland.
And I went to the police myself.
Oh, yeah.
I said,
I would have stopped at the coach's office.
They did nothing. Right. I'll go to them myself.
He was all about football. You know, that was what he did, paternity.
And he loved the university.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. To a fault, it looks like.
I think he didn't want to know.
This is going to destroy this university. This is a guy I've known for years. I don't want to believe this is true. La 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 la. Maybe it'll just go away. Well, it goes back to one thing that's quite simple, and this applies to all of us, is if you're building something that is a legacy that is not based on eternal impact, not based on following Christ. See, if all these people had just simply done what God says to do and had been under the lordship of Christ and not themselves, none of them would be in this situation.
But they're piling in now.
Don't miss that this is in a sanctuary at a church. Don't miss that.
The graduates are filing in, and apparently an altercation breaks out over seating, and someone had taken someone's seat.
Oh, whoa, well, there they go. Look at this guy. Look, oh, wow. All right, 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866, we be big as our number. Have you gone to mypillow.com/Bubba? mypillow.com/Bubba, go there, let the savings begin. Instead of you going, all right, I go, let me see if I can find all these different deals that Rick and Bubba are talking about. You go to mypillow.com/Bubba, bam, bam, you're there. And what are some savings I can look for, Rick? How about $70 off their quality towel sets? Their towels are fantastic. $70 off a set. You also get 40% off Giza Dream bed sheets. You also can get these My Pillow slippers that Bubba and I love. Any size, any style, 40% off. Anybody okay with the buy one, get one free? Yeah, we got a BOGO in there, Greg. Are those BOGOs? Is that how you say it?
BOGO.
Buy one,
get one.
Buy one, get one. Also, the quality My Pillow, 75% off right now. So go ahead. Go to mypillow.com/Bubba. Let the savings begin. Also, a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
I thought they were a stick you jumped around on.
Yeah.
A BOGO stick?
Yeah. BOGO me.
You ever try the pogo stick?
I did.
I did too. When Greg had one, we tried it.
Yeah.
So let's.
This is right about like the unicycle.
It didn't really appear to be a good mode of transportation.
I would be going also, and I'd shoot off to the side.
Yeah, he just leaned a little wrong. So, Rick, I know a lot of people are seeing supply issues, but Joe Biden told us yesterday, President Joe Biden, that that's really not there. Those are not real.
So what we see on TV, those are not real.
What about the ones I see where I go?
Right, everywhere I go now, it's harder to find stuff. Straight up.
He's going to tell us it ain't
All
real.
right, here's more from his speech last night. Good gracious.
I often see empty shelves being shown on television. 89% are full.
Where did he get 89? Who gave you this 89% number?
Okay, so
so not 90% and
89.
It's not 85.
So that means
89.
89.
So by his own numbers, 11% of the shelves are empty.
Right. Yes.
Right.
They never. Yeah. But I mean, when I go in, here's like
if that's the shelf with the stuff you want on it, that's bad.
Yeah, it's like
yeah.
Well, Bubba, it's like you just said. You know how I know shelves are empty? Because I actually go to the store.
Yeah.
And when I go to the store,
the good stuff's gone.
Yeah. I go. And I've never. How about this? I can't tell you the number of times at usually the grocery store I use the most. They do a thing which they're trying to do good customer service, and it's hard right now.
Yeah, it is.
So we know what they used to say. Did you find everything okay? Guess what I'm saying now? No,
I didn't. I found an
no.
empty shelf. 89% were full of it.
Yeah.
I can say last night at my grocery store that right by my house, they had 0 whole milk. Zero.
None.
0 whole milk.
Well,
they
we
had
got a little snow in the area.
They had a little bit of 2%. They had 0. None.
Nada.
Can I tell you something?
How you run out of milk?
Can I give everybody a heads up?
The
Because
cows are on strike.
I'm about to help some people right now, by the way. Now, look, you could be led to disappointment, but I'm going to try to help some folks right now because, I'm always very helpful.
That's what you're known for.
Because sometimes your shelf is empty, but it's there, but they also have a shortage of employees. So there's fewer people working.
Stocking.
Three times I went over and said, look, I don't want to bother you. I said, but when I get home, my wife asked me why I didn't bring this home. I need you to tell me y'all don't have it at all, not that it's just not on the shelf.
Right.
3 times they said, let me go in the back. We got that.
This ain't got it.
And they went and brought it out. So don't be afraid to ask. Sometimes it's there, but the shortage of employees is hurting it getting on the shelf and a good and like it normally would.
Have y'all ever noticed, and this is even before all this supply problem, y'all probably don't deal with a lot of them where y'all live, but I'm a threat to being a Dollar General because they're about every 5 miles going through the middle of nowhere.
Greg, I was in Chilton County yesterday.
But
I wasn't in one?
Oh, and that's a nice one.
Yeah.
Have you ever noticed that they're always stocking? That they always you can't get it by because they got their crap tacked up on a pallet at the end of the aisle. They're constantly stocking.
Small aisles and always stuff stacked up and down.
I mean, do they ever have it all put out and go, we got it all put out?
Never.
I go to a fancy one, Greg. They have a paved parking lot.
Wow.
Watch it. I'm going to tell you, that one over there, Rick, by your farm, that's the nicest one I've ever seen.
It is a real good one.
One more Joe Biden clip here. The Russians have surrounded the Ukraine now, even in the water. They have their fleet out there. And here's Joe Biden telling us what to expect with that.
Oh, boy.
So I think what you're going to see is that Russia will be held accountable if it invades. And it depends on what it does. It's one thing if it's a minor incursion and then we end up having a fight about what to do and not do, et cetera.
What did you just
say? You either invade or you don't.
And then you talk about a minor incursion?
Yeah.
What does he mean?
Sounds like us.
Now, if they kind of invaded.
He went on to say, now, if they go in and start blowing up things and killing people, that's another deal.
That's pretty much an invasion.
And, the president of the Ukraine is furious, by the way. Saying, so you just told him it's okay?
Unbelievable. He basically, don't cause too much trouble. And I don't know what an incursion is. That sounds like some word we'd come up with. A minor incursion.
But if I'm Russia and I want to do this, and in the past, the reason I didn't was because I was looking for what the U.S. would retaliate with, I think it's time to go.
Oh, yeah, but he's basically...
This would be the time to move.
Greg, if they don't cause too much trouble.
I mean, you just told us we can go in, kind of.
And you've heard Putin's excuse. He says, Russians are being tortured.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
No, he wouldn't lie.
I looked up the word incursion, and it's literally an invasion or an attack, especially a sudden or brief one. So as long as the attack is minor,
sudden and brief.
Minor invasion.
Yeah, you don't the minor incursion. Those words don't go together.
Yeah, they're not going to. I promise you, if they bust the gates going 98, it ain't going to be minor.
Isn't an incursion always major?
What you need to tell Putin is that if you launch one rocket into this free country for no real reason, which is not been documented at this point, we're going to absolutely destroy your base down on the Black Sea and cripple your fleet. Is it worth it?
Right.
And then let him make the call.
But that's not going to happen.
And then back it up.
That's the reason why. That's why you wait.
The Black Sea fleet, we destroy it in the bay.
Not going to happen, buddy. I'm sorry. If you don't believe that, just ask the people who are still in Afghanistan when they were told we wouldn't leave them behind.
Well, here's the problem too. The Ukrainians are part of the old
still
Soviet
there, by
Union,
the way,
and they're fierce fighters, and a lot of the main nuclear equipment was in the Ukraine for the Soviet Union. Of course, that was removed when the Soviet Union fell, but they're fierce fighters, and I don't know. I just don't think this is going to go well for the gain versus the risk here is not very good for the Russians. I'll say that.
Yeah, this is one of those kind of things where, like, you kind of kick over an ant bed and you go, "Well, I wish I hadn't done that." They're everywhere.
Well, it's just it's not worth it.
So now the very conservative Van Jones from CNN, as you said, Bubba, a proclaimed communist. So you would think if anybody would cover for Biden, it would be Van Jones.
Oh yeah, but he realizes to get his agenda going, we can't hook to this wagon.
So he's going to compare the fade mentally of Biden to Reagan, but he said there's a big difference in the two. So here it is.
And look, I think that part of the reason that answer stood out so much is because some of the other answers were kind of foggy and meandering. I think you have to be honest that you can be a foggy, meandering president, say like Reagan near the end, if you're winning. But if you're foggy and meandering on key questions and you're also not winning, then you've got a real problem. And so I think the real challenge that you have is the numbers are out there that are bad. But this party has got to come together and start putting some wins on the board for this president. They either got to start, they're going to either hang together or they're going to hang separately in the fall.
Yeah. I mean, he says it's one thing, to have somebody like Reagan and you look around, like you said, Bubba, and there's just wins everywhere. It didn't bother you near as bad.
Well,
but when you're foggy and you're meandering, as Van Jones says, and you're not winning, it goes back to what we're saying. Look, you can be you can't be crazier than you are pretty.
Yeah.
And so he doesn't have enough wins to have such a foggy presentation
and
still be okay. Everybody's like, wow, things are real bad, and look at our president.
If President Biden wants to go back and take a history lesson on how to deal with the Soviet Union and the Russians, he needs to look to Reagan.
Yeah,
that's true.
Can I just ask America a question right now? And it's something we've said over and over in various administrations. How is that Build Back Better treating you? The word "better" just doesn't seem to fit in this Build Back effort that's out there.
And you look at all these pieces.
I kind of liked gasoline back when it was dropping down, below $2.
And Rick, why? Because they've put so much of this absolutely ridiculous climate change crap in there.
Gosh.
If you find a piece in there that you really like, it's covered up by a bunch of junk you can't live with.
Mm-hmm.
And that even Biden said yesterday he's going to have to break it up to try to get some of it done. So, good luck.
So there it is.
Can't wait to hear him explain it.
America was very uncomfortable watching the leader of the free world last night. The world, I think, was very uncomfortable. And we have a president, and you gotta. I have no ill will toward him because honestly, I think he's in a state mentally now. He probably does think he's doing better than he's doing. He wouldn't know the difference, I don't think. But it's kind of like you. I mean, we're in the bless his heart mode now.
Yeah, it's really getting bad.
Right. It's like somebody help Granddaddy get to the bathroom and back.
Yeah.
Because
we heard a lot of talk about the 25th Amendment with the last president. Those people have been amazingly quiet on this one.
Yep. 15 minutes to the top. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Watch this right here. Boom, 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 boom.
Look, God, somebody's mama in her skirt on the ground getting cuffed.
Yeah, one flip-flop on.
And so many of you ask why churches need security forces.
Well, I'm telling you.
That's a good white trash brawl.
Greg, you just got to watch that while eating Dreamland. Can it get better?
It doesn't get any better than that. I'm done for the day. I might as well go to bed and start tomorrow. I have nothing left of this day.
This day has nothing else to give.
7:30.
I'm out.
Yeah, Greg, what's the biggest fight you've ever seen?
I was at a concert, and I'm trying to think which band it was. It was the Boutwell Auditorium, and they got a real narrow hallway, and there was a beer line. And everybody was cutting in, and these two guys got to duking it out, and then that led, and it just erupted. And I was out of there. I wouldn't get in the middle. I'm talking about, if you ever been to the Boutwell, there's not much room in the halls behind it. And they were elbows flying. It was a good one. I turned and I was out of there. You don't want to get in those kind of, because you be trying to take care of your business, somehow comes that you don't see.
Yeah.
Down.
Tell us, what's the biggest fight you've either been in or witnessed?
In third or fourth grade that I was in, either I spit in his face or he spit in my face in the bathroom, and it got ugly.
Hey, Speedy, biggest fight you've ever seen or been in?
The Panama City 1987 senior trip, beach party. Just total beach brawl. There were so many fights going on, you didn't know where to look, what to do. It was insane. I'm talking about insane. Well, there was bottles being thrown from like stories up in the hotel in glass bottles. The beach, they had to close the beach. There was so much glass on the beach, they had to close the beach. Guy got killed at a gas station, had DDT'd right in the concrete. It was insane. It spread from the beach onto the main strip everywhere. It was into hotels. It was shut the city down.
Oh my
1987.
God. Oh my God.
I survived it.
I haven't really ever been in a fight, but I was in the Tuscaloosa Mall last year and saw an all-out for all. It was horrible. It was worse than the church fight.
Was it dudes or girls?
Girls. There was head slamming and hair pulling and kicking, and they were near a fountain, and I thought they were going in the water, but...
Typical Tuscaloosa.
Shut up.
Typical Tuscaloosa for you there. All right, who has the best fries?
McDonald's is walking dog.
McDonald's. Who has the best burger?
I'd have to go with the review today. Five Guys is pretty good.
Best fries.
Ooh. Okay, you know what? Steak and Shake.
Steak and Shake.
Because they're skinny and you can eat a bunch of them.
Who has the best burger?
I think Five Guys.
Best fries.
Arby's.
Best burger.
Milo's.
Best fries, McDonald's.
Who has the best burger?
If I'm going inside, it's Five Guys.
How can I pick one? The one with the best burger and fries is the one I'm closest to.
Best fries, McDonald's. Best burger, we're talking about just fast food? We're not talking about like a place I can go sit down and eat, right?
Well, Five Guys counts. It's in the running.
Okay, so just out of that kind of stuff,
sure.
In my opinion, the best burger probably is Five Guys.
Okay.
It probably is. Now, the best burger I've ever eaten in my entire life was at JJ's Grocery in Bessemer, Alabama. It's a convenience store. It's actually a food counter. As soon as you eat it, you're happy until you realize you need to have your arteries unclogged.
Oh,
that's how you do it. Beans, potato salad, and barbecue chicken with the sauce. It could be one dish.
Isn't that awesome how you can taste everything? You can taste it all.
Soundgarden I like.
Yeah, I saw Soundgarden just like a week ago in Tuscaloosa, and Chris Cornell, he didn't seem incredibly like pumped up or into it, but that's sad, dude.
If you had a fast food burger joint, what would you name your restaurant? What would you name your place?
Bad Burgers. Bad Burgers.
Sorry, I didn't know we'd go there.
How do you like that?
If you had a restaurant, what would you name it?
A Big Papa's, no doubt about it. Big Papa's, and I would always walk around with an apron on like I was in the back rustling up the food. Everybody say, hey, here comes Big Papa, and I'd be that gregarious beard guy, and I would come out and kind of talk to the patrons and cut up, but never really cook anything. Because you don't want that.
If you had a restaurant, what would you call your restaurant?
Baldy's. What?
No, it's good.
Baldy's Burgers.
Baldy's Burgers is really good.
Yeah.
And like, there's a picture on the front of you.
Yeah.
And you're like holding burgers.
Yeah, I'm like this. What?
Instead of bad burgers, big burgers. Or the big burger from bad burgers.
Great. We're gonna have
your big burger will be the big burger. Helms?
Yeah.
How much for you to take that ladle and dip barbecue sauce and just drink it like water?
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thanks for being here. Crushing weight that I keep piling on. So here's things you need to know. Herd immunity now available on all the streaming services. That dropped yesterday. So hopefully you're grabbing it, or you got it, or you were ready. Also, the latest archive from the Wednesday Bible study, Genesis chapter 3, available now. Get it on our YouTube channel or our podcast archives. Either one will work for you, as we walked through that yesterday. So we'll talk a little bit later on about Rick and Bubba University coming up this weekend. I will kind of update you on that, on what we're planning on doing, and kind of walk you through that. Should be a very interesting edition coming up this weekend. All right, so Bubba, we're trying to get the whole staff here at the same time. Unfortunately, Helmsley did make it back to have a microphone that doesn't work, so he's back.
Well, he's kind of back, but he has no voice.
He's back, but we just can't hear him. You could hear him at the kickoff.
Yeah, real loud.
We moved him to his microphone that we use on the big show, and unfortunately, it isn't working. So there's
over here on COVID Corner.
Yeah, over here in COVID Corner. So we had Greg test positive. He had symptoms. Greg, I think you worked through, the latest variant or whatever it is, and you had.
Yeah.
You had, but you're double vaccinated. You had some tough days, but nothing dangerous, and you were homesick. Now you're back not sick.
There you go.
And
Glad to have you
Helmsley, on the other hand, went on a vacation. Of course, he can't tell you about it because his mic doesn't work.
Right.
But he
Give him the wireless if you want.
Yeah, and never really felt bad. When you say don't feel bad, you mean like I feel this way on various days all the time. Is that kind of what that was? Yeah.
I guess Greg and I can get close to each other now.
Right.
I didn't feel I had what I thought was a sore throat, but in comparison to what Greg, you guys wouldn't even claim it was a sore throat. It was an itchy, scratchy deal. Lasted 18 hours. Yeah. I did have a headache at one point, but that might have been because I was in the car with the kids for like 4 hours.
Yeah, I've had that same headache.
I don't think I was sick. I said it.
Well,
I don't think I was.
There it is.
I think I took a false. I think the test was false.
Well, the home testing is it's gotten better, but all the testing can have misses.
Well, and I did when the lab nurse said. That test, she told me that this particular test that Bubba had was a sure enough good one, by the way, as far as home test goes.
It's a good one.
And she said that it was, it couldn't be more positive, was what she said. And I said, well, can I come up there right now and get another test? And she said, no, unfortunately, it can't swab your nose again. It'll give a false reading. I'd never heard that before. That's what she said. She said, well, we're off Saturday and Sunday, so you can't come up here then. She said, I would just count the 5 days, come up here and test again. If you're negative, you can go back to work Tuesday. And I said, well, okay. So that was kind of the plan. But then when everybody stopped, nobody had symptoms other than what I don't even think it was symptoms of Omicron.
Yeah.
I just decided not to go take the test. There was no sense in it. I wasn't going to spend $100 for them to tell me what I already knew.
Plus, you were in Virginia.
Well, and then you go
at one
back,
point, Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee.
And we added 2 more days to it on our own and gave you 7 days. So I think it was adequate. We did what we were supposed to do.
Yeah.
And plus, I still don't understand why you're being told to come back and retest because we heard early on that RNA can pop a positive. And for several tests on your attempt to return.
Yeah, there's places that used to require a negative that don't.
Because of that. Yeah, and we went through that with one of my sons. But then, every day you wake up and you just walk over to your phone and you see the Team Rick and Bubba group text, and you're like, oh, no, people are texting.
Yep.
And you're just expecting to hear some sort of update of the next person that is.
Who's gone down
That's
now.
right.
So Adler had something for us today. Now, Adler's wearing the paint. Adler has a area that is his, and he's locked in there and behind glass. Much nicer setup for him here than the old studio. And so he literally has his own world in there, and he's wearing, Bubba, what is that?
It's a respirator is what it is.
He's got a respirator.
Like a paint bay mask.
Never be too careful, guys. You know it.
Yeah, so
I think that is either an N100 or N110 mask that he's got on.
So tell us why you have that on today.
All right, so I tested, I guess, like a weekend ago, negative, all good. Same with my wife, and my wife's been testing herself like every 2 days or something. You know, she goes to school. She's
teacher.
She's a high school teacher. Yeah. Can I take this off? Bob?
Sure.
Yeah. You're
isolated.
You're good.
You're no threat to us.
Because I just realized that this actually only filters in.
Yeah.
Well, I told Bubba. I said, how long?
Don't pass out.
I told Bubba. I said, how long till he passes out?
Greg, hey, before you take it off, you say, Greg, I am your father.
Greg, I am your daddy.
No, it's father.
Oh, father.
So, my wife has been testing herself like crazy. You know, just at the high school. At high schools, it's going nuts. But so she was good day before yesterday. And then yesterday afternoon, she tests again, and she's like, hey, I just popped positive. I'm like, oh, okay, great. We should probably get Ruby checked out. I mentioned this earlier in the kickoff hour. Ruby, after the Christmas break, went to school for 1 day. Then we got an email that weekend saying someone in her class or even a teacher, or we don't know, but she was potentially exposed, so Ruby has to stay home for 10 days. That was early in the month of January. She went back to school for 2 hours. We got another email again saying Ruby's been potentially exposed again, so that meant another 10 days. So Ruby's been at school for a day and 2 hours this entire month, and now Aaron has tested positive, so she's we took Ruby to get a PCR test, and those results should be coming back today. And at this point, I said it in the kickoff hour, I'll say it again, we're kind of hoping that Ruby's in a weird way positive so that we can do a final 10-day quarantine and Aaron can go back to work. she can go back to our classroom. Ruby can go back to school. Things can be normal in our house. So it's just a little. That's my alarm to.
What is that?
That's an alarm.
Was that birds?
It is birds.
Okay.
It is birds.
Right.
That's my alarm to remind myself to do something during this break.
Okay. Chose
Sorry
birds.
about that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Screeching birds.
But so that's where I'm at. In fact, I took a picture of my test, guys. It was weird. It was like I was taking a pregnancy test or whatever. But
Yeah.
there it is, clear as a bell.
Yeah.
With the control stripe there and nothing there. Yeah, I really did think. I was like, "There's no way." But I still. There's
There
the
it is
birds
again.
again.
There's the birds
Sorry.
again.
Yeah.
Well, we're seeing this a lot.
Why are the birds so angry?
I don't
Sorry.
see the line.
So no line means I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's the control strip, and then that's the you have COVID strip right there, and there's nothing there. So.
Well, we've had.
Did you have to pee on that stick?
I did.
Did you lick it?
Well, what I did was I did first my nose, then my mouth, then I peed on it, and then I did swab my throat again, just to be
Yes,
careful,
okay.
just to make sure you do it right.
Yeah.
You
yeah.
covered
There's the
everything.
birds again. There's the birds again.
So angry.
Well, those birds are.
Well, I'm
angry.
glad you're negative.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am too. I guess I don't know. More like plandemic, am I right, guys? I just keep saying stuff like that to my wife all the time.
Sure.
I'm like, well, I mean, Erin's like, well, now we have to stay home. I'm like, well, the virus isn't real, so we can really do whatever we want. She doesn't like it when I say that, and I am joking, and I am being careful, and all that.
You're gonna get us taken off YouTube.
Yeah, I'm being careful. Oh, there's the birds again. Okay.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Do that for absolutely free. Cheers, man.
So, I mean, that was on you.
Oh my God!
Water. He needs some water, man. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Studios.
What are you doing?
What's up?
Oh, I'm just sitting here getting a little advice from the boss.
Oh.
And the headline says Tuberville Dogs, Texas, or something.
I got news for you, Tommy. Hey, Tommy, that's a joke, but that's on you.
You heard me say, hey, you're broadcasting.
Yeah, he came up with that on his own. We didn't go to him. We didn't go, hey, man, what about Texas? No.
Y'all were talking about that lady stealing cookies?
Oh, yeah. Where are they at? I mean, are those available on the black market now? Do you know? Maybe at a slight discount?
That was all Girl Scout cookies?
And those aren't even that good.
Why you always got to crap on Girl Scout
They're not
cookies,
that
Greg?
good. They're not, in the world of cookies, they're not that good. Greg.
I
They're
think
just
they're
not.
good. Well, what's your favorite cookie then, Greg?
My favorite cookie, I like an Oreo. I like an EL
Oreo, real
I
original.
like an EL fudge. Ooh, my favorite is when the Oreos are dipped in white chocolate at Christmas.
What's your favorite cookie?
Oreo.
Just Oreo? Okay.
Double stuffed.
Double stuff is too much
No, it's
stuffing.
not.
When it comes to an Oreo, there's never too much.
How about them real thin ones they got now? I don't like them. You know I like it thick. I like chocolate chip cookies made at home. Toll House, make those hot, bring them out, eat them hot with white whole milk. Would that count?
That counts?
And then if you go package, it's the classic, nobody mess with it Oreo. But I don't eat dough. I think that's weird.
I can't remember. It's this chocolate chip cookie dough, and it comes in a thing that looks like with a snap-on lid, and I just eat spoonfuls of it when I want a cookie.
I'm with you. I love
We all know who Neil Young is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Neil Young was in his first band he was ever in was called, I forget what the name of it was. Anyway, do you guess who the lead singer in his first band was? Rick James. Yeah, we were talking about spills at restaurants. You know, there was a time when my kids were all little, I didn't know what it was like to have a meal and not have a spill. I I work for the power company. A lot of times we'd have these safety symposiums and these things, and they would get some of us to get up and be like the host. So I was up there in front of the room, and the majority of the room weren't crew people. This was more office people. Well, there's a guy in there that used to work with me who, God praise the Lord, it didn't kill him, but he got burnt doing line work, and he lost about 3 of his fingers. And he had moved into a company job, so he was at that meeting. I had to ask some question, and the answer was a number. So he was in the back holding his hands up. I said, Mark, you ain't got enough fingers to get this one right.
What's wrong with
Last
you?
time that's
What is wrong with you?
There's a dog painted like a tiger.
Who is this?
This is Tiger J.
Do you want to come in? They're talking about you.
I'm kind of curious. What kind of paint do you use on the dog?
That's not paint. You don't paint a dog. He gets done every 8 weeks. He's been like this for over 2 years.
Whoa! So this is not just for the
No,
SEC
he's
tournament.
permanent. He is the mascot.
So he always looks this way.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So this is how your dog looks every day.
Every day of the week.
Okay. Wow.
Hey, Greg, how do you feel about traffic?
How do I feel about traffic? I hate traffic. I don't mind driving distances. Like people go, "Ooh, Greg, you drive in every morning." That's fine because I'm not in traffic. I can't stand traffic.
Something that really helps in traffic, though, is get you some sunflower seeds or something like that. It almost turns into just like, all right, well, this is just chill snack time.
It's mental. Worst thing ever is on the interstate, and all of a sudden something's either happened.
When you turn that corner and you just stop and you
may
just
be the
see the
worst.
cars just going and going and going.
And then I start getting off on roads that I don't know where I'm at.
Nope. I'd rather move and take 10 minutes longer to get where I'm going than
Take
that.
2 hours longer, wouldn't bother me.
Greg, 2 hours is a long time, buddy. Speedy, they're faking sunscreen out here, man.
It's hard as a bald man to be out there in this.
What is the worst you've ever been burned?
I was at the beach and got stuck out in it and just didn't have a hat. Stupid me. You learn from your mistakes. I was so burnt, y'all. It peeled. Do you remember how bad it was?
Yes.
And you loved it. I mean.
I'm sorry, I'm smiling and laughing.
Yeah,
right now.
yeah.
Do you remember that time you had a hat on?
Yeah. Well, it looked like a Q-tip. It was like.
It was not good, buddy.
Like this.
What's the worst you ever got sunburned, Helms?
Well, that'd be Panama City, summer of '98. That was before Jesus, and there was probably some drinking going on. Not one of my prouder moments.
Cocoa butter does better than aloe vera as far as sunburns go. Aloe vera takes the burn away, but it doesn't keep you from peeling.
There's nothing worse, man. You can't sleep.
The No Name Studio. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for a brand new hour. Team Rick and Bubba on the field. Put your hands together and welcome back for a brand new hour. Rocking mic number 2 now for 28 big ones. Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
So, a couple of updates we have. Bubba, you were you told me and showed me this Bruce Arians deal.
It's a Rick and Bubba
when he
it's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
Rick, who thought you couldn't hit a player? Well, who thought that?
But this is nothing.
That's it. Yeah.
Yep, that's it.
That's what he's being fined for, Greg.
That can't be right.
You
right
weren't
there.
You
it's
weren't,
like he was just getting his attention.
You weren't even here.
They call it the 50K slap.
Yeah, Greg, this almost should have been, instead of a news update, you know what I almost should have played? You're America.
Mm-hmm.
So we're at the point that a football
So this guy's
coach,
mouthing, right? He's trying to give him
No. Here's the deal, and I'll set the stage for you.
I'll tell you what happened.
And Arians said, first off, he's old school. We talked about
But
that.
guys, that was not a hit. He's got a
this
helmet
is
on.
This is a playoff game, and there was a muffed punt, and it looked like Tampa Bay had recovered the ball. They were going to have good field position. And Andrew Adams, who is a safety on the team, was pulling Eagle players off the pile, which is illegal to do. It's a 15-yard penalty. Well, it's right in front of Bruce Arians, and he's like, you are about to cost us 15 yards at a critical time, and he goes out there and hits him in the head like, what are you doing, you crazy thing? Now, he had a press conference yesterday, Rick, and he was asked if he regretted doing that, and Rick, in only Bruce Arians' form, he said, no, I've seen enough dumb. He says, you can't pull guys out of a pile. We just got a big play, had great field position, and he's trying to pull a guy out of the pile. And I was trying to knock him off of that guy so we didn't get a penalty.
Yeah, and I don't think anyone was in danger. No, it was not violent. Like you said, he has a helmet on. It
demoralized.
It even grazed his helmet.
Right. Trying to get his attention.
You know, $50,000 is I'm on the sideline and the player's sitting there after a bad play, and I walk up and put my hands on him and forearm him.
Right. He didn't Woody Hayes him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Woody Hayes.
For this to be called a $50,000 fine is what's wrong with our society.
Exactly. I agree.
Man.
But do you love when he's asked, do you regret doing this?
No, I love him for saying it. No, I don't.
No, I've seen enough dumb.
I'm done with dumb. I'm done with dumb.
That he didn't give out his written apology.
It was a $50,000 point well made.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Bubba, will Caitlyn Jenner be canceled? Caitlyn Jenner is saying that the woke world is not working for women's sports. Here's Caitlyn Jenner. I can't believe I'm saying this. That is saying logically and common sense wise, something we've been saying all along. If you desire to live as a woman or live as a man, and that is not your biological gender and your private life, then you know what? That's your choice. And if you don't bother break any laws and you want to live your life out that way, that's fine.
Well, we can say that's one thing.
Yeah, but
this is something else.
But when you go in and, like I said, it sounds like a bunch of children. Bunch of children sitting around going, let's pretend we're girls and boys when we're not. And everybody's like, okay, it probably won't cause any problems. And I mean, that's like little kids. And what Caitlyn Jenner is saying is biological males, whether they identify as a woman or not, will dominate women's sport, and they should not be allowed to do so.
Yeah,
because the biological maleness of them is an unfair advantage, and it's going to destroy women's sports.
Yeah.
Now, do we have audio of her saying?
We do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
She was on, or Caitlyn was on Fox News yesterday.
All right.
Boys, I've said from the beginning, should not be playing in women's sports. We need to protect women's sports. Obviously, this is about Leah Thomas, who has brought a lot of attention to this issue. First of all, I respect her decision to live her life authentically, 100%. But it also comes with responsibility and some integrity. I don't know why she's doing this. She's for two reasons. One, it's not good for the trans community. I mean, we have a lot of issues in the trans community that are very difficult and very challenging. We have a suicide rate that's 9 times higher than the general public. But it's also not good for women's sports. It's unfortunate that this is happening. I don't know why she's doing it. She knows when she's swimming, she's beating the competition by 2 laps. She was born a biological boy. She was raised as a biological boy. Her cardiovascular system is bigger. Her respiratory system is bigger. Her hands are bigger. She can swim faster. That's a known. All of this woke world that we're living in right now is not working. I feel sorry for the other athletes that are out there, especially at Penn or anybody she's competing against, because in the woke world, you got to say, oh my gosh, this is great, and on and on and on. No, it's not. We need to protect women's sports, and the NCAA needs to make the right decision tomorrow. And I think that's probably to stop this right now, rethink it. Texas yesterday, on the 18th, went into no more transgender athletes in the state of Texas. You can only compete in what your original birth certificate said. Not if you even have had it changed, but your original birth certificate also. The IOC is looking into these issues again because they've been doing this for a long time.
The NCAA
as Caitlyn Jenner was talking about, they're changing their transgender athlete participation policy amid the call for evaluation for all the reasons Caitlyn Jenner.
Well, they're kind of passing the buck over.
Yeah.
They're going to let the governing body of each sport make their own decision.
Right.
So you may have trans athletes in one sport and not in another. It won't be a unified across-the-board decision. The NCAA basically says, look, we're not running these sports. We're setting up competition. The governing body of each sport is going to have to make the call.
I hope everybody listened. And that's all I'm going to say.
I know.
I hope everybody listened to Caitlyn Jenner. That's what I call her, Caitlyn Jenner.
Caitlyn Jenner.
but listen to Caitlyn Jenner.
I think you were right.
Okay, and gender. Listen to all the things she's saying about the chaos that this is causing.
Yeah. Okay, so
outside, beyond sports,
right?
Listen to all the things that she was saying, and you kind of find yourself going, "Well, yeah, that's why this probably, from an original design standpoint." And I'm not talking about people who have problems mentally that need help, and they certainly need compassion, but this weirdo wokeness that we're all supposed to act like this is no big deal, and it doesn't really matter. It really does. Now, and even it sounds like even in people's personal life. But I don't have the right to tell people in their personal life what they can and can't do if it's not something that is against the law. But you have to protect the integrity. And why do we have to protect the integrity? Because what Caitlyn Jenner just said, who is trans, by the way, what Caitlyn Jenner just said was men and women are not the same. They are equal in value, but they are not the same. And the way they are made is
different,
is distinct.
That's right.
Look, even with surgery, even with testosterone suppression, you still are going to have a male with a wider wingspan.
With,
correct me if I'm wrong.
A larger heart and circulation system. You can't change that by changing the symptoms of being a male or female, and that's what we're doing with all this drug therapy anyway.
And I may be wrong. It sounds like when the story originally came out, like, as a male swimmer, this guy was average, right? Dominating the female. Now, imagine back in 1976 if things were like they were now. But Bruce Jenner would have decided to compete as a woman. Now, he was the greatest athlete as a male.
Right.
What if he would, in his prime, would have said, I'm obviously he's trans. What if he would have swapped then and decided to compete as a female?
Yeah. But he wouldn't have because he hadn't met the Kardashians yet.
Well,
that's true.
That's a good point.
We do blame them for this.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, here's a guy that was average just dominating the sport.
Yeah.
And he's average.
Couple other quick notes, Rick. Jalen Hurt will be back with the Eagles next year, and Jerry Rice says he may get into coaching.
After watching Dion do his thing, right? 15 minutes past the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You can't shower. You can anybody say, "Hey, buddy, how's it going?" You're like, ah.
He said it's really one of my biggest pet peeves at movies at people. And she said she continued to activate her phone. He said when I asked her to stop, she kept refusing. Then I told her maybe she should go outside to text. At which point she left the theater and never came back. But it gets better. They had driven to the movie in her car.
She acknowledged that the man had called her to ask her to pay him back, but she refused because he took me out on a date.
All right, let me say this. These two people, nobody needs to be on a date with.
No.
I'm talking about either one of them.
Hey, Rick, what's the worst date you've ever been on?
I actually was fixed up on a date one time with a woman who had split personalities. Would like to have known that. She talked in different voices and became different people. All I could picture was where my body would be left.
What's the worst date y'all have ever been on? We were talking about that guy suing his date and stuff. Oh, look who it is! Just a couple of lovebirds here back in the studio. Look who it is! Hey, are you guys married yet? Lovebirds in the studio, lovebirds in the studio.
Fun because you're on the married side now.
So like, ooh,
Are y'all dating? You guys been kissing? Do you smooch in the back seat?
What's the worst date you've ever been on? But besides anyone with this guy.
Our first date, he was really hungover.
Oh, dude!
Did not know that Bubba puts baby powder on every day. Did not know that. 24 years, I didn't know that.
I gotta be honest, I use powder every single day too.
For what?
What do you think, Greg?
Well, you're a sweater. You do sweat.
Yeah.
I tell you what else. Aquaphor is a good go-to for red rump too.
So is Boudreaux's butt paste.
And D's. That's an actual
real
product.
good.
That's
Yeah,
an
we
actual
used
product.
that when we did Bobox Bound.
Yeah, it's DZ, and it's actually, I think it says D's nuts.
There was no. That's the name.
That's the name of the product.
And
It's
there
for
was-
bikers.
Yeah, we used it in the Bobox Bama, and neither one of us got gold.
No, it works. It'll burn a little bit at first. It's got that cool burn.
It's a little slicky.
Yeah, but it's called D's.
I'm so grossed out right now. No!
Does that not feel good?
No!
Does that not feel good?
No! Oh my god! So for your last day, you get to smash some bread.
Yeah, I'm left-handed. I gotta go this way.
Greg, my gosh, what is wrong with you?
And learn all these life lessons you learned here and try to apply them. But then again, don't, maybe not. And look, at your next job you go to, there's not going to constantly be a camera on you at all times.
But there won't be as much free food either.
No, and it's not a bad thing, but you won't have to worry about it. And you notice you're in a lot of the videos, so you have, it's like she has her own scrapbook of the show because of these videos, you know?
We all do, Greg.
It's really awesome.
We all do.
Can I include this in the documentary? Okay.
Minutes till top of the hour. It is the kickoff hour. We have started a brand new week here on the Rick and Bubba Show. We thank you for being with us.
Well, I guess you might not know what is available now, do you? Car decals. Hello there. Let's pray. Lord, we love you and we submit to your authority and everything.
I think I might throw these away. What do you think?
Yeah, we should probably throw those away.
They're looking a little. Greg actually got these for Lisa and forgot them for Mother's Day.
Oh, did he?
So, yeah.
Sorry, Lisa.
Yeah, sorry, Lisa, you never got these.
Yeah.
Greg was supposed to take them.
He doesn't care.
He doesn't. He doesn't at all.
We care, Lisa.
Yeah, there they go.
Greg
There they
doesn't,
go.
but we do.
There they go.
Sorry, Lisa. Sorry, Greg doesn't care.
It is 21 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. So I do want to take a chance to thank everybody all across the audience for yesterday. We didn't talk about it much on the show yesterday, and years we've given updates and certainly there was every year you take it, and what I'm talking about is, for those of you that are new to the show, 14 years ago yesterday, our family, talking about the Burgess family and the entire Rick and Bubba family, we experienced trauma when Sherry and I, our youngest son, went to heaven, and it was just a very, very difficult time, as you can imagine. And we've seen so much over the years, but yesterday, just as always, so many kind. Hey, we're praying for you today. We're thinking about you today, and then a lot of you sending stuff like, hey, this is the impact watching the show go through this had on my life spiritually and all those kind of things. So all that helps. That's really, really encouraging. And life is not easy. It was there was never any promise that in this fallen world. And yesterday's Bible study we talked about that, about the fall, that things would be easy. But the things that we have seen and how God has sustained us is unbelievable. So yesterday, Sherry and I, it was one of those things. I don't even know that I've ever mentioned this part on the air. I know I've talked about it, with the guys and stuff. But Sherry and I, we have this little family farm, and we were actually looking in 2007 at maybe we were saying, hey man, what do you think about trying to find something at the lake or maybe something at the beach, and and we were looking at all this, and I kept getting this email about this farm that that was. That like I was looking for one, and it was like somebody was saying, "Hey, if you want to come look at this," I'm like, "I'm not looking for a farm," and I would reply back to the real estate agent, "I don't know what you're talking about," and sorry. And then finally, I just kept getting pictures, and Sherry's like, "Well, I guess we should go look at it." So we went and we looked at it, and I remember there was this moment. The family that we bought it from, their last name it starts with an S, and so we're walking out of the pasture and. Sherry and I had fallen in love with this place, and I looked down at the gate and it had 2 B's on it, which our last name, of course, being Burgess. Wow. And I was like, "Why do you have B's on these gates when your last name is S?" And he said, "It was just a cool iron gate, and a family way back beyond us was brown." And they had these bees on here, and I just always thought it looked cool, so I never took them down. And I was like, well, sometimes the Lord is not subtle. But what we did not know at the time, as the Lord always provides, is that he was giving us a refuge, because 2 months later, we didn't even have a piece of furniture down at the little house. And Sherry had picked a lot of stuff out, and I remember her saying to me, I just can't be where this happened yet. And we were trying to decide if we would sell the house, ever go back to it. And we were like, certainly family would have taken us in, no problem. But I remember I said, well, why don't we just, and I can't remember the conversation, but we decided, well, why don't we go to this farm we just got? Mm-hmm. And so we went down there and lived for like 3 months, and in this little tiny tin roof house, all of us there, no TV, no anything. So the place is extremely special to us, and it's and so we went there yesterday to spend some time together and hang out. And today on the podcast, we're going to do something a little bit different on all of this. Is since we are at that anniversary, these guys that are sitting around in here all went through this too. And you've kind of heard, if you've read Sherry's book, and a lot of people sent pictures of that yesterday, how that's continuing to be used to help people. I'm so thankful for that. But you've kind of heard our story, and we've talked about it. I remember Sherry going on the tour when the book released, and she's like, telling this story over and over again is literally killing me, and I can't do it anymore. And we certainly keep remembering. We should remember, and we look back, but we're really, really focused on what's ahead, and what's the next thing. What's the next step we're taking as a family, and what God's called us to. Always remembering, but continuing to look ahead, not getting bogged down in the difficulty of it. And so. So we're going to do a podcast today, and I'm literally going to sit here and interview. Speedy and Bubba had to. I mean, when this happens, hey Rick, you go take care of your family. But this team was left. The guys who were here at the time, and then of course Greg, being family, he was involved in it. Adler said, it impacted him. He was still in college after he had interned here with us, and I'm just going to kind of talk to them on what it was like to go. All right, there's a show coming up, and what do we do, and what is the state of the show, what do we do now, and kind of what they went through. There were some incredible things that happened through their obedience and what they did that I don't know that I think we've mentioned in passing, but we'll spend the podcast today really unpacking what was it like for the show, and what happened on the show, and how that all worked. So that will be our podcast coming up this weekend, and I think it would be a great, because you think about this. There's a lot of folks that have been here the whole time, and they know what January 19th is. But there's people that just started listening a month ago. They're like, "What? What are y'all talking about?" Yeah. And you can find all kinds of stuff out there about it. But this part about how the show had to continue on and what their mindset was and what that was like, I think will be an interesting conversation. So we'll do that, and that'll be our podcast this weekend. It was interesting yesterday. Sherry and I were hanging out. You know how she likes to build a fire, and so we were building a fire, and we were just going to hang out. And she, of course, you know how our wives are. They're usually moving from one diet to another, or they're always thinking, even though they're beautiful, hey, I'm going on a diet, and I'm doing this, I'm doing that. And so we're down there, and she goes, "Oh, you didn't bring you anything to eat, did you?" And I said, "No, I didn't bring me anything to eat." I said, "Do we have anything down here?" She said, "Well, don't you have some snacks or something over at Camp House?" And I said, "Was that all we have?" And then this statement. I want y'all to look at me. Everybody get a look, okay? So I'm standing down there, okay, beard blazing, large individual. And you know what she says? "Well, I've got some cottage cheese, and I've got some celery sticks and a peach."
Oh, there's a combo.
I said, "Did you just say to a grown man with a giant beard, I've got cottage cheese, celery sticks, and a peach? You think what?
None of that.
And we're going to share it?
Yeah, we got that's between us."
I said, "Man, I got to find some plan." I just went in there and pulled out the old scent block and started digging in them snacks.
Yeah.
Rick, I believe I'd had to go over to the lake and beat a fish with a stick or something.
Something. Start fighting the eagles for the fish. Right. So
you went with peanut butter filled pretzel.
Yeah,
we're gonna have a tasty bass.
Yeah, but we had a great day.
Right.
And one of the things that we talked about is just how kind God has been, but also how kind He's been to us through all of you. I'm talking to the guys in the room. I'm talking to the guys and ladies that watch and listen all over the world. Your kindness has been used by God as His ongoing plan to sustain us. And just thank you for all the kind wishes yesterday. And I hope you catch the podcast this weekend. All right, we'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What's your dream vehicle, Greg?
Dream vehicle?
Yeah, man. You got one?
Let me think. When I was growing up, I wanted the Smokey and the Bandit Trans Am.
Yeah.
That was the car when I was
that's
growing
awesome.
See, I'm doing one hand.
How about riding a stick shift is awesome, but it's a lot of work too. You can't really. You need two hands.
You get used to it, but then when you get used to driving automatic, it's so much.
Man,
if you're
so much
in
easier.
traffic, with a clutch, I'm on the hill.
Yeah.
When I worked for the power company, when the big trucks went to automatics, we were like, yes, because they were. It was years before they were.
Yeah, but.
Where are we going, Hardee's? We're going Hardee's?
What you want?
Bubba wants his normal order from Hardee's, and that's a fruit cup and an apple.
Yeah.
Oh yeah!
It's about here where it gets real right here. It's going to get real. And here we go. Wow.
Is this the way John the Baptist felt? When he keeps telling everybody the kingdom of God is at hand. I've been talking about these animals and these kind of bizarre attacks we're having. Animals are all out war against us. You can't trust them at all. Keep your eye on your dog, especially keep your eye on your cat.
Oh, when animals attack, water edition, Rick?
What is that? Oh my
Where'd that come
gosh. Oh my
gosh.
gosh! You've been attacked by birds?
There's like a bird at Stanford that like hangs around all the sorority houses, and as soon as you walk out, it'll swoop down and attack
There's an
you and
attack
bite you.
bird at Stanford? That's a grouper.
It's got the whole man's arm. Oh no, this is where they got.
Oh! That's where they bite him on the leg!
My dog used to bite me when I tried to take his toy away. That was
You gotta train him out of that. You gotta train him out of that.
We did.
Good.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that
There you
dude's
go.
done.
Oh, you gotta hurry.
Get away from that water! What? Guys,
pull my arm out of
guys,
joint.
stop. Being attacked by an animal, that's like their number one fear as far as dying.
That would be rough, but I'm fire is there.
Fire and water are there for me too, man.
Water don't bother me that bad.
Oh, dude.
What? Why are you doing that?
Oh no.
Oh, that was a mistake, buddy.
Oh no.
Oh no!
Did you say that? Yeah, eating by an animal seems like it would be the worst, honestly.
Because it'd be a slow go.
That would be awful.
What are we watching? Rick, what was Trump saying at the wall, do you think?
This wall is not near the wall I'm going to build. I'm going to build a wall that's going to be bigger. It's going to be fantastic.
And maybe reading a scripture from 2 Corinthians? Or
Possibly.
Sure.
Possibly he may have. 2 Corinthians could have been. Maybe 2 Peter, 3 Peter. You know, you never know.
Okay, am I getting my nickname today?
Intern, no name.
I think we're going to leave that as your nickname.
No.
Yep. We do that sometimes.
Yeah, that's us.
Wait, what?
We just leave them unnamed for the whole time.
Like if we can tell that somebody's not really going to work out, we don't really name them, you know? And if we can tell somebody's like a giant slacker, we don't name them.
No.
We don't give them names.
Friday, I stopped at the new Pilot gas station that used to be Speedy's.
Yeah, pisses me off.
Oh, wait, is that
all
what-
the restaurant out.
I thought about you the whole time I was in there. There's one section of it they just don't use.
Yeah, ridiculous. The other one wasn't even there a year.
Sorry, buddy.
Still a good gas station, but it ain't like the one that was there.
I did cave in.
And bought some cigarettes?
Speedy, no!
Sorry.
What's wrong with you?
I'm sorry.
face is
I'm
awesome.
sorry. I'm sorry.
My kids watch this.
Just drive right through, throw your trash out. We have drive-ins to pick up stuff. Why not a litter zone to get rid of it?
Well, so we do a litter zone, and you can only throw in those litter zones or you get fined. And then we have convicts. Instead of having them spread up down the highway, they come to one place and clean up. Litters in one place, easy to manage. Why has this not been implemented? Some of my greatest family memories were littering with my dad.
I hear they're making jury selections for the Bill Cosby trial, guys.
Oh, wow. It's going to be tough to find somebody that hadn't heard about that case.
Yeah, for real.
Heard about it.
Here's why. It's going to be hard to find somebody that's not a victim. Anyone here that Bill Cosby has not been inappropriate with?
What's the most expensive?
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without him, brother.
It is 35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. LinkedIn.com/Bubba is here to help you. If you've got a job that you need to fill for the company, you know, that hire is either going to be a blessing or it's going to be a detriment. So why don't we make sure it's a blessing? And, well, Rick, how can LinkedIn.com/Bubba help me with that? I'm glad you asked. Because you're going to talk to them, y'all going to do some screening questions, and then they're going to take your opportunity and your first job post, because you're supporting this show, is going to be free. You're going to throw it out in front of their 770 million people on LinkedIn, and then they're going to use these screening questions that you talk to them about, and they're going to take everybody who responds, and they're going to weed them down to only the most qualified candidates. And then you start interviewing people that you're interviewing the best of the best. Not, well, we had an interview today, and then the first 3 of these people weren't even qualified on the first couple questions. They take all that out. So go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba. First job post, as I said, is free. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com and find a link right there. All right, a little political update. Political update.
Too much.
Political update. I've got too much time on my hands. Such a calamity. Time on my hands.
Taking away.
Everybody say.
Taking away from me.
Too much time on my hands.
Too much time on my hands.
And I don't know what to do with myself.
Time on my hands.
All right, Bubba, what we got?
Well, Rick, we have all kind of votes going on in D.C. yesterday.
Here a vote, there a vote.
The Supreme Court voted 8-1 to allow a subpoena for documents around the January 6th riot at the Capitol to be the papers that the Trump administration have on that to make that available to them. Now, the Trump administration was trying to claim executive privilege on this. The court ruled 8-1 against the Trump administration, the dissenting opinion being Clarence Thomas. Now, I know that a lot the demos are very excited because they think this will be more evidence that they can basically hang Trump with. But, there's really a bigger picture here that, and I don't know if the president's immediate paperwork from, that just left office should be protected or not. But I do know this, that if they know that these things are going to be made public, they just will quit documenting things. And they will just go to the water cooler and have conversations as opposed to sending emails or, whatever. So, but here's the thing. I don't think the demos are thinking this through because this will work both ways. Now you have a precedent set that will be used in the future when they are not the majority party and they are not holding all their hearings. And then when we flip this around, we're going to get to see papers that probably that Joe Biden would not like to be public, dealing with Hunter Biden and the Ukraine and any of the other issues that he's had. So, we can say just let's keep everything open and transparent, or we can say, look, there needs to be some privacy for a president, his comments, what his advisors are saying, because as I said, it'll have a chilling effect on them being able to discuss things openly. And it's just like any of us. You don't want every email you've ever sent or every text or every phone conversation made public because it will look out of context. It can look bad. Yeah. And if you know that that's going to happen, you're certainly not going to speak freely. So I don't know if this is a victory for democracy or not. We will see. But here's the thing: it's going to go both ways, and I don't think they thought that all the way through.
Can you imagine the press breaking down one of our emails that simply says he's a good one, isn't he?
Yeah. Oh yeah, dandy.
There's a good one.
That's sometimes I think you should have a little privacy in some of your conversations. And historically, they have given presidents this because they say what they wrote, what they said, what they were doing does belong to history, but they don't let it out right then. They let a period of time go before that goes out, so that it's more of a historical document, not a political hit piece, which it is if it's released too early. Yeah. The other big vote, Rick, did not go the president's way. The Senate voted 52-48 to keep the filibuster rule.
Does Saban know about this?
Manchin and Sienna from Arizona voted with the Republicans. So
Manchin.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. And if you look at our history and if you look at the way the House and the Senate has conducted their business for decades and decades, the Senate, is the cooling plate. That's where the cooler heads prevail. Yep. That's where they don't bounce around to the will of the people at that particular moment. The House is for that. What's the people passionate about? What's today's issue? The Senate is supposed to be look at it on a little longer focus and measure it out and be sure it's really best for the country, not what what the mob is screaming at that point. And look, there's been times that I thought, if we could just get rid of that thing, we could get this through something that I wanted or whatever. But really, for the good of the country, I think that being able to put the brakes on this, at one time you had to have a 60-vote majority in the Senate to get something through, and they did away with that. Harry Reid did, went down to a simple majority. But you still have the opportunity to filibuster and slow the process up or kill it. And, I think this is good for democracy. It's worked in the past. And I know some people think we ought to go to direct democracy where everybody votes on their computer on every issue. That wouldn't work either.
We
need cooler heads to prevail.
Don't want anything to do with that.
Yeah.
So, but I was just saying.
So it effectively kills the voting right bill that has been portrayed. If you think that they don't pass this, that the Ku Klux Klan is going to be checking ID at every voting booth. That's not what's happening here, folks.
Yeah.
This has been one of the biggest sales jobs, misinforming the public I think I've ever seen.
Well, yeah, they just don't. They can't. They don't have to prove it. They just keep saying, "Well, I tell you what, this trying our best to get this voter bill out there so people won't be suppressed and not be able to vote." What?
If they
not white people. We're not talking about that. Just minorities. They just won't be able to vote.
If you come to the table,
why won't they be able to vote?
Well, see, they're trying to do it on their own. They're not, working with the other side of the aisle for compromise.
Mm-hmm.
If you went to the Republicans and said, "Look, we want to be sure everybody can vote," they're going to say, "We're all for that. We want to have a bigger voting day than one day," whatever that might be. You probably get them to go along with it. If you did a lot of this, they would go along with it. What they're not going to go along with is someone not being able to ID themselves to vote. We want legal votes cast and every legal vote counted. But we can't get to the point where the whoever can pull up with the biggest bag full of ballots and dump it in there wins the election. I mean, that's what they do in these banana republics.
Mm-hmm.
Can't do that. I think the registering and voting on the same day is bad because you can just load up a bus and go over whatever district you want to and jump out and everybody register, everybody vote, everybody go home. They never get checked. You can't trace it out. There's not time after the election to vet all those things. It's just a bad deal. So we can't, if we, and I said I know some people took issue with this, if we could expand mail-in voting,
there you go,
because we're going to have a population getting older in the country, I don't have a problem with that if you can verify it.
Yeah,
and that's a big if.
It must have the same integrity we have on the absentee vote.
Right. We can't, and their plan now was
Well,
just
we got
no
no compromise.
The plan that they were pushing was no ID. You show up to vote, and if you don't have the papers that are required, you just sign a document saying I am who I am. Well, if I'm gonna cheat in an election, I don't have a problem cheating on a piece of paper. That's crazy.
Yeah,
that's the craziest thing. Now, if you told the same people that you don't need an ID to go buy a gun, they would lose their cotton picking mind.
Yeah.
I mean, that's crazy. Yeah. Or anything else we have to have an ID
I
for.
can't even get a hotel room in that one.
Yeah, well, you know what? Try walking on the floor of the House or the Senate without your badges. It's just crazy. Everybody, you have to prove who you are to have access to the things you're supposed to have access to. That's all it is. And if I lose every election in this country, that's fine. I want everybody who can vote legally to vote. But legally vote. Register, prove who you are, vote. Let's have a great time. Democracy wins.
Well, I tell you, I am surprised and impressed that all the pressure that was put on Manchin, that he stuck to what he thought was principled, no matter how much pressure was put on.
Well, both of them.
Yeah.
Both of them.
Yeah, Cinema too.
Yep.
Well, yeah, you're right. But Manchin's name was out there a lot. I think because it's easier to say, we all knew that one.
Right.
Yeah.
The other one, we're a little gray on exactly how to say it, and we say it different every time we say it.
Like the movie is Cinema.
Cinema, okay.
Cinema, that's right.
Phone calls, y'all want to do that next? Y'all want to talk to people?
Let's do it.
Lines are available. Whatever's on your mind, you're in charge of the show. We'll talk to you right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Speeding ticket you ever gotten?
Oh no. My parents watched this. I was speeding. I was at Mississippi State. Was coming home, speeding, going reckless driving speed. Shouldn't have done it. Kids don't do that. I think they consider that 25 miles per hour over the speed limit. And I want to say it ended up being about 100. Once it all was said and done, about $180.
Was it worth it?
No, not at all.
Why do we love making good time so much?
I don't know. I mean, I found myself this past weekend, I really wasn't even in a hurry, and I was mad at people driving slow in the left lane, trying to figure out how to get around them. And, you have to tell yourself, what are you doing?
You do.
It's been a long time since I had a ticket. I guess I better knock on wood on that. Up until last year, and I got one coming back from the lake. I was all relaxed and excited, and had the jam on, and I got a little hot coming through Alex City there, so my bad, guys. Didn't mean anything by it.
What's the most expensive speeding ticket you've ever gotten?
Well, the most memorable one was when I was in college, and I had my Def Leppard painter's hat on. Those were big, by the way, in '83. I had long hair then, and I think Power Mania t-shirt on. I was driving a 1977 Chrysler Cordoba because my parents had money, and I think we paid $900 for it. And I was pulled over by a trooper, and I'd exceeded the reckless driving amount. And he just sat there behind me, and some goofy thing in my mind, I thought I'd heard that they now want you to get out and walk to the car for their safety. And he didn't get out, and I stepped out of the door to walk back to his car, and he got out of the car as he should have and drew down on me and told me to get on my face. I got on my face, put my arms out, and started saying, "I'm so sorry, I thought you wanted me to get out," to which he explained to me he did not know where I came up with that ridiculous idea. So I did exactly what the person with the gun told me to do, so that's why I didn't get shot. So that was probably my worst.
So, did he let you out of the ticket at least?
He did not. I think he even added some on just from being stupid. That was not the commercial the Chrysler Cordoba was looking for.
I know my own needs. And what I need from an automobile, I know I get from this new Cordoba.
Did you have to drive in the rain this weekend a little bit, buddy?
I don't think I've seen that much water fall from the sky in a very long time. And I had 4 co-pilots. Caroline was crying at one point. I can't control the people behind me, can't control the rain, because I could still see. Once you're actually out of the rain, you don't have to go 40 miles an hour, and you can turn your flashers off.
But buddy, that sucks, man.
Yup!
Well, what's the worst weather you've ever driven in?
Me and Rick got caught in a van one time, and we thought it was going to be blown away in Rainbow City. And I told Rick, I said, it's fine till it starts hailing. About then, tink, tink, tink.
Hey, what's the worst conditions you've ever driven in, Speedy?
Oh, Greg and I were actually together. You remember that time we were driving?
We going to softball game?
Yeah, we were going to Rick and Bubba's softball game and got, was it a tornado warning? Was it?
Yeah, because there was a tornado actually in there, and we didn't see the funnel.
You're right.
And blew us, and we blew off. Trees fell, and we actually flipped upside down.
No, you didn't.
Yeah.
No.
And my blue Bronco.
No, you
didn't.
Scared
And then ran to
to
an
death.
old lady's house.
Hey, I didn't even spill my beer.
Yeah, and got in her storm shelter.
I forgot about that. Probably
Yes,
scariest
it
moment
was,
ever.
yeah.
We
Now,
looked
that
at it and
lady,
said, let's go this
she
way.
welcomed us in, and her little baby was kind of neat. She actually came here.
No, this is all bull crap. Y'all are full of crap.
At the time.
I believe you.
At the time, she was a baby, and she actually came here this year, and she was what, 14?
14 years old.
Wow.
I got bit by a horse once.
Father, we pray for the world this morning as we have another terror attack. Father, we just ask that
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Lines are available. All 10 of them are available now. And if you want to call us, it's phone troll time. This is your opportunity to come on there and say, I got a little something to say. I got a little comment to make. I got a little something I'll bring. All 10 lines available. You can get us by going 866 We Be Big. If you make your move now, you will get in. Don't forget, Herd Immunity, the new CD, is available on streaming now. It dropped yesterday. So if you haven't grabbed that, you can. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. your time on the program comes to a close, and we'll move to the next caller. And the good news about this, if you are in line, it won't take near as long to get in because the guy or the woman in front of you is going to get buzzed at 30 seconds, and then we move quickly. That also means you won't have to wait very long. All right, so let's get started. I don't know what's going on in there, but hey, Rick and Bubba show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Chelsea Arab.
Hey, Chelsea and Arab. 30 seconds. Go right ahead.
So I've been listening to y'all since I was a really young girl, and I just want to say hi.
You just
Listen,
want
we
to say,
appreciate that. That's awful kind of you.
Are you supposed to ask a woman how old she is? Is that no?
So if she wants to volunteer,
how old are you?
28.
28. So we've been at it 28 years.
I was a really young girl. I remember like going to school with my dad and listening to y'all on the radio. So I've been listening to y'all for quite some time now.
that is so kind.
Thank you.
I hope you will remember that and pass it on to your kids one day.
Yeah, Lee in Alabama. Lee, go ahead.
Green Acres.
Thanks for the call, buddy. What's on your mind? Go ahead.
Hey, I was talking when Greg picked up. I don't know if I'm late to the party or not, if y'all talked about it, but I saw a video this morning of a news reporter that got hit by a car in Virginia.
Right. Yeah, we have that. We
haven't got to it yet.
Yeah, we haven't done it, but we do have it. It is coming up.
I mean, that's dedication right there, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
She got hit by a car doing a live shot and finished the live shot.
Mm-hmm. Let me tell you, and Bruce Arians has contacted her to play defensive back.
Do you love Bruce Arians? Go, no, I'm not. I don't regret it.
Yes.
I've seen enough stupid.
Yes. And I needed that since I saw the Starbucks has ended vaccine mandates, but Carhartt still has it.
Yeah.
What kind of world are we living in?
Yeah, it doesn't seem right.
Starbucks is not doing anymore, but Carhartt is?
You know, when the Supreme Court struck that down, Joe Biden was telling all the businesses, well, do the right thing.
Yeah.
Do the right thing. Yeah. Well, what do you mean do the right thing?
Am I living in a world?
In your opinion?
Am I living in a world that Carhartt is still mandating vaccines and Starbucks isn't?
Rick, this is some wet behind the ears executive that's, came out of the the woke movement that's still all tore up about it.
Do you think he was the one that they fired at Cracker Barrel when he said get rid of all the Duck Dynasty stuff?
Probably. Come on, Carhartt, get with it.
Do y'all know your audience?
Yeah, do you know your customers,
Come on,
by the
way? Let's go to Tom in Alabama. Tom, go ahead.
Tom.
Hey, good morning, guys. I've been listening to y'all since I was a little girl, too. Hey, I had a question. When it comes to the vaccine mandates, and them still being pushed, everybody's getting vaccinated and whatever. I've noticed that Pfizer's been advertising on your show, and I'm wondering maybe if they would have already hit their profit point and stopped talking about it had y'all not charged so much for advertising.
You're thinking we should have given them a better rate?
Mm-hmm. Give them a better rate, then maybe the profits get where they need to be.
Well, look, we're hurting. I mean, let me tell you something. If Pfizer, the government gave them more money than we could ever take from them.
Oh, yeah. What are you talking about, Rick?
So, and that's the problem. That's why,
that's on top of some of their other successes they've had.
Pfizer got paid up front, so the vaccine's not. They're trying to get you to get deal with some of the other products.
And are they one of the companies working on these antiviral pills too?
Yeah,
I know there's one out there. Is that the Merck one that's already out?
No, Pfizer's the one.
Well, it lasts for 8 hours or something, or what was it that y'all said you could take and it protects you?
That was the nasal spray.
Nasal, okay.
Pfizer has one. I think it's Pfizer, and I think we got an email from a doctor that said I finally got some and I finally prescribed them, but he hasn't told us how it went.
Yeah.
How do you spell it? P-O. It starts with a P, doesn't it?
What, Pfizer?
Yeah, the name of the medicine.
I don't know.
Is it Paxlovid?
Yeah, that's it.
That's a way to go in
That's
there.
it.
Mm-hmm. Let's go to Larry, Greenville, Alabama. Larry, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, Biggins.
Buddy.
Hey, I'm enjoying the flashbacks during the commercial breaks and all that, but y'all are killing us. That's what I want to see again. With the technology you got today, y'all could be throwing biscuits off the top of buildings again. You'd be sending interns out to rally up the troops. Y'all's early antics were classy. These newcomers, they don't understand what you had.
Well, the problem right now, if we went out and were to throw biscuits off a building, we'd break windshields, cold as it is. But give us a little time.
Let's go to Josh in Dothan. Josh,
it'd be like that Angry Birds commercial.
Go ahead, Josh.
What's going on, fellas? Enjoy the show.
Thank you.
I was gonna say Bruce Jenner's a man, and happy Free Ball Thursday.
Okay, I love the truck horn in there.
He got it in, too, didn't he? Got the struggle in.
His phone cut out. I didn't hear what he said.
10-4.
Helmsy thinks it's really funny. You just can't hear him because his mic doesn't work. Let's go to Travis in Tennessee. Travis, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, I love you guys. I'm just calling to ask what in the world that means.
That little sound you just threw something out there you didn't even know what it meant. Do you know how dangerous that is for you to just do something? What if you find out it's something really bad?
Next, you're going to be online making hand motions.
Yeah.
I've been listening forever, and I hear that all the time, and I have no idea what it means.
Well, we use that if we get in a crowd and can't find each other. It's the Gila monster mating call.
Yeah,
and
you don't want to do that if you're on a certain tropical island. I'll tell you that.
And we'll shorten it too if you come into a room. No,
you'll have your friend.
If you come into a room, we'll shorten it too and go meh,
right,
meh, meh, just so we know where we are.
Boy,
Mark,
those specials on the Komodo dragon and all those lizards and things. I mean, that's dinosaurs, isn't it? I mean, that's all it is.
Well, sure it is.
They're just dinosaurs that made it.
Mark in Mississippi. Mark, go ahead. 30 seconons.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Great show as always.
Thank you.
Just want to give y'all an update on the streaker in Meridian. Do y'all remember that story?
Yes. Remember somebody calling in about it.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, anyway, since it's gotten cold, the guy just walked.
All right.
Okay.
Saw that one.
That was a good edit there, Rick.
Saw that one.
Here it comes.
Yeah. Anytime a man's naked, there's going to be a cold weather joke. You just got to be ready for it.
Sure.
Tiffany in Mississippi. Tiffany, go. 30 seconds.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
I just wanted to let y'all know how much I love and appreciate the show.
Thank you.
Home health nurse, and I get a lot of entertainment going in between patients' houses. I started listening to y'all years ago when my dad was at UAB waiting on a liver.
Oh.
And, anyway, I just think y'all are awesome, and I just wanted to let y'all know.
Well, thank you, Tiffany.
That's very sweet.
How about that? You never know when somebody's got the show and it's there. They got to get through something. You never know it.
I love a love call.
Oh, that's it. We are doing one segment, ain't nothing but love calls.
once a day.
It's top of the hour. Thank you for being with us on the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That this be used for good.
Oh boy, buddy, why do people bring us this stuff?
And look at right here.
What even is that? What is that?
Cheesecake.
Oh.
You know, Ron Greenwood, instead of eating this, he used to just smell it. And he says that takes it away. See, it just makes me want it. Smell it. Now you want it.
Now I want it. Now
See, he used to smell it and go, okay, I'm good. See, if I smell it, want it. Smell it, want it.
But it was nice. It was a nice experience.
Yeah, I can taste it.
Yeah, I can taste it.
Is your mouth watering?
Yeah.
And mine too.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to smell it, not eat it.
There you go. You smelt it, you dealt it, you know? Yeah, just smell it.
What do you smell?
Instead of eating.
Smell it and see if you can taste it.
It's good, I have to say. Because I made it.
See, that's kind of nice,
Yeah,
right?
it's nice.
It's kind of nice.
It's nice.
Yeah.
It's weirdly nice.
Yeah, it is.
I'm gonna weirdly nice do it to the brownies.
Oh man, okay, I gotta eat one of those. That smells so good.
Those are molasses cookies.
Oh, my grandma makes those.
They're soft and chewy.
What is the 7-Up cake?
It's like lemon lime.
So we got busted smelling it in front of the lady that brought it.
I didn't know she brought
I
it.
didn't know she was right there.
Who knows?
When did she get there?
Well, I saw her walk in, but I didn't know she was the one that brought all the food. Hey, is she going to go back to her friends and be like, man, I walked in the kitchen, they were smelling my food? Is that what they do there? That's not normal.
We don't normally do that.
Normal people don't smell food.
No.
Does she go back and say, hey, man, those guys are weird. I brought a bunch of food in there, and they were sticking their nose in it and smelling it?
Next time she comes through, we're going to be licking the food.
The
the reason why it's not happening here as much is because they can't pull it off. They're trying.
Yeah.
And what
It's limited what access.
and when they can pull it off, they do it. Boston Marathon, whatever. It's not mean to just say, hey, you may not mean us any harm, but a lot of people waving the same flag do, so we just can't let people just come rolling in here like this. I'm sorry. As I've said 1,000 times, that's reasonable. It's not racist. It's not bigoted. It's reasonable.
They're going to go straight to phones here coming out of the break if you want to hold.
Don't be mad with me.
All right, buddy. Thank you. Yeah. No, that was Adler. Yeah, Adler at rickandbubba.com if you want to complain.
Rick and Bubba Show, this is Speedy. How's it going?
Come on, Greg. Come on, good. Hey, a lot of traffic. They need laughter. They need fun, entertainment. You just kind of look out. See, look at all these people right here. Look at this car right here.
That's a good parking job there, buddy.
Somebody right now, somebody is looking forward to their day and somebody's dreading their day. And that guy wishes he had a better car.
He wishes his kid was a little better at baseball.
See, this is what this does is when you get tired and you get into the studio, you come out here and you realize that life is going on and it kind of fires you up to go back in.
How rumpage can you be right now?
Sleeping.
I could be a horse. I'm sleepy.
Raise your hand if you feel better. Raise your hand.
This is where I do that weird thing where I'm eating a ginger cookie and think it's healthy.
I've got a bone to pick with you.
Yeah, you do right there. I'm serious.
In the documentaries, I've got black stuff all over my head, and nobody says anything to me about it except Helmsy. And it's this stuff here that comes off on the headphones, and it sticks to my head.
Yeah.
The way it looks, it's just fun.
Make a wish.
That's not.
You gotta blow
eyelash.
it away. Making a wish. Buddy, it's like telling Bubba he's fat. That's just the way it is.
Is that where we are with it?
Yes, that's where we are with it.
And as you said that, look.
By the way, Daddy like it, huh? I wish I had just the crust sometimes. Like, I love crust. I like that kind of crust.
Yeah, buddy.
Guys, I hate to bother y'all. We have a show going on here. If y'all want to come join me.
I need a cup of coffee.
And it was like low 30 degrees. It was early in the year. They were out practicing or something. He was fishing off the bank. And he was over there and he said there's this big concrete thing where the bridge is. Said he slipped down that thing. He goes into the water and he's had all this equipment on and all these he said it's just pulling me under. And he said I'm shedding things and said I can't. He said I reached to the side and it's that moss cover. He said I can't do anything, I'm going down. And he said my fishing rod hit me in the arm. And he said I got the fishing rod, the end of it, and stuck it in the cracks of the brick and was pulling myself up. He said I'd have been a goner.
I was just thinking about a quote I heard a preacher say Sunday morning, and if people's going through something, you might think your plate's full, but at least thank God you've got a plate to keep it on.
Thought it was going to be better than that.
I did too.
I mean, but thank you, Drad.
Right. But
Hey, it was a mediocre quote.
if I'm going to take time to call a show, it needs to be a really good quote.
If he calls in for that, he thought that was really, really good. What is he hearing every week? Well, I mean, you got to.
No.
He got
Let's go
excited.
Pastor sucks.
No, I didn't go there.
Look, bottom line is we need to be thankful.
Team Rick and Bubba here. 6 minutes past. 866 We Be Big is our number. We thank you for being with us today. Herd Immunity now available on all the streaming platforms. If you're looking for the latest Rick and Bubba CD, it dropped yesterday. Yesterday's Bible study archive, Genesis chapter 3, now available on our YouTube and podcast channel. Also, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming out this weekend. So that kind of gets you all caught up on things that you might need to know. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, Greg, as the announcer just told you, all here. So, Bubba, we have, when I look at the stories and I see Oscar Mayer introduces new bologna, and I call it bologna. I could never call it bologna.
Well, Rick, I like to call it and pronounce it the correct way, bologna.
Yeah, I just can't do bologna. Helmsy, give me a test 1, 2.
Testing 1,
Helmsy's
2.
back.
Bologna test 1, 2.
Helmsy's back. He's got a mic again. So
I love bologna.
What is a bologna mask? So what do you do with it?
It's like these ladies have these little face masks they put on to hydrate their skin and all this kind of stuff. It's that, but it looks like you're putting bologna on your face.
So wait a minute. So
and it's in a pack that looks like bologna.
Right.
It's called an Oscar Mayer face mask.
Correct.
Is it bologna?
No, you can't
cannot
eat it.
eat
No,
it, no.
you cannot eat it. They I think Oscar Mayer joined forces with a Korean company that created this.
That's what I was thinking.
This face mask.
I was just wondering, does bologna help a woman's skin stay rejuvenated?
Well, Rick, they're saying that a lot of kids playing with bologna will bite like eye holes out of it and put it on their face.
Yeah.
I don't remember doing that.
Greg said he did it all the time. Do you remember?
Do you remember doing that, Rick? I usually just ate mine. Right?
My goodness.
No, I didn't do any of that.
I want to know what research we came up with to find out that Korean women, is that what it was?
It was a Korean company,
wanted bologna on their face because there's plenty of moisturizers out there for these women to use.
I don't. I'm back to this again. I'm the disconnect for me is, and Bubba, I guess you were talking about kids would do this with a piece of bologna. So that's why they want a mask that looks like they're doing that, but the mask really isn't bologna, but yet it smells like bologna, but yet bologna does nothing for your skin.
Well, no, I mean, I do think you could. I mean, technically it would fall under the white meat poultice medical remedies, and Greg's very familiar with those.
Yes, he is.
If you needed to get a splinter out, a piece of bacon or bologna would do it.
We can make fun, but it sold out within minutes. And was the masks were listed on Amazon as the #1 release in beauty and personal care on Wednesday.
It says that it will promote skin elasticity, improve hydration, moisture retention, and offer anti-inflammatory benefits. Anti-inflammatory benefits.
But it's not bologna that's doing that.
Right, it's the mask that looks like bologna.
Which I don't understand. That's what it goes back to.
You see the picture there?
I don't know a single woman that goes, I'm in the aisle for this stuff, and I got to tell you what, I'm going on Oscar Mayer's version here.
Right.
Yeah.
I
if
don't
you
know.
see this in the store, you're going to think somebody took bologna and took it out of their cart on the wrong aisle and just stuck it in there. So.
Yeah.
I wish I was an Oscar Mayer face mask.
Rick, actually, I created
like
it.
the bologna
You want to
face.
hear the jingle for it?
For this?
Speedy got
Coming
busy
out of
early this morning.
I just did a little something.
I heard him in this morning.
Where would
it should
come
be out
out?
of my Speedy there right beside you. There you go, right there. Let's see what this is.
Oh, I wish I had an Oscar Mayer face mask.
Is that what you're looking for?
Then my dog would want to hang with me.
Okay, I'll just go put that down.
All right. Ladies, are y'all
Took a lot of work.
Are y'all drawn to this? I mean, it's.
But you can't fry this, right? Let's be clear.
No.
You can't fry.
Well, I guess you could fry it, but you're not going to
get away from. I'm gonna eat it.
Does it
it's
smell?
Does
it smell like bologna?
Legitimate question. I do not know.
Does it smell like
Do
bologna?
not eat.
I wouldn't
Do
think
not
it.
eat.
I
Do
wouldn't
not
think
eat.
it does.
Do
but-
not eat. Do you think ladies are just getting this to go? Hey, I bought it, and I'm.
I just don't see it being a big seller here.
I don't either.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't imagine. I like going back to those meetings, corporate, wherever, where they're sitting around and somebody shows this idea and people go, "Yeah, I'm in."
Yeah,
Uh,
all in favor? Yay!
Have your wives ever put a mask on y'all while they're doing theirs? Bubba,
No,
I could see you.
hadn't.
Betty didn't do that.
Look, to keep Mama happy, I'm potentially could do a lot of things,
Right.
but I can honestly say I've not done that.
Bubba put a Barney
She talked
mask
about
on Betty.
cucumbers one time. I ate those.
Yeah.
So
Where are you on cucumbers?
What in the world? Where we
I
getting
like
the cucumbers?
You like cucumbers?
Oh,
Yeah,
for
I
that.
do.
Okay.
I do. In a salad, I had some last night.
Thank you. I needed
Got
that.
it.
Because I really
put it
didn't-
over your eyes.
I really wasn't sure.
Yeah, they put them over their eyes.
That's
They're
it, that's
cold
it.
and
I just had to tell
refreshing.
Helmsy that.
Yeah.
You know what cucumbers taste like to me? You ever bit into a watermelon and just got some of the rind?
Yeah, it's got a little.
That's what it tastes like.
You got to have the right ones and prepare them right, and all that. But
yeah,
throw them in vinegar.
Oh, hey, Greg.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
Put them in vinegar; they're good.
Where did that come from? I think that was the least amount of effort.
Rick,
to actually get out words.
Yeah,
I've ever heard.
That excited.
His upper lip didn't even move.
Halfway through it, realized I don't know why I even hit the mic.
Greg. Oh man,
Rick, when I move into the vegetable world, I don't have a real wide selection of vegetables I love. So anything that's even borderline like cucumbers, I'll take.
Yeah, I've noticed over the years you think that vegetables are magic. Like,
I don't eat enough of them.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I know I need to eat more.
Right. It's almost like,
and I love broccoli. You know that.
I see all the high quality, the high calorie processed bad food for us coming on your cartoon, and like the cucumber and the broccoli go out there and fight it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You're like,
bananas. Don't forget bananas.
And it's like your food Avengers.
Yeah.
Send bananas and cucumbers and broccolis in it. They'll do it.
Yeah. Yeah, when it comes, and I know sugar is bad for you.
Cheeseburger.
I know sugar's bad for you, okay?
Right.
But I'm like the Jim Jones of eating. You know what I mean? I'm going to have that sugar, I guess.
Bubba's had a milkshake. That's okay. Broccoli and cucumbers and bananas are here.
Well, you try to minimize the damage, Rick.
They come flying in, Rick.
Back milkshake.
Stand here, Rick.
You know what? This may surprise you. I haven't had a milkshake in a long time. I hadn't had ice cream in a long time.
That does surprise me.
I talked about it last night, but I didn't get any.
You talked about it last night.
I've actually, with all the COVID scare going on here, I've been eating so many oranges. I'm surprised I don't have a slight orange tent. I mean, really. I ate 4 one night.
Well, look what it did for Trump.
Yeah.
There's Bubba's apple. You don't like apples, though, do you?
Yeah, apples are okay. I'm good with it. You get the right ones.
I think an apple's probably the most overrated fruit on the planet.
Well, one a day will keep the doctor away.
I'd rather go to the doctor.
Golden Delicious.
Yeah, I like that. I like Golden Delicious. I like Granny Smith.
Delicious.
Get something a little sour.
I want you to pan down when you die.
I know it.
It's like comedian Ron Watts in our phone screening room.
I expect Greg to find a minute and go, I wasn't camp for 3 days. Everybody's camp.
While holding a brandy glass.
Right. We're going to be a little late. I remember that visual?
Yes. And the story that went with it.
What comedian was that went to pick him up?
Oh, gosh.
Was it Aberstadt?
For some reason, I want to think it's the Raging Cajun, but I can't absolutely land on that.
Yeah, I forget who it was, but that was a hilarious story.
Or was it John Reed?
That's who it was.
That's who it was.
I think that's who it was. I think you're right.
What do you think, Greg?
Golden Delicious and vinegar.
Something about Greg and a wireless headset.
Yeah.
It just doesn't look right.
It's good to hear from Dean Martin this morning.
There, my friend.
Everybody loves somebody.
Rick and Bubba.
Katy Perry was on Saturday Night Live.
Weird characters she had walking out there. Was
Greg, those were all drag queens.
Dude, then that kid.
comes out.
Yeah, what was that?
And Katy Perry's like, yeah, you ready to show them the moves? And like everybody's like, oh, wow, this kid must have some really good moves coming up. And the kid goes like this.
That's what they call the movie?
It's a real legit movie, so it can't be bad to say.
Can you actually say that?
They put it on the billboard showing tonight at 7:45.
Can he say that?
Goodness.
So cannibals say...
I don't want to talk to a cannibal. I don't want to go up and ask a cannibal, hey, what's human meat taste like? I don't want to.
You know why? Because you don't know what he's got planned for lunch.
I know. You turn around, they'd say, look at that rump.
Yeah.
That's the best part. They say that.
They do.
They go for the rump.
What have you been on, cannibal.com?
That's a fact.
I don't think you can.
That's a fact, just like a deer, the hindquarter.
You talking about your rump roast?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I can get that rump, cut it right. That's true. Watching the specials.
What special?
You've watched the cannibal.
What special?
Hey, Greg, you see that new invention that it's like a shark zapper or something?
Yeah, no, it's not a zapper. It's magnets.
Ah, it's got the leg. Look at the leg. It's in it.
So, Speedy, do you go out in the middle of the ocean?
No, I'm not a big fan on that. I'm just
far?
not.
How far?
I might go to the sandbars, maybe, but that's it. I won't go on the other side. I don't like that.
So, are you I'll swim out into the middle of the ocean kind of guy?
No. Remember, if you know me well enough, if you've been following the show for years, one of my greatest phobias is being attacked and killed by an animal. So if an animal does get me, I make it as difficult as possible for an animal to get me. The only way a shark would ever get me is if a shark did something uncharacteristic. Like somebody said, a shark got out and could breathe on land and walked up and got Rick while he was eating at the seafood place up the beach. And if he does get me, if you find my body and I'm floating and I've died, the shark will be so beat up he'll be easy to find. They'll say, man, he tried.
If you guys were a shark, like what part of the body would you eat first?
Rump.
Yeah, me too, man. I go straight for the butt. I just be like, I go.
Give me that butt. Give me that butt. Give me that butt.
What are you doing? What is wrong with you? If I was a shark. If I was a shark. If I was a shark.
Have you tasted this?
Smell it. Smell, taste it.
Smell it and see if you kind of get it all up in there.
Is this our new diet plan?
Yes.
I'm nearly full after that.
Hey, would y'all still be my friend if I walked like this, like all the time, like?
That? Yeah. Is that every step?
Every step, yeah. Would y'all still be cool?
Yeah, that's fine.
Y'all would still be my friend?
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
I don't think I would. We'd make fun of you, but we do that now, so.
Hey, if you'll start walking like that, I'll start walking like this.
Glorify your name, hopefully in the way that we live, the way we work.
Hey there, friend. Hey, corner piece. Don't mind if I do, corner piece.
Did you put that in my hand?
It's about to happen.
I wish I could sing.
You can sing.
I used to be in choir at church and nobody told me I couldn't sing.
Oh
So
no, you were that guy.
In the kids' choirs at church, there's always one kid in front of a microphone just like, and Lord, we thank you, Lord. Greg, don't worry about putting your hands in there at all. Don't worry about it.
I just washed them right before I picked.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day
All right, here we go. It is 20 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. As we make our way back. So I know that seems like on the show we talk about food a lot.
I know. Isn't that incredible?
So do y'all believe? Because I know it's a mess, and I know we were just talking about popcorn. We're watching some of the old videos in the break too. You know, if I go to the do y'all believe in your minds? And let's just be straight up, okay? Do you believe in your mind? I know what I'm about to say is controversial. Do you believe in your mind that microwave popcorn is now to the point that it's just as good than what you could get like at a movie or at a ball game and one of those big popcorn makers?
Rick,
just
hush
as
your
good,
mouth.
maybe
Hush
not,
your
but
mouth.
good enough.
That's that's where I was kind of going. Has it gotten to
I'll
where
give
it's
you good enough? I won't say it is good as.
But I mean, is the other worth the mess? Does it taste that much better?
Can I ask you this too?
No.
The butter that you get at the movie theater that
good.
comes out like water.
That's good.
What is that
Oh,
exactly, or
Bubba.
where do you get it?
They ain't no
Where do you
cucumber.
get it?
Hey,
Where do you get that at?
They ain't no cucumbers and broccoli alive can stop it.
Rick, that stuff is so thin. There's no way it can stop an artery. You barely stop it in your bag of popcorn.
Right.
I can remember as a kid, a little kid. Now, this is one of these Bubba memories. I'm talking about way back when Mom would pop popcorn in a pan.
Oh, yeah.
Just dump it and then Jiffy Pop came
Jiffy
out.
Pop.
And that was like technology gone
Jiffy
wild.
Pop, baby.
It would just rise up and you cut it open. You had your little bowl.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I noticed that Jiffy
You
Pop.
remember you had to take Jiffy Pop and do this with it?
Yeah, I noticed that Jiffy Pop is still on the market. Does anybody buy that?
They still got the little silver thing?
Yeah, but I'm talking about like.
You remember their
is it-
commercial where the genie had the hat on?
I couldn't believe it. But what I'm asking, does anybody go? I know we could get microwave popcorn, but let's go hassle with that Jiffy Pop.
I remember there was a kid went to school with us, had tight curly hair, and we called him Jiffy Pop.
Oh, of course.
You know, the fresh pop to me is better. I mean, that's the best. I think the microwave is acceptable.
Oh, yeah.
But we were just talking about because we have a machine and we haven't got it set up in here yet.
It's such a mess.
Yeah, we were debating the mess versus the good of it.
If you're not the one that has to clean it up, it's awesome.
I told Greg if you
you
pop
can eat and walk
popcorn,
away.
if you pop popcorn every day in it, you never have to clean it up.
But I
You
don't
just
know
keep
if it
popping.
every day works like
Well,
that.
we a car dealership now?
I think eventually the grease is going to build up.
Yeah,
So
it gets pretty nasty in there.
Well, why do car dealerships think that's sharp?
That is so funny. Eric. You are right. What is it? Selling cars and handing out popcorn.
You know what? I wasn't going to buy a car today till I saw that popcorn.
They gave me a bag of popcorn. I said, done deal.
I didn't see that coming.
I think it's something for the salespeople to munch on during the day.
Well, they do.
I think it's overpriced. I tell you, I don't like my interest rate, but I didn't see that popcorn coming.
Done.
That's and
pretty good
mileage,
popcorn.
not exactly what I wanted. But that popcorn sold me.
Y'all got any butter to go
How do we
with
end up this new car, Daddy? The popcorn. Couldn't quit. That's right. Dad's taking a second job, but I love this popcorn.
I mean, every car dealership had a popcorn.
Oh, well, yeah.
Every single one.
And every
of them.
salesperson stood over and ate all of it, and you're like, can we have some?
Yeah, when I did remotes, I'd get me a bag.
Remember, we used to bring pizza. Bubba was the first person to ever bring pizza to a car lot remote.
Well, that was a
Boy,
long
I tell
time
you,
ago.
You can come.
Hey, he was way ahead of his time. Of course, you know, all salespeople ate it.
Yeah, they'll eat it.
Do you remember that? Hey, that was for the people here, not y'all.
No, I ate a few slices
And
myself at Henry Hoover Auto Mall.
Your dozen free T-shirts will get gone pretty quick, too.
Yeah, you'd walk over, and of course, the guy who's got his hair perfect, he's over there holding court about what he did Friday night and eating up all the food you brought for the people. You know it? And he's got a story from Friday you won't believe.
Oh, it's a good one.
It's horrible.
Guys, I'm reading. I got bad news about movie theater popcorn. In order to make the water content lower so that it doesn't get the popcorn as soggy, that's actually butter-flavored oil, not actually butter.
Well, whatever it is,
You got a
it's
problem
good,
with that?
I'll tell you that.
You got a problem with it?
I guess if it's edible,
I bet it's good for us.
It'll lube you up.
I bet I've gone over that thing before. And I
It's
think,
good.
you know what? I go over, it's kind of like an automobile, and now it looks like I was right because it is oil. I remember going over and going, I wonder how often they change this out.
What about when they gave you access to how much you put in there?
Yeah,
You remember in the old days behind the counter?
Well,
they would let you
everything's
know.
self-service now.
I know it. Now you get to put your own.
I don't.
You have to fix your own drink. You have to fix your own icy. You have to fix your own popcorn.
Yeah. This new thing, and I tell you what I don't like, is like now I've got my big thing of popcorn. Now y'all give me a drink that not only do I have to prepare, I got to put a top on it and get a straw down in it.
Yeah, that's
with a big old bucket in my arm.
Do you remember we were laughing about this at home the other day when we went on? It was one of the Rick and Bubba trips to Orlando. We were on, and we went to a movie, and Betty and I got that big old bucket of popcorn.
This is a good story.
And your hands get greasy.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know?
Sure, 'cause
And,
it's oil.
And they don't
Betty
ever
wa-
have enough napkins.
Betty was trying to hold that thing, and it's like a Colonel Sanders bucket of popcorn. And she dumps it on the couple in front of us.
Completely got them.
And they were ready to fight.
They were not happy about it. What did you do?
I'm like, and it happens so quick. I mean, it goes from, oh my gosh, popcorn to they're standing up ready to fight.
Oh,
in the
with
theater.
popcorn on them.
Yeah, and you're trying to, oh, sorry about that.
Oh,
You're trying to
sorry,
knock
it's
it
in
off.
your hair.
They've got that oil all in their hair.
And, oh, listen, well, that was the bad part. See, so we finally get them calmed down. And, of course, Betty can't quit laughing about it.
No, of course not.
And when the movie lights up with a bright scene, you see both of their head, and their hair looks like they got mousse in it.
It is glistening off there.
And we get to laughing, and it's not in a funny part of the movie. And I said, "Well, we're going to be beat up before we get out of here. I'm about to fight my way out of a movie theater on a Rick and Bubba trip." And the guy was pretty big.
Have I ever told y'all this?
Didn't like it.
Surely I've told the story. Speaking of popcorn, have I ever told you the story? Because when you sit
you can't
down,
say I'm sorry enough.
No, that's what this
They
is.
finally get tired of
This
hearing
is
it.
not as bad as that because I think that's the worst. But you know how you sit down with your family and what they charge. You have to just go into, that I'm kind of like Seinfeld that time. He said, "Now when did y'all start telling us we got to clean up the theater?"
Yeah.
He goes, "I thought we had an arrangement. Y'all charge me just unbelievable amount for this food and snacks, and then I'm done with it and I drop it.
Yeah.
and
then you get it.
and y'all pick it up because I paid $11 for my milk duds, and we that's the kind of deal we cut." But anyway, I'm sitting there, and when you sit down with your family, a lot of times you ever do that thing. Well, I don't want my own. Can I? Are y'all getting a big one? I'll just eat some out of yours. That deal.
Yeah.
And so we're sitting there. I don't know what happened, and we're all in a row. And I don't know, it must have just been a great movie or something. And all of a sudden, I get a handful of popcorn, and I'm munching it back, and I hear, "Hey, man." And I look, and I'd reached into the person to my left.
Oh, no.
And it wasn't
Sorry
my,
about that.
It wasn't my family. And I was like, "Hey, man, I'm sorry about that." And he's like, "Hey, man." And I was like, "You don't know where to go from there." It's like, my hands are clean.
Yeah.
I'm a relatively clean person. Sorry about it. I mean, in the whole
Won't do it
night.
again?
Hey, you talk about there now being tension between you.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, he moved the corn to the other side of his body.
He moved it.
To his other side. Yeah.
Ricky should have told him, said, "Well, at least it wasn't a chicken."
Right.
Watch out now.
That's real funny, man.
Bubba, not that joke. But Greg, what about when you hear that thing? You got the loud movie, you hear, "Hey, man."
Hey, hey.
And I look,
Hey,
watch
pal.
it.
Watch
He
it.
goes, "You get some popcorn?" And I was like, "Well, yeah, I did."
Sorry, I got in the movie. I just started reaching.
Sorry
Started
about
smelling
that.
popcorn.
A lot of kids around me. Wife, I'm reaching for popcorn.
That's my popcorn.
Yeah. By the way, if it's not completely sold out and there's room, if you go to the movie with another dude, you always put a seat between you.
Yes.
Yeah,
I do too. Always.
Sometimes two.
That's
Always.
standard.
Yeah, always.
So is that the new thing we've got to do
If
from in
you're on
there?
that mic in there, you can't have energy.
You gotta have low energy.
You got to talk with the
You
least
always
amount of
put
energy
a seat
possible.
between you.
Well, if you fall asleep, if you hadn't done that, your head falls on their shoulder and it looks bad.
When you go,
I'm gonna doze off.
Yeah, me too.
If you get up when we do, you don't need to get still in a dark room.
I have noticed if you go to the movie by yourself, it may be a fun experience for you, but everybody around you questions you.
Oh yeah.
They all look at you like, I don't know about this guy.
Yeah.
Clearly on the run.
Something wrong with him. Couldn't land a date.
Clearly on the run.
Yeah.
He looks dangerous.
I think he's homeless.
He's got a beard.
Right. Oh, he
Scary
just ate,
man.
Oh, you just ate somebody's popcorn.
He's got oily hands.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Is the most effective way to protect. I mean, because chasing them once they're here and trying to find them, I mean, we're needle in a haystack now. Right. The things we're talking about are reasonable. We can't even have a reasonable thought anymore without being called a bigot or a racist. It's like we scream that at everything. Bigot, racist, mean. We need to be safe and be more concerned about that than the fact that somebody somewhere might think you're mean. It has squashed expression. It has squashed security. And all it's done is made it a more dangerous place for everybody. That's it.
Greg, what's up with these rompers, man, on dudes?
I think they're freaking awesome.
Can I just talk to the guys real quick? The closer we get to the female world of things, pretty soon guys are gonna have to wear makeup. Pretty soon guys are gonna have to shave their... I mean, do you think women enjoy shaving their legs and armpits and all that?
No.
They don't like
Why
it.
do we want to be like that?
We don't want to have to do all that stuff. Guys, what are we doing? In 20 years, guys are gonna be having to wear makeup, having to shave their legs, all that bull crap.
Brazilian waxes.
Yeah.
Push their jeans up and stuff.
I'm hot, I'm sweating.
Guys, we got to stop this dead in its tracks. I mean, you realize a romper is something you put a toddler in.
Well, speaking of Bubba, I think he needs to come clean. Somebody sent us a picture of you in one.
No, I don't think he did. I don't know.
Going to look at traffic.
Raining. Somebody's late, it's raining, and it's frustrating them. They need us. We're in a commercial break right now. And that person's only going to be in the car 10 more minutes, and we got to make them happy today. We got to do something funny. What about that guy in the white van? And he's got the ladders. He's in a handle today.
Yes,
he's got to do outside work or something.
You think he's got to paint, or is it plumbing?
I'm going painter.
I'm going to go painter.
I'm going to go painter.
Would have a ladder.
Man, he's got mixed feelings because he.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen like a really bad workplace accident, Speedy, or been a part of one?
So I got break his wrist one time falling on a wet floor at a restaurant. Yeah, it was like it snapped too. It was bad.
So you he broke it. You could tell. You saw
yeah.
it.
Oh, it was going the wrong way. It was awful. And then he started turning like pale and like he was getting queasy and stuff. And everybody just for some reason it's like, one Mississippi, two Mississippi. Is anybody going to help this guy? So I had to go at it.
Yeah, you saved it.
Yeah.
Hey Rick, what's the worst like workplace accident you've seen or been involved with? Rick.
Rick. Well,
don't bring it up.
No.
Arena football.
No, wow. The arena football one was the worst one. In touch football, I thought blocking was live, and I blocked a guy. And no one ever talks about this. Bubba did score on the play too. That's often left out. The guy would have tagged Bubba if I had not blocked him. And when I blocked him, it broke his arm, shattered his watch, and I was sued for $1.2 million. That's by far the worst. Yeah, let's count how many punches.
You're talking about all flannel skirt. One. All right, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 punches to the face.
Hey, by the way, and like Ham said, they're standing in there. I mean, nobody, you think somebody would be knocked out at that point.
I got to tell you, those two women may not have a job in education anymore. We'll see. But they have a future in MMA, cage fighting, ring set up. We're like, hey, come in here, see if you can take this.
Hey, go back to the old days. A buddy of mine, we used to play big old good old boys from Hope's Bluff. He goes, oh man, back when I was in school, he said I got a fight with some boy in town. He goes, the next day he knocked on my door. He stood up there. He said, hey, you got me pretty good last night. I think I'm gonna try it again. He said, I said, hang on, let me get my shoes.
What's your first move in a fight, Greg?
Punch him in the throat.
Throat punch?
Yeah.
Throat punch. Yeah, that's a good move.
Or tip of the nose.
Yeah, buddy, getting hit in the nose sucks. So bad. I broke my nose at a metal show. I got a wrist right to the face. Boom.
I bet you couldn't see. You couldn't.
No, my eyes literally shot water out, and my nose was pointed this direction, and I had to take my hands and set it back.
So basically, a mosh pit, we go, hey, we're all coming in here. You can punch me, you can kick me. You know what I'm talking about? That's just part of it.
But he was doing this.
And he,
Hey, Speedy, what is your first move in a fight?
I was in a fight one time, and the guy was standing there, and he had that front leg locked out like this, and I just went, bam! And
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Speaking of meal planning, boy, they can help you. And not only do they just say, here's some recipes you might like, now go out and get your stuff. No, they send you everything. Each meal is individually wrapped, and inside that bag, there's all the ingredients and the recipe card. Meaning you're not wasting food, meaning all you do is prepare the food. They even have some on-the-go, ready-to-eat snacks if you want to throw that in, and some breakfast options. So if you want to go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba, use the promo code Bubba. You do that, and we'll get you 16 meals for free, Plus, we'll get you 3 free gifts, all with the promo code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. 16 meals for free and 3 free gifts. So make a move now. Put HelloFresh.com/Bubba to work for you. You're going to be thankful you did. We absolutely love this service. All right, so Bubba, what else did you say? Speaking of food, are we still talking about food?
Well, we had a story from the kickoff hour today. I heard, and my ears perked up, that you can now order Girl Scout cookies on DoorDash.
This is a problem.
I really got into DoorDash this last year, and for a long time where I lived, Rick, out in the country, we couldn't get that. And it's it's really amazing. I live in the out in the unincorporated part of the county, where I can see about 1 million houses. But it's
you can actually see my house in a different county.
Yeah,
it's amazing to me.
Yeah,
but we're always late to get everything, and we didn't have any delivery services for a long time. So
I don't understand that. That seems like that'd be like a place first place you'd go is a place where everybody's in there.
Yeah, if you deliver food and you don't do it on my street, you losing money.
That's right. I feel bad for that poor restaurant that was across from the old studio. I bet they're dying a horrible slow death.
Yeah.
The manager's been called in the office to explain what's going on.
Oh yeah, they're going to be a meeting.
Yeah, 2 people have been laid off.
Oh yeah,
seriously.
How do we back up $3,000 a month?
Yeah. So when I heard that DoorDash was available in my neighborhood, my street.
Oh, yeah.
I'll never forget ordering the first time, like a test order, just to see, because I went and put it in, and I thought, all right. Wow. And when they came to the door and left that, and they texted me and showed me a picture, it was sitting on the door, I thought, well, heaven on earth, it doesn't get any better than this.
My goodness.
So I have wore that out this past year, and now you can get Girl Scout cookies.
Mm-hmm.
But see, my address is for home. Can you set up a second address like for here?
You want them? Oh
yeah, I have 2.
Yeah. I would do that.
Yeah, because I used to have stuff delivered. But when we were in the middle of the pandemic,
right?
Adler and I, when we were doing the Bible study and there was no one in the room and all that, we would order, and they would bring stuff to the door. So I had an address for there and one for home. Now you got to be careful
when you put them in. When you make an order, does it say which one you want it to go to? And you got to get the right one, or you obviously send it somewhere.
No. I got home one time, ordered my dinner, and I was like, "Man, where's my dinner? I can't believe it's not here." And I looked, and they were sending it to the studio.
Well, and the problem here is because it is a corporate complex with several buildings. It's kind of hard and confusing what door to go to sometimes because there's a lot of doors.
See, I want us to put a sign on it.
I know.
Can we do it? Boy, yesterday I really wish I had it.
We'll see how it goes.
If you ever had to go to the glass door and get Jeff Brooks, I did.
Yeah. If there was just any way to mark that door, it would be huge. I don't know how else to
we've talked about our buddy Jeff Brooks. Graveyard. So apparently there is a button on the glass door entrance here that is not the right entrance because it involves everybody.
Right.
And I didn't know it was there. So anyway, I get a text, Barge, come get me. And I'm like, where is he? Text back, glass door. And I'm like, oh, no. So I go out there and I ask him, I said, hey, man, let me show you where you should have come in. Hey, I just put this down on your list. Whatever that button is supposed to do, it's meaningless. I've been out here jamming on it, and it's off the graveyard. Nobody can.
You know why? Because Brett's out.
Yeah, right.
And that's where it's been going to.
I will tell you this. Management said they're going to make a request with the building to see if we can get a sign.
Yeah. Well, see, that ain't going to work. We that's what you remember. That cost Big Boy 14 years of his life.
I agree. I say we just do it and ask for forgiveness.
Yeah. Just throw it up. Just put one on there. Ain't gonna hurt anything.
It's on my list.
When you're up, when you're in.
What's it gonna hurt?
Nothing.
I don't think anything be hurt.
I didn't need you.
Can I like it?
No. Let me say this. Because you always have to. It should be a win-win. I have no problem with that. If I was another person in this building that had nothing to do with the Rick and Bubba show, I would want the sign. Because I don't have to deal with their idiot people trying to ringing buttons and messing my life up.
Yeah.
Give them a sign. Maybe they're people that go to the right door. That's how I would see it if I was another person in the building.
Wouldn't you?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
Clarify, move on.
Yeah, permission stuff. We lost Big Boy over there.
I know. I say we just do it.
Thank you.
Remember, that's
Solemn
how
voice.
we used to get the NASCAR guys to ride lawnmowers. We never asked them
you don't
until we
ask.
were live on air, because
You
if
don't
not,
ask.
we'd get shut down.
You don't ask for stuff like
We
that.
need to get us a good track laid out.
Oh, we
here,
got
too.
us one.
This is-
We
You
got
got a
seen
whole
us-
lot out there,
This is a
man.
good one. This is
Yeah.
a great track.
Sure
Sure
enough
enough,
one.
good one.
I didn't eat.
I just need.
Rick, I played it in the kickoff hour. You keep singing that. You know, Toby Mac teamed up with Sheryl Crow, and they have a new song.
You know, Bubba just reminded me of that, and I did see something about that. Now, how in the world does
They go by Toby Crow.
how in the world does Toby Mac and Sheryl Crow end up doing,
I don't know.
a song together?
I don't know.
And you know,
I'd love to hear the backstory on that. Seriously,
Yeah,
maybe we can
wouldn't.
get him on a podcast.
You'd
and
like
he
to
can
hear the
explain it.
backstory.
Yeah, of how they teamed up. I would never have put those two
Is
together.
it any count? I know it's gonna mess Adler if I play it, but is it any count?
I love it. I do like it.
You don't have to go that far.
I like it.
It is pretty good.
I
Ricky
like
wants
it.
the backstory.
It is good.
I'll tell you.
All right, let's see.
Okay.
That ain't it.
Now he's got two versions. He's got one that's just him, and then
We're talking about Sheryl
the
Crow.
collab with Sheryl Crow.
What did you just say?
Collaboration.
Yeah, did you hip it up?
He
I
did
did.
collab.
Well, Ricky, he wants to know the backstory.
Yeah.
What, Greg? Do you not? You
Not
jerk.
really, no.
I really do.
I
I'm
think
with
it's
you,
kinda-
Speedy. I want to know because
They're both singers.
I
and they got
can't-
together.
Why would you not want
That's
to
it.
know that, Greg?
I just think that they probably don't run around in the same circle.
Well,
both singers.
apparently they do. I don't know.
Well, they did when they recorded the
it's called
song.
Promised
Not
Land. Rick, you want me to
necessarily.
send it to
Well,
you?
they could have recorded it two different places, though.
People do it all the
Oh
Well,
yeah,
I
you
mean,
know.
but she lives in Nashville.
Well,
too.
Greg doesn't care, so he has to leave when we talk about
Do you
it.
think they met? Well, I'm not can't.
You talking about on the
I'm
collab?
searching and
Speedy's
I
got them dating.
Rick, so I got him
was
what?
waiting on Dating.
Okay, why do you always go romantic kind of thing?
Well, he's a romantic. Everybody knows that about
Speedy
Greg.
does.
Rick, I
Hopeless
just texted
romantic.
it to you.
Toby Mac is married.
I know,
Yeah,
thank you.
well,
That's
well,
Greg
Speedy
Burgess.
said it.
That's your
What about
baby,
the collab?
That's your baby
Speedy-
brother, Rick.
Speedy said it.
No, you said it.
Y'all remember how
by the way, it
calm
took me all-
everything was when Greg and Helms
Yeah.
were out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't bring
I just
me into
texted
this.
it to you.
I heard
Rick.
ratings
I got it.
plummeted.
Well, then play it.
I'm trying
I'm
to.
kidding.
Is this gonna mess Adler up? Now
Yeah,
he's got to cover
yeah,
it.
yeah.
I don't, Adler, you don't get this anyway, do you?
I don't like the way that sounds.
Turn Greg's mic off.
No, I don't want to. I love it. I wish he was whispering again.
It's going to take a minute for Cheryl to come in.
I'm cutting Greg's mic off.
Yeah, turn it off.
He gets better. There we go.
Is this country?
It's got a little twang to it.
Pretty good. Yeah, that's good.
How does that taste, Greg?
That's pretty good.
That shut up juice?
Now look, don't get carried away.
That is good. Can I ask you something?
She gets cutting up
Let's
at the
hear it.
end.
Let's hear
It's
it.
pretty good. I'd like to see you pull it to about a minute left.
Would you?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's see.
Can we just listen to the whole thing?
Yeah.
Is that what you wanted?
I won't give up on you. You're my promise land.
That's actually a good song.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's good. That's actually a really good song.
Howard, you did good on the bass, Greg.
Yeah, I was actually good.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's but we'll find out. Speedy, you want to know the backstory?
I want to know the backstory.
I'm contacting Toby to see if we can get him on RBU.
Okay.
Have we had him?
Did Toby ever do it? No, because Toby's
haven't?
been on the show, but he's
Right.
never been on Rick and Bubba
Okay.
University podcast.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Is that going to be? Let me clear it with Greg first.
That'd be good. Go ahead.
How about I finally saw Jesus Music, the documentary.
Did it count?
Yep, saw that.
Hey, can I
Good.
bring something up too on what I think an idea, because I know how Bubba hates to sit down and have meetings, but I think this parking lot gives us an avenue to maybe be creative on when we have our meetings.
Okay.
Bring up an idea.
All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
What's he talking about?
knock that knee. And so and that'll get him looking down, and then you just go.
What's your first move in a fight, Helms?
Depends on how big the guy is. If he's my size punch, face, you got to get the first punch in. That's key.
Oh, you got to get the drop.
You got to get the drop on the guy.
But
now, if the guy's bigger than me, I may kick him right in the nuts. I don't know.
Now that I'm older, here's my first move.
How about this? They are relaxing the rule on player celebrations after touchdowns.
Good.
Now, obscene gestures will still be penalized, such as twerking.
Sadly, we do
Antonio
have to
Brown was not happy to hear that.
Well, that was horrifying. So is this?
See, that's good stuff.
So
right?
is that allowed?
Yeah, that would be allowed.
Oh, that's allowed.
See, I like the green.
Now we're bringing the punishment. Even got a lineman in there.
I think that was from a movie, wasn't it?
Oh no. If you remove all the violence, well then defense, that's all defense celebrates is violence. Oh no.
All right. You guys know what's up.
Oh no, if you got a celebration, what would it be?
I gotta see your celebration.
So you get it, you run it like that, you get it across it, look, then you go.
So I'm running here like this, and I'm like,
Oh, we gotta get down on the ground. I thought we was gonna stand up, dude.
Bubba couldn't sit
Nobody sits down to do the campfire. Look at all the video. Nobody does that.
It's already a Thursday edition.
You know, I am fired up today. You know why? We
What's
have a new
up?
coffee maker.
I'm drinking the last official pot out of old moldy. I don't know if I'm gonna like coffee without mold in it.
Rather than just doing the maintenance on this coffee maker and keeping it clean, we go to the point that becomes so disgusting we're afraid to drink out of it. Right over there's the new one, but it's not set up yet, and this has coffee. I'm willing to just take my chances because I need caffeine.
Let's do a little cleaning. We did a little cleaning. Talking about shelf space. We don't need that blender. Ain't nobody blended nothing.
Ain't nobody been blending nothing?
Ain't nobody blend anything.
Thank you for giving us life to begin with.
What do you want for breakfast, Adler?
Let me get a poop sandwich.
How are you?
Rick and Bubba Show. How you doing? This is Greg. I'm good. How are you doing? Uh-huh. All right. Okay. All right. You like me, don't you? I hear you. I love you too.
Trump's healthcare plan will take $23 million off insurance or whatever, which, again, how many is going to be taken off if they leave it like it is? So you don't hear that part.
Huge confession here. Didn't know that was a cover.
Bruce wrote that and put it on his first album he ever released, Greetings from Asbury Park. Bruce didn't have a hit with it, he just had it on the album. Well, Manfred Mann, used him as a songwriter, and they released it and made a huge hit with it.
What's your favorite cover, would you say, Rick?
Oh gosh, that's so hard. There's so many great ones out there. Probably the one that I mean, if I'm just sticking to the time I'm in right now, not of all time, but I would think right now my favorite cover is I Get By With Some Little Help From My Friends by Joe Cocker. I like his version better than the Beatles version. What would you do if I sang out of tune? Would you want to be alone? And then he goes, no, no, I expected you to actually know the lyrics of the background part.
My favorite cover is it's a quilt that my mom made one time.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba. Thank you for being with us today. Our number is 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we would love to chat with you. You can join us, and we'll get to some of your phone calls here momentarily if you want to try to get in. So here's a lot of people have been asking us, did we see this? And Adler does have it in the videos today. We have a female reporter in West Virginia, and she got hit by a car, unfortunately, and rebounds to finish the live shot.
Now, Rick, this is a tough reporter.
Now, let me tell you, see, we need more of that. We need more of that.
Get up.
This is a young lady that you can hire and go to work for you. So here it is. This is courtesy of WSAZ. In West Virginia. All right, let's have a look here.
Joins us now live in Dunbar. And Tori, they're not seeing any flakes, but wet roads. And now we're starting to experience, unfortunately, in freeze-thaw, we see this, water main breaks.
Oh, my goodness.
I
Look at his
got
face.
hit by a car, but I'm okay. I just got hit by a car, but I'm okay, Tim.
That's the first for you on
okay.
TV, Tori.
Woo! We're all good. I'm okay. Yeah, that's live TV for you. It's all good. I actually got hit by a car in college, too, just like that. I am so glad I'm okay.
Yeah.
You're okay. You're okay. We're all good. This is, you know what? It's, one
sure
woman
you're
band.
okay, Tori?
We're good, Tim. Ma'am,
sure you're
you
okay?
are so sweet, and you are okay. It is
Let's lay it
all
right
good. Oh, Lord.
So you...
It's my last week on the job, and I think this would happen.
So you were bumped
specifically
in.
to me, Tim.
Were you bumped down low, Tori, or were you hit up high? I couldn't really tell from the looking.
I'd like to see Tim be a little more concerned.
I don't even. Do you know if I was bumped down low or up high, sir?
I just saw you disappear
I don't even
out of the
know.
screen.
I don't even know, Tim. My whole life just flashed before my eyes. But this is live TV and everything's okay. I thought I was in a safe spot, but clearly we might need to move the camera over a bit.
Yeah.
So let me do that.
She doesn't even have a cameraman.
Now, just to set the stage for you once again, Tori's in an area right now there's been a water main break, so there are emergency vehicles around there, and a lot of times what we have seen in those kind of situations are when emergency vehicles are around, there's a lot of confusion from people about drivers about where to go, so it's possible
people
that's
get
what happened
distracted
there.
a little bit.
Yeah. Sorry, you didn't even see the car
God,
coming.
that woman was so nice though.
Yeah.
Yeah, right up
She didn't mean to. It was an accident. I know it was, and I'm okay. Everything's fine.
Now,
but again, Tim, we'll get back to the report, right? Yep. We're on Roxalana Hills Drive in Dunbar. This is where that water main break
We're good,
is.
Tim.
This is what happens.
Tim, I'd like to see you
sometimes
care.
in these cold weathers. Megan Hannes with West Virginia American Water. She said that while they can't say for sure it's from the cold weather, they can say that it could be a possibility just due to those extreme temperatures dropping and kind of swinging, something that we've seen. But so far, it's just rain. And clearly, roads are a little slick. And
wow.
She's trying her best to make
what was
rain
her
into
name?
a weather.
Did you say her name?
I didn't. We're good,
Tori
Tim.
Yorgi?
What if it panned
We're good,
down?
Tim.
What if it panned down, her foot was on backwards or something? It's a shock. And didn't realize it.
We're good, Tim. What about Tim? That's a first for WSAZ.
Tim held his cool,
Yeah,
didn't he?
Tim was not too upset to begin with.
That's a first we've had here at Channel 4.
With budget cuts and everything now, a lot of the reporters, they do their own camera work.
Oh,
they used to have a cameraman, but they set them up on a tripod, and that's why it was knocked over so long. She was so she got the camera back up, got the shot, said she was okay, and kept talking. Which, you know what, that's a great job.
Last week on the job.
I remember when my wife was a reporter. Of course, she was working, starting out in small market. They'd send them out with no cameraman all the time. And I mean, she'd be lugging. That was that big old heavy stuff too.
E&G
setting it up,
camera,
trying to get live shots. She'd have a cameraman sometimes, but a lot of times you'd have to go by yourself. So, but how about this? That need a T-shirt. It says, "I'm good, Tim."
Tim, I'm good.
Hey, got hit pretty hard. Can we see her get hit one more time?
Yeah, let's.
Yeah,
yes.
We won't do the whole thing, but just
her name is Tori Yorgi. So make fun of that, Greg.
That's kind of she should have changed that.
I was trying to show you down in the corner. I thought, is that her name? Tori
we're good,
Yorgi?
Tim.
Tori Yorgi.
Gorgie.
All right, let me cue that up. Hold on.
All right.
Said she was leaving. That was her last week. Where did she go?
I don't know, but whoever hired her, they think, hey, we got a tough one.
Yeah, I don't know where she went. Here we go.
I think she went in private business.
Greg, you don't know. I'll tell you where she didn't go, park cars.
I tell you, she's off the road.
We're seeing any flakes but wet roads, and now we're starting to experience, unfortunately, in freeze-thaw, we see this, water main breaks.
She got hit pretty hard, y'all.
Got hit by a car, but I'm okay. I just got hit by a car, but I'm okay, Tim.
That's the first for you
I'm
on
okay.
TV, Tori.
That's a first story.
Somebody wake Tim up.
Tori got ran over by a car.
Hey, you got hit by a car there.
It doesn't even phase him.
That's
Tim's been in the call screening room.
Hey, that's a first on TV. I mean,
Yeah, she's lucky she didn't get knocked under that car.
Bubba, she got hit hard.
Yes, she did. Yes, she
Tim
did.
seems real upset about it.
Tim was really
that's a first we've had on TV there.
Yeah, I don't know.
Back to you, Tori.
Tori, you up yet?
Yeah, that's we just saw Torgy go down there. You all right, Torg? That's a first we got here on WSAZ. That's a first on TV, Greg.
Wow.
Yes, it is.
You all right?
Live TV, you never know, Rick.
Hey, Tori, put a little dirt on it.
Yeah, you'll be all right.
Yeah,
Put a little tape on it.
Yeah.
You'll be good.
A little spit shine on it. You're good? Yeah, but that's she got hit pretty hard. Yeah. I'm like y'all. Do you think she gets home and wakes up next day real sore?
Oh, yeah.
Is she hurt worse than she
Well,
realizes?
she's been hit like that in college. So
Right. Well, maybe she threw that out there. Got hit another time in college.
I'm used to
Do
this.
do people not see Tori on the side of the road? Does she get hit a lot?
Tori gets hit a lot.
Yeah. It's but that is I was a little surprised by the lack of concern from Tim.
I thought he would at least go, "Oh, are you okay?" He never even asked her if she was okay.
You think that he would have been a little more excited, about the hit.
Tim's got ice water in his veins.
He does.
It says here in the story that she was going back home to Pennsylvania where she lives and to work in Pittsburgh, it looks like.
Okay.
But at least when the grape lady fell, at least those anchors were faking it. Oh, are you okay?
Yeah.
What's wrong?
Tim never asked her one time.
Tim never said,
never-
ow.
No.
Ooh.
Tori, one thing before you go, Pittsburgh's got a lot of cars. Just FYI.
Yeah, watch
Yeah, a
out.
lot of ice.
A lot of ice, a lot of cars.
A lot of
She should have had
freeze thaw.
reflective vest. No.
Well, if somebody's sliding on ice, they don't know where they're going.
Gosh, there's a
But there
great
wasn't
lady.
no ice because
He's
remember
right.
they were trying to make a story out of rain.
Yeah,
Well,
they
I've
said
seen them
that-
do it many times.
Y'all that great lady.
The whole day. Stop.
Oh, this is bad.
Oh my gosh, it's a great
Look at that one standing beside her.
Listen to the anchors.
Oh, stop. Oh, stop. Oh,
Sounds like an animal.
I can't breathe. Stop.
The music's still going.
No. Oh, dear.
I think she's actually hurt.
No, I
there.
think she is.
Yeah, she's hurt. She took a hard fall off there.
Oh, yikes.
I don't know why those anchors are so
I
funny.
still love the audio guy. He doesn't pot that thing down. He's going to be sure we got it, that we're going to get every bit of it. It wouldn't have been that difficult, right? Just turn the audio off.
We've all had that fall. You know how it feels.
Oh,
When you
knocks that
can't
wind
breathe.
out of it?
I'm surprised she can make a sound.
Well, top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Recover something. You really got me, Van Halen of the Kinks. You're going to laugh at this one. Come on, Feel the Noise, quite right. That's the cover of Slade.
That's a cover? What's your favorite cover song?
Covers.
Do you know what a cover song is?
I'm not stupid.
I didn't say you're stupid. I didn't say you were stupid.
Insinuated that.
I don't know what insinuate means. Look, there's a ton of covers out there.
Anybody that covers Hold On by Wilson Phillips, because I love that song. Hold on for one more day. Gonna make you want to turn around and say goodbye.
Oh,
Tell them, baby, are you gonna let them hold you down and make you cry?
Oh,
Don't you know?
no.
Don't you know? Things will change. Things will go your way if you
Hold on for one more day.
Did you hear what the Pope said to Melania, Rick? He asked her if she had been basically it was an Italian name for a fancy spaghetti. If she'd been feeding Trump too much of that, and people were going, did he just call Trump fat?
You know, she can speak how many languages? She was able to communicate with the locals and well, I'll give you that.
I mean, I'm impressed with 6 languages. Let's work on that English.
Yeah, I actually got I got yelled at for dressing as an Indian.
Did you really?
For Halloween one year, yep. I had like a headdress on and stuff, and people got mad at me.
If we're going to play this game, then I'm going to start looking for things that should be white people only, like Gatlinburg.
What's like your big idea that you had that then you saw somebody took?
Oh, I've told you that 1,000 times. I came up with the snake light way before it came out. I was changing a tire and I had a flashlight in my mouth, and I thought, you know, if you could get a light that you could somehow bend, and then I just never thought about it again. I look, here come the snake light.
Dang.
Yeah.
I had an idea for, you remember those Spider-Man blasters that shoot silly string? I had an idea for that, and then
And that's our chance.
I had an idea for boy bands before there ever was a New Kids on the Block.
I wouldn't have admitted
I
that.
was about to say the same thing.
I would not have admitted that.
That doesn't look real, y'all. That doesn't look real. That looks like a comedy bit. I hate to say it, but everybody who's doing it looks exactly like I thought they would. This would be like men in their 20s thinking that they're an engineer because they play with Thomas the Tank Engine.
Exactly.
Hello.
There's Adler.
And I like your fingernails. Those are cool. Let me see them. He's got them all painted up.
Your daddy's got his like that.
See, this is the thing that people don't understand. We got the guy with the Joker. He's way too old. He's still living with his mama. Okay, if you're still living with mama, then the only way you have tattoos, the only way you buy Smith & Wesson without a permit is money that you got from your mom. So, and people think that's love, to let somebody just keep laying around on your couch and act like a fool. That's not love.
So I moved back into my parents' house after college, and the very first morning, 7:30, my dad wakes my butt up, and he says, kids that don't have jobs don't sleep past 7:30.
Oh, that's a good dad.
See, if your dad had just let you get up when you wanted to and do what you want to do, then he didn't really love you. It's kind of like when Greg quit college and he was told to either find a job or go in the military. Remember that one?
Oh, yeah. Found a job.
Well, those are some good looking tattoos though, guys. Wow. This is my son. He looks like the Joker.
He really likes the movie Dark Knight Batman.
Hey Rick, if you had to get a tattoo and it's got to be as big as your hand, what you have to do it. Otherwise,
well, what's going to happen to me?
Otherwise, you'll die. I don't know.
Okay. I have to get one. Can I tell you the one thing I've always been intrigued in? I don't know if this qualifies as big as a hand. For some reason, I love the barbed wire around the bicep.
Sure.
You know, I think I'm a barbed wire around the bicep guy.
I think you are too. Great. All right, you have to get a tattoo. It's got to be as big as your hand. What is it? How big? What is it? Where is it?
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
That's perfect.
Probably that. Or Roy Orbison.
But what Mama don't know won't hurt her.
Well, I have a lot of places I could hide a tattoo that big that nobody'd ever see, but a cross I think would be nice.
Yeah, if I had to get a tattoo, I'd probably get. I've actually already gotten one.
Where'd you got one?
Yeah, I got one right here.
Here we go.
I love about like I love a good case of jock itch.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Thanks for being with us. A brand new hour if you want to join us. We will chat with you as soon as you dial them up and get them ready to go. And lines are all available. We've dropped the tailgate, so you can go now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. And we welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us.
So as we're getting some phone calls in here, we'll get to those momentarily. Just a quick update on the ever-changing, ever-evolving. Yep. Well, now that we're 2 years into this baby, we're starting to see that a lot of the stuff that we were doing that we weren't allowed to speak against. Do you remember that? You weren't allowed to say anything that was not in the company line and the high priest of health, Fauci, or the World Health Organization, CDC. They could not be questioned. And so now the World Health Organization says there is no evidence that COVID boosters are needed for healthy children and young adults. That's interesting to hear them finally come around with that kind of stuff. So it's almost like they now a lot of this may have to do with the fact, too, that the unspoken story in Israel is saying the boosters are doing nothing for the Omicron. Yeah. And it's not that severe. But we show no evidence that what was going to be the fourth shot would
double boost.
Yeah, would do anything. And now they're saying there's really no need for healthy children and young adults to take any sort of booster. That's out there. We also, like I told you earlier, I'm completely shocked that Starbucks has scrapped the vaccine mandate, but Carhartt still has it.
They're getting some pushback on that.
Well, they
too.
should. That's wow. That's I don't know.
You think Starbucks would be the last people to do away with that, wouldn't you?
Right. Yeah.
Because due to their politics.
They're running out of baristas.
Yep. Don Lemon, though, still sticking with the company line. Of course, he's grossly outdated now. Don Lemon, Bubba, and he was commenting on the Novak Djokovic. Don Lemon says that it's time to rally against people not vaccinated against the coronavirus. They are idiots, and he's imploring Americans as a whole to start doing things for the greater good of society.
Do we have a clip on that?
Now, he doesn't have any evidence.
I think we do. Actually.
Yeah, I think we do. Let's hear it because I'm sure it's really good coming from him.
Well, here we go. When you have it, Adler, go ahead and just tell me. Don Lemon talking about Jovic. He's really it's bigger than what's his name? Djokovic.
It's cut three.
Yeah, I really.
By the way, I have not watched any of the Australian Open because
I hadn't either.
I'm not giving it anything.
I saw it and I turned my head.
But Don Lemon, who by the way, I'm not sure I'm gonna be called an idiot by some of the decisions that Don Lemon has made. But anyway, I'm not sure I'll go to him for wise decisions. But anyway, and also an inability to see things that look quite obvious.
All right.
So anyway, here is Don Lemon talking about it.
We have to start doing things for the greater good of society and not for idiots who think that they can do their own research or that they are above the law and they can break the rules. Australia, Novak Djokovic. Australia said, no. We're going to look at the greater good of everyone in our society, and you're not part of that.
Has anybody seen what they've done to the people of Australia? Does it look like the Australian government has looked after the greater good of the people of Australia? Straight up.
No.
Rick,
have you seen the way they've had to live? Like we've gone back in time?
This kind of gives you a little insight to liberal thought process. Yeah. You hear this, the greater good of society. This is the exact same thing that the governor in Michigan said about public schools.
Yep.
She said, look, the parents are not our clients. We're not going to teach the kids what the parents think they ought to be taught. We're going to teach them what they need to know for the greater good of society. That's their new thing.
Oh, yeah.
They get hung up on these words.
Oh, they love it. They love words.
There's a couple other things that they support that I would really have to ask about if it's for the greater good of society. And they don't want those questions.
No, they really don't. There seems to be grotesque inconsistency.
Yes, you ain't joking.
Howard Stern continues to, another person I'm always concerned about his opinion of me. Howard, and I'm sure most of you really are worried. I love this line, though, that and I think they're crediting a discussion that took place, and it looks like Kilmeade. Oh, it's on his radio show. They were talking about if you listen to Howard Stern right now, they said he has really become the exact person that he spent years mocking. He's terrified of the virus. He thinks anybody that we're all going to die from it, and that people that won't get vaccinated that they're instantly dead and they're killing other people, and everybody should be made to take the shot. Has Howard adjusted now that the latest variant that people with the vaccine still get it and pass it?
Yeah, it's just like everybody else. Still, they're screaming, down with the unvaxxed.
Right.
I mean, like it's.
But see, like they said, you used to be a guy that was edgy. You would have been one of these people that used to be on your show would be saying, what is all this garbage? They're trying to force you to take all these different shots, and then you'd be mocking the system and how inconsistent it has been. Yeah. But instead, you've become the person that you mocked for years. And I mean, does anybody here honestly?
He's become an establishment guy, and that's what
he's done. And he gets all the big interviews, all the A-listers, and you don't want to upset that apple cart. If they ever turn on you, and because that's his thing now.
Yeah, Joe Rogan has become edgy, and Howard Stern has just become the person that says what everybody's supposed to say.
Yeah.
I mean,
again, back to this thing. If the vaccine was a solid wall of protection, like we've had with smallpox, like we have with polio, whooping cough, all that other stuff you get as you're a kid, the MMR stuff.
Yeah.
You might have a much better argument, although I still think that people need to make their own decisions. But at least you would have evidence. But we've seen with the Omicron that, the study out of Israel says you can get 2 boosters and it doesn't help. You can be double vaxxed, double boosted. It ain't going to phase Omicron.
But the good news is Omicron is for most everybody, of course, all of them.
Very mild.
Very, very mild. Now,
thank goodness.
And in some of the games that we've seen, and this is not us talking about it. I'm talking about even the mainstream media has discovered once they talk to people. We've played those interviews. Wait a minute. Y'all are adding to your hospitalizations and current stage of this pandemic. Y'all are including the people that just tested positive that came to the hospital for something else? Yeah. They're not being hospitalized because of the severity of the variant. They were already in the hospital and just happened to have it. You can't put those people on the list of hospitalized due to the variant. You can't put them on there.
Look, I'm all right with keeping up with the people who have it, but there needs to be a different column for I got it while I was in the hospital. Yeah. It's not you're not clogging up. Yeah, you're not clogging up the medical system because you had a broke leg.
Yeah, I got
You caught it while you were there. You're gonna require attention. I give you that, and that needs to be figured in. But it's really making the numbers unreliable when you try to put it in that other category.
Yeah, well, we need to know this person came down positive with the coronavirus, COVID-19 variant Omicron, or whatever. And it was so bad we had to put them in the hospital to save their life or to treat them. I don't want on that list, Larry Wayne that blew his knee out at the church softball game. And while he was in here, because we test people ad nauseum all the time, that one of our tests, after who knows how many negatives, one of our tests came up positive, so he goes on the hospitalized for COVID list. You can't do that.
And I remember
get a true number.
I remember, like in the early days, in the first 6 months, in the first year of the pandemic, you guys were trying to clarify the difference between dying with COVID and dying of COVID, dying from COVID, and
Two different columns.
You guys were trying to talk about that quite a bit, and you were called conspiracy theorists, and you're downplaying the pandemic. And then we just had the director of the CDC come out and admit that 75% of the people that died had 4 or more comorbidities,
right?
Which is just 75%. So
it's a big number.
So the numbers that we're seeing potentially could be 1/4 of that really died from COVID versus dying with COVID.
Thank you. I agree 100%. Now here's Babylon B making fun of the obsession of Joe Rogan right now by the left that he's the most evil person on the planet. Entire medical establishment has been threatened by a comedian who gets high and talks about MMA and aliens. I mean, that doesn't seem. Joe Rogan's out to get us? I mean, what? Come on. And the medical, of course, we found out the term medical establishment for those letters I mean, the letter that was signed.
Yeah.
Not quite.
Not if you start breaking them down.
Were there some doctors on
Sure.
there? Yeah. Practicing, but not all.
Not all.
We've had veterinarians on there. And I know you're a doctor about, on the definition, but All right, we'll take your phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Botulism. Next thing you know, boom, you're sick.
Botulism will take you down.
A good one from one of the listeners. He said you brought up hibachi. Be careful, you might get hibachilism.
Okay, now we're
Alrighty.
Lord, we love you and we praise your holy name. You are worthy of praise.
Hey, have you ever gotten food poisoning before?
Yes.
What happened?
I was coming back from Roswell after I was hunting aliens for the show. It didn't hit me till I was over Dallas or over Texas. Something hit me and it was awful. So I go to the bathroom. I mean, I'm queasy and it hit me hard. So I go to the bathroom, and this is when, remember my story about getting stuck into the airplane toilet in the bathroom when they were landing?
Yeah.
And I'm in there like doing this.
That was the time?
That I was in there from food poisoning, throwing up and using the bathroom. I'm landing like this. I'm going, and your pants are down, so you're trying to hang on like this, and you throwing up like,
God.
It was awful.
Hey, have either of you guys ever had food poisoning before?
Yes.
You have?
I threw up 8 times that night. I didn't make it down the stairs at my dorm. I threw up all over the stairs, and all my friends saw it happen, so they were all, of course, like taking Snapchats.
What about you, Greg? You ever had food poisoning?
One time, I must have got some bad beer because I got sick, and I drank like 24.
That's a big shocker.
And it's a joke. I'm kidding. I've eaten something and also it tear you up. But I ain't never had the official. I'm sick with food poisoning.
Hey, Helms, what's your food poisoning story?
I was at a work conference in Atlanta and I had my wife with me. We were at a very nice restaurant. We were all dressed up. I think I even had a tie on. Amanda was in a dress. Was in the car driving to the hotel, and it hit me. And it was uncontrollable. It was vomit like no other, all inside the car, which made it worse. It was so uncontrollable. I could not open the car door or the window, anything.
You were throwing up while
I'm driving and everywhere. I had no control over my body whatsoever.
Okay, well, he sent out an email saying that, he didn't agree with that. They line up outside his door, and when he comes there, you can't play on there because there's so much cussing. They're so disrespectful. They're yelling. He's trying to have a conversation.
I listen to you, and you listen to me.
You don't have the email. We don't care.
They're yelling F this to him, and then of course they end with a hey, hey, ho, ho. So and so's got to go. They start that.
They need a new rhyme.
I'm so done with the hey, hey, ho, ho.
Yeah, I'm with Greg.
Go.
There's other things that rhyme with go.
Hey, hey, ho, ho, Greg is a big
Yeah! What was she was screaming when that person was up there speaking at that university?
Oh, yeah.
What was it?
Get your hate off of our campus. Get your hate off.
Yeah.
Something like that. I'm missing the quote exactly, but I will play it right now.
There's a group of young adults, and I use the word adult loosely. They don't have respect for authority. Look, you can protest, you can let your opinion be heard, but there should be a civility and a general respect for people who are older than you and people in authority, and we don't have that. And when a loss of respect for authority infiltrates a society, it turns into chaos. And then, of course, ultimately, then you lose the ultimate respect for the ultimate authority, and that's God.
Can I tell all the lily white, far left, campus dwelling, mom and daddy money sucking liberals,
Look, you're not selling out if you bathe. People who don't bathe, I love a shower. I'll take multiple.
I take 2 a day. Sometimes 3, depending on what's going on.
People who can just go for days. I can't sleep if I don't take a shower. The bed shower, 4 beds to get clean. The morning was to wake up. That does call for a shower.
Yeah, right then.
Yeah. Well, if done correctly.
It is 22 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. And our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com, as I said. All right, so, Bubba, we are about to go to phones, but we just mentioned the latest numbers from the CDC.
Yeah, this is from the website Statista.com, and they are looking at the latest CDC numbers. It was updated January the 20th, which is today. Isn't it?
Yeah, today.
The total number of COVID cases worldwide, they are reporting at 340 million.
So that's worldwide.
The total number of deaths worldwide at 5.6 million.
Okay. Did you say 340 million or 340,000?
340
worldwide,
million.
Worldwide,
not
okay.
national.
Okay.
Worldwide.
Worldwide.
And the whole wide, like Pitbull.
Okay, it's a worldwide problem.
Got it. Okay.
340 million worldwide, 5.6 million deaths worldwide. So if you do the math on that and you break it down, that's 0.0164, or if we round it, 0.02%. Way less than 1% your death rate
worldwide
by getting COVID. Worldwide. Now, that's where a lot of places where they don't have the treatment we got.
Right. And that's why the Howard Sterns of the world and Don Lemon are idiots when they pretend that you're going to die if you get it, if you're unvaccinated.
And people do die, Rick, vaccinated or not.
Sure
I mean, we've had it. We've been to the funerals. I'm not trying to minimize that, but you got to look at the numbers because it is a pandemic worldwide. You have mass infection by the hundreds of millions, and it's less than 0.02. That's not our numbers. That's CDC numbers. So, we would take that kind of survival rate on a lot of things.
Yep.
The flu, car wrecks, if we did that, man, we'd be tickled to death in those categories.
So why do we continue? I mean, definitely, I think the vaccine helped with that. The natural antibodies help with that. Treatments help with that. And then some people, it just
and the
is,
evolution of the virus appears to be going to a less fatal state.
Yeah, it's just not as severe. So why are we still living, and why are we still dealing so much like we're living any different than we would live during flu season now?
Yeah, I don't know.
It doesn't make any sense.
I think there's still
the reaction is it's like our reaction to the virus is in a different timeline than the actual virus.
Yeah.
Well, it's I think there's still a feeling of an unknown that it could get worse, or we don't know, or it hasn't totally gone away yet, or how do we do? Because look, normally we have shots that come along that take care of most of these things. But like we've said many times, the flu has not. By the CDC's own number, the best year they've ever had was 40%. It averages in the 10 to 20 range.
Right.
But again, we all know people who've died from this, and that is sad, and it is terrible. But we also all know people who've died in car wrecks and airplane crashes and fires and other. But we still have to heat the house. Yep. We still have to drive. We still have to move, and we do the best we can.
Well, it all started getting weird when anything positive about the virus was anecdotal. Anything negative was not.
Right. It was fact, but it was fact.
But even the people who have very bad times with it is anecdotal because it doesn't. Most people don't, as far as death is concerned. I mean, the number just tells you most people do not die from it. And but do some people get less sick, more sick, have a hard time, hang clean to life? We know that. Yeah, some don't make it. But that's kind of with everything, and we have to. It's almost like the virus is now flying in airplanes, and our reaction to the virus, we're still back on horses and riding mules.
Yeah.
It's very outdated. Do y'all remember the thing where they would draw circles and you had to go stand on the circles?
Yeah.
Y'all remember that?
Yeah.
Do you remember clean anything that comes in your house from the grocery store? Don't touch it. Do you remember all that?
Well, after we, listen, I had some Amazon packages that I was spraying down on the porch before we brought it in.
Yeah.
We know now it really doesn't travel that way, or not very good. Let me put it that way. And we're learning more about it every day. One of the things that is concerning that I can't really wrap my arms around is the speed at what these variants are coming about. It just seems like they're too quick compared to the flu. Yeah. And other things that have also varied over time. But, I mean, we get a new flu strain every 10, 15 years.
Yeah, and to the phones we go. Let's go to David in Alabama. David, go ahead.
David.
Hey, good morning. I'm actually down with the Omicron right now, so I'm able to watch you guys on YouTube, which I don't get to do a lot.
Thank you, man.
Take care of yourself, and we hope you get to feeling better soon.
Yeah, I've had all three strains, but this one seems to be pretty minor. I noticed there on your console you've got a glass rectangle there.
Yes.
I can't help but think it looks exactly like a glass cooktop. I keep thinking Bubba's going to reach down and grab a frying pan, start frying up some bologna. What is that?
Yeah. Well, it's going to be an hibachi grill in the future.
Yeah, it's going to be hibachi.
Speedy's going to cook breakfast for us.
I can't wait.
He would already be using it, but his onion volcano was just not that good.
I'm working on it.
Right. And
we never found the little man that pees water.
Right.
Little
pants. You can't find those things.
He's in a box. We can't find him. So send over in the warehouse. But
but
no, that actually is a hole in the console where the old board used to sit.
Yeah, I was over there, right?
Yeah,
right. That was where the board was.
Right. And we're gonna, this is one of those things where you have a lemon, you're gonna make lemonade out of it.
Right.
So eventually, there will be monitors in that we can see by looking down.
Mm-hmm.
Like now, you have the phone screening software. Used to, I had a monitor for that. I could see it. I can't see that without a telescope now.
Yeah.
And just things like that, and probably. Some type of teleprompter or something for cutting TV spots that we could glance down and see what we're supposed to be saying.
So it has a future
it has
function.
a future use. Mm-hmm. But I thought it was very creative the way they covered it up. That's a good idea.
Let's go to Mark in Oxford, Alabama. Mark, 30 seconds, go.
Good morning, fellas.
Hey, Mark.
Hey, I got a good name for your studio.
What did he say?
How about Air Force One?
He wants to
Air
name
Force
the studio,
One.
y'all.
Now, based on what?
Oh, my Greg.
We've tabled, Greg. We can't talk about it. That's the rule. We table.
I still like having another week R&B studio.
Mac in Double Spring. Mac, go ahead.
Simple and clean.
Mm-hmm. Hey, this is Mike. I'm just going to tell you the ivermectin. I just had tested positive for COVID Friday, and I took 5 days of that ivermectin, and seems to have knocked it right out.
I don't know, maybe it was the 5 days.
Could have been. We don't know.
I mean, I'm just saying, if he just said I did it one day.
Hey, it's gone. How long you take it? 5 days?
5 to 7 days, and it cleared up. Well, Rick, I took Tylenol, and I did the same thing.
I can't wait till they come out, the new antiviral drug. Somebody will run a test on it and go, wow, it's very close to ivermectin.
No, you will. You're right. We'll take more of your phone calls when we come back. Hang in there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Scenario, it's a good one. Who do you want to take the last shot? LeBron or Michael? What kind of shot is it?
Right.
Because if you want to go down the floor and somebody shoot up one from the free throw line or beyond, I'm going MJ.
Yeah.
If you want somebody to take it coast to coast to the rim, I'm going LeBron.
Or back it in.
Yeah.
What is it? These Vermont brownies.
They look good.
Vermont Brownie Company.
I don't mind if I do.
Wait, you say Vermont? Vermont. I say Vermont. Vermont. You're saying Vermont. Yeah, probably Vermont. I don't know why I said Vermont.
You said Vermont.
Vermont.
Look what I just realized. It looks like Greg is wearing the Cat in the Hat. That's totally on accident. Look at Greg.
This is all about you. It's just like the Green Goblin flying around in Spider-Man.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Check this guy out. Is this real?
Y'all, the future's here.
Guys, that is the Green Goblin.
Yesterday's future is here today.
Driving test. Just had my fourth one. Passed the driver's test. So we got 4 all driving now. Everybody's on their own. So taxi cab going to be over now. I think I took a driver's test in a station wagon. But I passed. Wasn't real complicated. Wasn't a very hard test. Didn't really prepare for some of the things that were out there. To this day, I don't think anybody's learned how to merge.
What if I had pipe disease? And my nose grew like this.
And you had to hold it.
I had to hold it.
And every now and then I'd have to wipe it every day
Right.
as it was running.
And I'd be like, that smells good, man. I got a collar challenge. All the way up, turn it up for one segment. Look at Greg. He can't stand it. It's killing him.
What do you mean collar challenge?
Button all the way up, turn it up.
Bubba, if you could get just a little piece of white right there, I would confess my sins to you. You know, Father Mulcahy. Father Mulcahy.
Too much jocularity.
By the way, Speedy, your collar did go down.
Well, but
You're out.
not on
You're out.
purpose.
You're out.
Not
You're
on
out.
purpose.
You're
It
out.
just
It went down. You're out.
it's not firm.
You got to rub our feet now.
But you lost your own challenge. You lost your own challenge.
You can't make up the rules of the challenge as you go.
It wasn't. Oh, if it accidentally falls, I must have turned my head and it fell. I did. You went back there. I said that I went over all the rules back there.
I'll ask Greg. If
I made that up.
Calls you lost. The next segment, you have to hold this the entire segment.
Yep. All right, Speedy. Since you lost your own challenge, you got to rub Greg's feet. Greg, come on in.
Not doing that. Either that or jump on that box.
Yeah.
And just fall back with your butt.
Yeah.
Now, let that bun hit right here. Let the bun hit the bun.
Like
right
you
there.
can't
Bun. Just right into it.
But I mean, I don't want to just fall. You lost your own challenge, buddy. What do you want us to do? You lost your own challenge.
I'll keep you.
I didn't take mine.
I'll keep you.
Fail. Can I kind of turn like that?
No, I want 2 cheeks right there on the bun.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
35 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba. We're taking your phone calls. You can get in here. Car Shield. Is your car under the Car Shield? What? Are you still under the original warranty? No. So you're just going to pay for that next repair yourself, I guess. Why don't you go to CarShield right now, carshield.com, excuse me, and if you go to carshield.com, you can get a protection plan for any vehicle you have that is no longer under warranty. She's just come back on me there. I've never had that reaction to orange juice before. Apparently, I've decided to see if I can't work through a tase. I've never had that. CarShield.com protection plans. Now, when you go into one of the protection plans, here's what that means. It means if it is a covered repair, they'll pay the ASC certified mechanic of your choice. Then you get a rental car, no extra charge there. Then you also get trip reimbursement. That's covered. So 24/7 roadside assistance. So go ahead and get a protection plan now. If that warranty's over, you need protection. CarShield.com. Use the code Bubba. We'll save you 10%. Or if you call them at 1-800-665-2157, mention Bubba. That'll also save you 10%. There's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, let's go to let's go to Abby in Mississippi. Abby, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go right ahead.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, Abby. Hey. What up?
Hey. Okay, so I'm day 9 with the Omicron, and I wanted to talk to y'all to see if y'all had heard about leg pain with this.
No, what have you heard, Greg? I have not heard anything about Greg.
A little bit of muscle aches. That would probably be anyway.
It does not feel like muscles. It is the bone from my hip to my knee.
No, I hadn't heard that.
Is that not just reaction?
5 days ago.
Are you having fever?
No, I had no fever with mine. I called back to my doctor, and they said they had heard of this with it. It is the weirdest thing. It will come and go. It's worse at night. But listen, it will be really, really throbby, and then all of a sudden it'll stop without me doing anything. No Tylenol, no ibuprofen, nothing like that. But last night was an okay night, but then this morning it was toward, like, lower, my calves. It's just weird. I'm 36, in good health. I could lose some weight, but I'm not that overweight. But I have no health problems, and I just thought that was weird because I haven't heard.
Yeah, I haven't heard
that.
Yeah, I haven't heard that.
What did the doctor say that was causing that?
We lost.
Well, I'll tell you.
The doctor didn't say it. They said they've been hearing with it.
Yeah,
well, I wonder if they had an opinion. I mean, was it part of the spike protein, the blood clot issue, or something?
You got to pay attention to that. At first when she said their legs are hurting all the time, I thought I had it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, so
when everybody keeps telling you that you have a cough and you're tired, I thought, my gosh, I've had it for 4 months.
By the way, your cough, I've never seen anybody have a cough as long as you're having it.
I don't know what
you're
got.
setting
You
a
got
cough
little tickle,
record.
Rick.
You're setting a cough record.
I think he's giving it to you because you've started one.
Yeah,
and now here it comes over here.
Well, if you notice,
started with me yesterday.
I'm fine till we have breakfast, and then it scratches my throat.
It's that orange juice.
What it is.
Let's go to Garrett in Birmingham. Garrett, go ahead.
Reader.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How's it going?
Good.
Hey, so I just wanted to bring up, I saw a statistic in Alabama. We had about 350,000 deaths or positive tests last year. We're at 145,000 right now. So if we've been wearing masks for 2 years and it's still running rampant, why are we still wearing them?
Well, because some of the masks that people are wearing don't do anything at all, and I don't know how many more studies we have to say that. It's just placebo. People feel better with it, and people who make you wear one think they're doing something. That's all it is. But does it offer some help? Maybe, not a lot. And the studies have proven that over and over again. If you don't have an N95 or up,
and boy, the N95 is like having a paper bag over your head. I mean, it is terrible.
It's part of the fake world we're living in. It just makes, and most of the people that are wearing them, even if they had the right level of protection, their nose is sticking out. They've got it down around their chin half the time. It's just not reasonable to wear a mask as part of your clothing every day and everything that we do. I mean, they get real old, and
if you're not replacing them fairly regularly, you're not doing any good anyway. Rick, several people emailing saying yes, knee and leg pain with COVID feels like it goes to the bone.
Really, Dusty and Troy. Dusty, go ahead.
Morning, fellas. How are y'all?
Hey, we're good.
Good deal. Hey, I was just going to check with Greg real quick. I'm a big fan. I like the old 1,000-Pound Sister show with old Tammy and Amy.
Oh, yeah.
But I was checking to see if you had seen the new show that came out. It's called I Am Shauna Ray. It's about a 22-year-old girl or woman trapped in the body of an 8-year-old.
What?
Yeah, I saw that. I saw the
what?
part.
Is she overweight?
No, she's
every show that you're overweight.
She looks like just a kid.
Oh wow!
But she's 20-something years old.
That's not true.
Yeah, it's like it's the same thing. You know how you see the people that age prematurely, but it's the opposite of that.
Oh wow!
Oh my goodness!
Does she really look like a little kid?
Yeah. Oh yeah. You go.
Is that on TLC?
She looks like a second grader, and she's 20-something.
Wow!
Oh man,
weird.
It is.
How about that? Haven't seen it.
I bet she gets pulled over a lot.
What if you put her on the show with the 1,000-Pound Sisters?
Man,
that'd be
something there,
wasn't it? You watched 1,000-Pound
daughter.
Sisters? I have, Rick. They're characters. Are they? Yeah.
It's pretty gross there.
Greg and
you ought to see when they're trying to have their meet and greet with their fans. It's pretty good. Greg. It's funny.
Brentwood, Tennessee.
One of them's really huge.
Okay. Julia,
she's going 6. Her sister goes 4. That's
oh my
1,000.
goodness.
Greg.
She's how old?
26.
Dang. I wonder if Adler's got that.
Oh, right. He saw that coming, didn't he?
There he is. Go ahead and stand up and tell us.
I am standing up.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah. You saw that one coming. Yeah. Sure. Julia, go ahead.
Yes. Y'all quit picking on Adler. He's somebody's daddy.
Yeah, he is. I keep forgetting that.
That's important.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's good.
I think God has a way, because he has a sense of humor, of holding up a mirror to us frequently about things. Would you have ever believed all the people who scream about ivermectin being a horse paste or a dog medicine or whatever, and we can't take it because it's for animals, line up to get their shots from Pfizer that is run not by a medical doctor but by a veterinarian?
Is that true? I didn't know that.
Yes. His name is Bourla, Bourla. You can look up Pfizer, and when you look up who's the people running it, there's a picture of him with DVM, PhD. He's a veterinarian.
Yeah, and of course, any people who say that ivermectin is just for animals, that isn't correct. I mean, that's bad information. It has been prescribed to humans.
Horse paste.
It won a Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah,
for people.
Yeah, for people.
Riverbond.
There's a lot of medicines that humans take that also work in animals. Penicillin and antibiotics and a lot of that stuff. All that works across the board.
Bubba, you mentioned penicillin. Ivermectin, before this whole horse paste controversy, COVID, medical misinformation, and just untruths that are being told, before that, ivermectin was being written about as a penicillin miracle drug, as an aspirin. It is up there in the amount of people's lives that it has saved and changed.
There it is.
Mic drop.
Mic drop.
It's just, I mean, what fake world? Once, like you said, Rick, we live in a fake world.
Yeah, it is. I mean, let's go.
Fake news.
Let's go to John in Danville. John, go ahead.
Hey, you hear me?
Got you loud and clear, Johnny.
Hey, Rick. I actually saw you preach at Danville Baptist about 2 years ago.
Oh, yeah, great. Thanks.
I'm just first-time caller. I'm just calling about the pain with Omicron.
Yeah.
I'm actually on day 5 right now, and I'm experiencing it same way the other caller said. It's in my legs, and if it gets bad enough, it'll make my feet numb. So want to let y'all know that.
Did the doctor tell you why you're experiencing that?
I actually haven't contacted the doctor about it. I just went and got my test from the urgent care, and that's all I've done with it so far, just vitamin C and resting.
Yep. How you feeling otherwise?
Right now it's in my chest and head right now. The first day I was in bed for about 12 hours, couldn't even open my eyes without getting a splitting headache, so that's better now.
Yeah, thanks for the call.
It may have had the Delta variant still. Even though most of it is Omicron now. Delta's still, there's still some out there.
Yeah. Ray in Athens. Ray, go ahead.
Green Acres.
Thanks for the call, buddy. What's on your mind?
Love the show, and I don't think a lot of people say enough that it's also informative as it's funny.
You're right.
I want to take on the bologna. We're foster parents, and my first thought on that was, if the packaging looks like bologna, are we not worried about that kids may think it's bologna and try to eat it?
Yeah. I think that's a big concern.
They even have a warning on there, don't eat it. I don't understand if it's not real bologna, why we want to make something just kind of look like it's bologna. I mean, that's
I mean, I think we may be overlooking some skin benefits of straight up bologna.
That's true. It can't be bad for you.
No, but yeah, there's no doubt people would try to eat it, especially with the smell that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got people eating pods that you use for detergent.
That's a good point.
This is not a reach.
This is a lot closer.
This is better.
Yeah, this is not a reach. We'll be back. 866 We Be Big is the number. We'll hit any stories that we may have missed as we wrap up another hour. Stay close.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Got a new intern today. Right there.
If you make it to 7, you've done something.
Y'all, he was on the top of the world.
Have you ever had to take a breathalyzer?
I've never had to take a breathalyzer, Greg. No.
I was just asking. Have you ever had to do any of this?
No, I haven't. Is that really that hard, by the way? Like,
Well, it is because of the pressure.
If I was told, say, the ABCs backwards real fast, I couldn't do it. Could
No!
y'all?
They don't ask you
I
to
think
say
that's
that.
okay.
They
Buddy might
ask
tell
you
me
to
they
say
did.
them forward. Nobody can do it. All right, guys, let's pray. Lord, to you be the glory.
So old Tiger Woods refused the sobriety test there. How about, what do you think that means?
Probably means he was drunk.
Once you start that lifestyle of lying, you know, and I'm look, I know when old Rick, you know, I had to. You have to establish some credibility, but when you start lying about some things, you'll lie about anything. At the end of the day, if you're being pulled over and they want to give you a breathalyzer, and you say, "I think I'm kind of wigging out from my prescription drugs. Let me take the breathalyzer, and you'll see that I'm not under the influence of alcohol." This is a non-story. So I'm going to bet that the officer, when we see the dash cam footage, we're going to see someone who apparently looks drunk and is belligerent and arrogant to the police. Hey, Tiger. Hey, Tiger. Change the way you're living. Tiger.
That Tiger Woods mugshot, buddy.
That looks bad. Real bad.
This would be my mugshot.
What would mine be?
Or when they go this route. You know, when people put on the show, you can tell they're there. Yeah. The Nick Nolte is the walking dog of celebrity mugshot.
It really is.
Oh,
Gosh,
it's rough. I mean, I don't know what he was doing before they arrested him.
What was he doing?
What if this was my mugshot right here?
We're doing our mugshot.
Celebrity mugshots. I can't get enough. I gotta be honest.
Oh, if I get started on the internet on them, I won't get off.
Yeah, I try not to get too much into celebrity news and all that stuff.
Yeah, but there's nothing like good
celebrity mugshots, man.
Especially when I've been crying and stuff.
Oh yeah. Rick, now pretend Jesus never happened. What would your mugshot look like?
What? Sadly, we making Google that.
Rip Torn's got a pretty good mugshot. Kid Rock's got a pretty good mugshot. Lindsay Lohan, those series of mugshots. Heather Locklear's mugshot. Robert Downey Jr., you can tell he's like, man, I did it again, dang it.
I mean, he had a run there where, I mean, he was just in the news every week.
Making crack in, like, strangers' microwaves and stuff.
Yeah, when they go in there and he's in, like, their kid's room and they're in bed asleep.
It's not good. Neo, that guy, he got arrested. Flow Rider got arrested. I didn't realize that.
Flow Rider?
A lot of people get arrested, man. Helmsy, you like the Allman Brothers?
My parents loved them.
You like the Allman Brothers, Speed?
Yeah.
So you don't like the Allman Brothers?
Yeah, no, I do.
I kind of heard
That was about a C+.
that was not a good response, buddy. That was not.
I'm not a huge jam band guy, you know.
I know people call them that, and I guess they are that, but I don't even consider them that. They had a lot of jamming. They had a lot of jamming.
Songs and just let them go forever. But you're right. I don't put them in there with Fish and all them, the jam bands.
Yeah.
But now, Richard Grace Point live though, they will.
They'll take it.
The song will go on and on and on. But all Southern rock bands do that too.
Sure.
The Shears outlived everybody.
So let's take the
You
stress
can't
out
kill
of
Shears.
vacation. There's no better place to
Her and Keith Richards are. They need to be studied.
Yeah, I know.
Rick, did you grill some chicken this Memorial weekend?
You know, I did grill a little chicken. I had burgers, then I had a little chicken. You know, chicken can be a little dicey. You know, you have to walk that line with chicken. You can have it undercooked, which leads to people being violently ill, or you can overcook it and it's dry, and you got to find that. I mean, you got to walk that line. It's not easy. But the key is you got to have your fire really hot, but then turn the fire way down. The minute that chicken breast starts to show you're tapping it, it's firm, you got to get it off. Never cut into it, never smash it and take the juice out of it. You hit both sides, too. And you Rick and Bubba spatula for that. Shameless plug.
Yeah, you've got the Washington Nationals playing the San Francisco Giants, okay? And Hunter Strickland is the pitcher, and Bryce Harper is up to bat.
And they 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big. Phone calls coming in this hour, chatting with you quite often. So, I was looking at this as we get back to the phones. That we have people that were doing the hunger strike, is that right?
Yep.
And day 6 hunger strike, and this is they wanted. What are they wanting? Did they want the ruling they didn't get yesterday? Yeah. The vote. The vote they didn't get.
They want the Senate to do away with the filibuster rule.
Okay.
And for the vote on the federalization and federal takeover of state elections.
Are they still not eating?
Because they didn't get their vote.
They didn't.
I don't get let's say I'm against someone. How does me not eating make them want to do what I want them to do? If I'm the one not, if somehow I could withhold food from them,
right?
Greg, I know you
might get something.
Greg, I know you're always following the chants.
Oh, hey, ho, ho.
The chant here is "Ain't gonna let no filibuster turn me around, turn me around."
Okay,
but you did.
You look hungry.
E-I-O.
But you lost on the vote. Does that mean you continue not to eat and we think you'll starve yourself?
It's gonna be a while before that vote comes back.
If people don't change their vote.
Rick, there's a lot of things that if you're doing this or that, you might want me on your team because I could bring something to it. If you're if you're recruiting me for the hunger strike team, I am not going to be an asset for you.
No, that is
because I am bailing the first time somebody walks by with Girl Scout cookies. I'm out.
Yeah, when I get my chance if I got first pick, I ain't picking you.
Nope.
You know what?
Let's see. I'm on a hunger strike. All right, Bubba. No. I could probably last about an hour.
Let's go to Penny.
Stress test a beach chair, Bubba. You're on my team.
Penny, Birmingham, go.
Hey, good morning, guys. I know y'all were talking about The Rock when he was on the Peyton and Eli show.
Yes.
And whether or not the T-Rex was real. He must have gotten a lot of questions on social media because he did come out and say that it was just a replica, wasn't real.
Yeah, we had that story today.
Yeah.
I didn't really think
that T-Rex head.
No, they usually don't let individuals keep things like that.
Especially
I know it's The Rock, but still.
Right. Yeah, it's just a replica.
And I know what he's cooking. But.
Yeah. So $10,000 versus $31 million.
I mean, look, The Rock's rich, but he ain't that rich.
Let's go to David in Huntsville. David, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
What's going on, guys?
Buddy.
You are, buddy.
Got a possible diagnosis about these folks who are having leg pain. It's a new variant called Hulu Flicks.
Called what?
A new variant called Hulu Flicks.
Oh,
they're sitting around too much.
They're watching TV.
There you go.
I got it, Greg. Netflix and Hulu combo.
Matthew in Alabama. Matthew, go.
Hey, Green Acres, guys.
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Hey, now. So I was going to talk about COVID and all the pain that I experienced when I had it. It was insane. I felt like I had, I don't know, shingles or something. It was insane. But my issue was when I was breathing, I had you could feel cold in my lungs. It was crazy. It was just it wasn't good at all. But I stayed at home, took a home test. I didn't go out to no doctor or nothing. But I got a positive, obviously, and but no, for real, that pain is it's real for
how long
who's ever experienced it.
How long did it last, and how are you doing now?
Oh, I'm doing fine now. It was I had it about 4, 5, 6 months ago, and but it lasted about 2 weeks. It lasted about 2 weeks. I could barely.
That's the
I could barely move 5 feet, and I was out of breath.
So you
Delta City.
Are you vaccinated?
No, sir. I'm not vaccinated. I think I was convinced by my own study, my own research. I thought maybe my antibodies and my immunities were good enough. So I'm just going to live free and
understood.
Good jazz, so.
Understood. Yeah. Let's go to the phones. 866 we be big. Let's go.
Rick, I want to get my antibodies checked again, but I'm afraid to go to the lab. There's so many sick people over there.
Yeah, probably a time just to kind of let that ride. Gil in Hueytown. Gil, go ahead.
What's up, guys?
Buddy.
We're good, Gil.
Monkey Grass, Green Acres.
Thanks
you,
for
sir.
the call. Appreciate that very much.
Thank you.
Big Gil. Go ahead.
Hey, y'all were talking about that 23-year-old that looked like she was 8 years old.
Yeah.
I could imagine if she went on a date with somebody and Chris Hansen came out of the bathroom, that would be hilarious.
Yeah, he's the guy who set the pedophiles up.
Oh, wow. That show.
God, Catch a Predator.
How did he remember that name?
Golly, that show.
That was awful show. Didn't know that much of that goes on.
Yeah.
Gary in Piedmont. Gary, go ahead.
Hey, guys. How you doing this morning?
We're good. I hope you're good.
Hey, listen, anybody that's stupid enough to got to be told not to eat that mask, they got a hell of a lot more to worry about than their complexion.
I don't know. I don't know. It's a baloney mask. I mean, Tide Pods, I agree with you, but something that's supposed to be, looks like it's made out of food.
Yeah, but if it's not in the refrigerator, come on.
But you're going to eat something you put on your face?
Well, no, I'd just eat it. I wouldn't put it on my face at all.
Right, but I mean, that's what the packaging says. It's a mask.
Straps for your head.
I would just say, because people do use cucumbers and stuff, I would just say, well, I'm just going to buy it and eat it. I ain't going to put it on. I could eat a cucumber, couldn't I? People put that on their face.
That's what you'd say?
Yeah.
But they say not to eat these.
I don't think these are.
I don't know they've thought this marketing.
Yeah, what I'm saying is I understand why the warning is on this one.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
Tide Pods, no. But this one, it looks like food. It'd be like saying, look, we got a fake hot dog. You'd probably put on the package, don't eat it.
Yeah.
Not food.
Yeah, it's not food. Let's go to Sloan. Sloan in Athens. Sloan, go ahead.
Look at that.
Hey, guys. How are y'all this morning?
Good.
We're good.
Hey, guys. Me and my wife both had COVID recently. I had probably Delta variant like 2 weeks ago. She had, like, right after Christmas, had probably more than likely Omicron. She had arm pains and such. We had our 18-month-old son tested, like his antibodies tested, and he has not had COVID. Nothing. No antibodies whatsoever. So we're kind of shocked.
Yeah, well, I mean, the young ones really did pretty well with it, and but the fact that there was nothing there with
count your blessings.
Yeah, and there's a lot of that going on. I mean, I can give you example after example after example where it looks like everybody in the whole room ends up positive, and they were just in some social setting like a wedding. Then I can produce couples that live together, and one gets it and the other one doesn't.
Yeah, it's just.
I can't explain that. I don't understand that. But
the old immune system is like the wheel of meat. You never know.
Yeah. So it's so there's certainly a lot of really not just this, a lot of things like flu. Some people get the flu every season. Some people never got it. Shot or no shot.
Yeah.
I don't know how to explain that. But hasn't that been the case with all sickness?
Yeah.
Some people are more susceptible to sickness than others. Thanks for being with us, and we appreciate your time. If you're leaving us right now, have an outstanding day, and Lord willing, another Rick and Bubba show coming up tomorrow.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Will get you very far.